Imagine if every day your time reset, as if you were stuck in a single unchanging day. What would you do? At first, you might feel incredibly lucky. Look at him enjoying all those opportunities, you might think. You start spending money recklessly. However, you'd soon realize that life isn't interesting at all. You might begin seeking thrills through crime, gambling, and other reckless behaviors. After all, there are no consequences. Everything you do gets reset. A guy who jumps out of a plane, desperate to end this loop, but every time he just wakes up again. At 7 a.m. on July 7, 2020. In a bar, he tells a girl, "Yeah, I've been living the same day for 1,000 years. She responds, "Do you need to invent such a crazy story just to hit on me? Seriously, do you need all of that?" She tells him this tactic is old, but he insists. "What I say is true. I know thousands of languages and my hacking skills are unparalleled." Now you might wonder, why would someone like me hit on you? The reason is that I will wake up tomorrow back to today. If I sleep with you or do anything else, it won't matter. The guy has been chasing her for 1,000 years, or perhaps enjoying her for 1,000 years. She sends a message to her friend asking for help, but he tells her that he knows that she responded that she will not come. Shocked, she asks, "How do you know she won't come?" He replies her ex-boyfriend just came back to her, so she has to stay with him. She accuses him of lying. He points to the clock and says, "In 9 minutes and 13 seconds, she'll call you." She stands up determined. "I hope so. If she doesn't, you're dead." Just then, a guy bumps into her and stares. He grabs her wrists, saying, "Hey, beauty, you just hurt me. Now you're gonna have to drink with me." She commands him to let go of her, but the guy pulls her closer saying, "Hey, don't be like that. Let's have some fun." That's when our protagonist, dressed in his dog pajamas, steps in and says, "Wait a second, you come here." The guy, confused and angry, retorts, "Hey, what the hell are you saying?" and throws his cigarette at him. But the protagonist just stands still and the cigarette misses. "What? He predicted my move," the guy thinks. He goes for a punch, shouting, "Bastard," but misses again. He dodged again. He takes one in the chin and goes flying. Our protagonist looks back just in time as another man shows up behind him, yelling, "Hey, how dare you touch my man? You're a dead man today." But the protagonist remains calm and says, "This is what your brother taught you." The angry guy replies, "Do you know my brother?" The protagonist is already on his phone saying, "Yo, what's up, Zhao? Your brother is causing trouble here. If you don't want me to start a war in China, you better keep your people in check. Next time it won't end with just a phone call." He hands the phone to the guy, who quickly apologizes. "Oh, sorry, I was wrong, brother. I won't repeat this." Suddenly, the crowd around them shouts, "Please apologize for your actions." The protagonist says, "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother you all." The girl, impressed, thinks, "Who's this guy?" Then her phone rings at the exact time he predicted and she thinks, "This is impossible." He tells her, "It's not impossible. Just come with me." Still skeptical, she follows him to the garage and asks, "Is this your car?" He replies, "Nope." "What? Are you stealing a car?" she asks. He shrugs, "It doesn't matter. Tomorrow we'll be back anyway." Intrigued, she decides to go with him. "You won't leave a drunk and hot woman and go home alone, right?" she teases. He responds, "Sorry, I'm not interested in girls who need a ton of makeup." She gets angry. "What did you say?" Takes off her makeup and asks, "What about now?" He smirks, 9 out of 10. "Now I want to go to my place so I can prove to you that I'm not lying," he says. She reluctantly agrees, "Okay, but if you try anything, I will call the police." He laughs and drives home. The next day, he wakes up and the lawn was crushed. She shows up and asks, "Hey, can you say that the day kept repeating? Now explain why it is July 8th. He looks at the clock, scared. "What? July 8th? He rushes to the bathroom while she knocks on the door. "Wu Sheng, what kind of man hides in the toilet?" He ignores her, realizing this isn't a dream. Time has started flowing again. "I'm finally free from this time loop." Just then, an assistant appears, saying the host has passed the Millennium Test, and the reincarnation system has been activated. He is shocked and checks his status, seeing he has 10,158 mental strength points, the ability to reset time and space with 35,000 time-limited points, and over 1,300 maxed-out abilities. The assistant explains the host can choose and lock the current time and reset it. Reminder, each time you lock the time reset on the same day, you will lose 1 point and the quota will double each time. Realizing the danger of resetting time too often, he thinks, but does it really matter? I have so many points. With skills in driving, cooking, fighting, and marksmanship, accumulated over 1,000 years, he is ready to put them to use now that time is flowing again. Outside, the girl asks, "Are you all right?" He responds, "This is the best day I've had in 1,000 years. She dismisses him. Enough of that. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. "Open up. You dare to steal our boss's car? You're a dead man." She peeks through the peephole and sees gangsters. "It's your fault," she says. "Why did you steal someone's car?" He replies to her, "I didn't know it would be a normal day. It was by chance, but I stole it." She warns him, "Do you know how famous he is in the underworld? Now you're going to be hunted by him." Wu Sheng responds, "He isn't that great. He has a history of overcoming those above him. His parents were beaten by a third party, and in his anger, he left everyone in pieces. Later, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. After his release, he made a name for himself, and now he's a big name in East China." Then she asks, "Why did you mess with such a powerful man? You're dead." But he winks at her. "That's such a small problem compared to the fact that I borrowed Li Gang's name yesterday. If we don't handle this properly, an insane number of people will be hunted and killed." She asks, "What are you going to do?" "Simple. I'll just start it over. System, I want to use the time reset." The world resets for the first time on July 8th, 2020. This is going to consume 1 point. Reset successful. Then she asks him again, "Explain now." He quickly says, "There's no time to explain, just get dressed." Oh, she bites his finger. "I knew you wouldn't be responsible, but I didn't think you'd be so eager to get rid of me." He explains, "The car I stole belongs to a powerful man, and those men are about to come to my door. Of course, you're not afraid, but I can't afford to mess with him as a commoner." She retorts, "Do you know who I am? If you do, then you maybe have to beg me to help you." He pulls her close, "Just like you begged me last night." Her face turns shy. Bastard, I would let you die. He tells her, sorry for disappointing you, but I know someone who can fix this easily. She asks, what kind of person? A woman, one with a big juicy heart, he replies. Next, we see him cruising through the city, but they're being followed. Some old American action. The guys shout, stop the car or we will kill you. The girl is scared because they have some Texas tool, but he tells her, that's the fun part, get ready. She begs him to slow down, but he says, if those guys catch me, I'm dead. Someone receives a call. It's our protagonist. Mr. Lee reminds you that you have a traitor on your side who will make you lose the bet. The girl on the phone shouts, who are you and how do you know about the bet? He calmly replies, I have my sources and I can tell you more about your brother. Send someone to meet me downstairs at your office in half an hour. We'll talk in person. The girl wants to know who he is, but the other girl is panicking. We are surrounded. He reassures her, that's impossible. Watch this insane drift. Even the guys following them are amazed. What the hell are those skills? Is this guy a pro racer? Sometime later, they arrive at her home. She looks to the side and asks, how do you know where I live? Wait, I'm not even going to ask anymore. You're going to say that you live for 1,000 years, right? She gets out of the car and compliments him. You have some good driving skills. Where did you learn them? He replies, I practiced through life, but I died a lot of times to get this good, okay? Don't try to be like me. You only have one chance. She smiles shyly and says, stop lying. You have my number, but don't even think that I will call you, okay? Through. He doesn't even let her finish speaking as he drives off. This bastard made me look like a fool all night, and now he wants what? A phone call? I'm sure that was something arranged by my friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where I live. I'm going to ask her. You won't escape me. Half an hour later, we see Lai, a prominent entrepreneur in Donghai City with a complicated background. Her brother is a man who can destroy East China. Our protagonist arrives thinking, because she's a beautiful woman, I had a very deep, slicky relationship with her. He's already inside, and she tells the guy beside her, you can go down first. She already has everything on him. Wu Chen, you have a sister in high school named Yu Jiao with parents from simple background. He compliments her, you're very good, finding so much information with only my phone number. She tears the paper and says, you look ordinary, but if you know about the bet, that means you are not. Who are you? He tells her that he's not a simple guy. Getting closer, he says, I know a lot of things that you need to know, such as the traitor lurking around here. If you give me 10 million, I'll tell you. Her hand was under the desk as she asks, should I believe you? Suddenly, she pulls out a Chicago toy and points it at him. If you don't explain yourself, you're not getting out of here alive. He calmly goes into his pockets and takes out some ammunition. Without this, how are you going to shoot? What the hell? How did you get that? She realizes her life taker is without bullets. It was under my desk. How did you remove the magazine? Wu Chen tells her, as I said, I am an intelligent businessman, and how I removed your magazine is part of my intelligence. Now, Ms. Lai, please trust my ability to gather information. He hands her the God invitation. I don't mean any harm. I'm here for money. He continues, but it's just a plan to make you lower your psychological defenses. She asks, tell me, what else do you know? He reveals, I know that you're the eldest daughter of the Lee family. Because you were a girl, you always wanted to prove that women can be stronger than men, at least in business. But you could not escape the curse of being your brother's shadow. Your mother always helped you, but after she divorced your father, she started dating other men and became a pain, threatening to kill you if you didn't marry Ding Hailong. You wanted to run away, but couldn't because you were worried about your mother. In order to make Ding Hailong forget you, you had 3 fake boyfriends, but they all paid the price. Your first fake boyfriend committed floor testing, the second was sent to a mental hospital, and the third is in prison for life. Now all men are scared to get close to you. To escape this marriage, you and Ding Hailong made a secret bet. Both of you started a new business, and the one who's more successful after 5 years wins. But what you don't know is that Ding Hailong planted a spy in your organization. On the day of your business launch, he will ruin everything for you. Do I need to keep talking? She's silent, already writing a check. Tell me, who's the traitor? Just then, someone knocks on the door and enters with some papers. Ms. Lei, I need you to sign this document. Suddenly, our protagonist grabs his head and throws him onto the desk. It's him. The guy shouts, what are you talking about? Our protagonist calmly states, the $5 million in your Swiss bank accounts. What are they for? The guy stammers, 5 million? What are you talking about? You're mistaken. Our protagonist takes the guy's phone and calls Ding Hailong, who answers saying, yo, did you get the information that I asked you? He then throws the guy to the floor. I think that's enough. Ms. Lei approaches the guy. You've made a lot of money over the years, some of it behind my back. I didn't take it personally because you've been with me for so many years, but I never thought you would sell me out for a mere 5 million. The guy starts banging his head on the floor. Miss, I didn't take the money, but I need to tell you something. Wu Sheng interjects, your mother did not want you to marry Ding Hailong, but she was pressured by your grandfather. Ding Hailong told him to say this because he knows your mother is your weak point. Don't believe his words. Now you decide what to do with him. She closes her eyes and says, go away. I don't want to see you again. The guy thanks her. Thank you, miss, and runs away. Wu Sheng tells her, I thought you were going to kill him. She replies coldly, I just didn't want to do it myself. He'll be at the bottom of the river tonight. Then says she doesn't believe him. She thinks he was probably sent by Ding Hailong and that the guy was just a pawn discarded to make her trust him. Wu Sheng scratches his head. You are way too suspicious, but I have a way to clarify your questions. She asks, how? He replies, very simple. Let me be your fake boyfriend. Ding Hailong is more concerned about his appearance. He won't want to look like a cuckold just to win you. So being your boyfriend is the best way for me to prove myself, he tells her confidently. She warns him, I had 3 fake boyfriends before, and they all were badly screwed by Ding Hailong. I know, he replies, but if people want to climb higher, having a relationship with you will make life very interesting. After pointing the Ice K Maker 3000, she says, I have to admit, you're special, courageous, and bold. You're still so young, it would be a pity if you leave the world like this. You're not afraid. He tells her, if you really wanted to kill someone, you'd just call someone to do it. You're joking right now. Why should I be afraid? Then Lai Rubing replies, I really like you. Okay, a couple should always have an intimate photo. She snaps a picture and shows it to him. Look how cute. He knows that she just took this photo to make Ding Hailong angry. She tells him, from today onwards, you are my boyfriend. You are going to come here and be my personal assistant. I'll have someone apply for you later. Now tell me what happens to my brother. He tells her about the clubs that her brother runs. She looks at him. Everyone in East China knows those things. That's when he reveals the club East China Sea Crown has done some things beyond its boundaries involving many top celebrities, rich people, and officials. The investigation began 3 months ago. According to my information, the network will be closed in another month at most. She shouts, what did you say? He tells her, this is not only your brother's problem, but also trouble for your whole family. Once the net closes, your brother will not only go to prison, but if necessary, the whole family will have to cut ties with him. She is skeptical. This is a big deal. Are you sure this information is correct? He replies, don't ask me. The next scene takes place at the East China Sea Crown bar. We see two guys standing in one of the rooms talking. The guy with glasses is the owner of the car our protagonist stole. He says, he injured our boy, stole my car, and even borrowed Mr. Lining's name. Does this guy not want to live? The other guy says, he's strange. Why would that brat have my number and know all about my rally? Then we see the famous eldest grandson of the Li family, Lai Hute. He commands, whatever the reason, find the guy and bring him to me. I have to kill him with my own hands. Just then, his sister enters the room. Lai Hute tells everyone to put out their cigarettes because his sister doesn't like the smell. He asks her, sis, why did you come here in person? Is there any urgent matter? She responds, I'm here to introduce you to someone. It's our boy. He gives the car keys to the guy and says, yesterday, I borrowed your car to play. Here's the key. The guy with the purple shirt exclaims, hey, this is him, Mr. Lai. This is the person who used your name. Our protagonist knows everything about Lai Hute, who has much more power than Lai Rubing. But because she's older than him, she always protected him when they were younger, earning his respect and fear. Kute is about to say something when she grabs his ears and says, respect him. He is your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Everyone is shocked. No one believes it. Lai Hute protests, sis, are you playing the fake boyfriend trick again? Why did you pick such an ordinary guy? At least give me a reason for you to be with him. She starts to think and then glares at our protagonist. It's all your fault. I'm not feeling well these days. He whispers in her ear, aren't you adding too much drama? She retorts, what are you afraid that Ding Hailong will kill you? He says, I'm not afraid, but your brother seems to be stunned. Poor brother is speechless. He's thinking that his sister is pregnant and that this man is the father. Wait, is this all true? He doesn't look bad, but he isn't the most handsome. And also, my sister likes older men. Why is she going out with a man in his early 20s? Wait, does he want to deceive her? Sometimes love makes people blind. Love makes people's IQ go to 0. I need to save her from this man. He asks, how did you two meet? Our protagonist replies, 3 months ago, when your sister was recruiting interns at the university. She's confused, hey, I really did that, but how does he know it? Hute points, you've only known him for 3 months? Sister, in such a short time did you really get to know this man? Getting in Wu Chen's face. Hey, my boy told me that you were with a girl yesterday. Even his sister is in shock. But Wu Chen explains, don't get me wrong, that woman is Wang Kim Kiang, the daughter of Mu Sai Hai, the owner of the Seye Biomedical Group. And speaking of which, you have to thank me. Yesterday, if I had not stopped your brother, he would have made a move on her. You may not have been able to fix that. Lai Hute, knowing the significance of the biomedical group, thanks him. Rubing is impressed, thinking, I didn't expect that my brother, who is not afraid of anyone, would be subdued by Wu Chen in a few words. Then she says, you stopped the boom, but we came here for something important. Someone from above wants to finish your club. Hyoda is puzzled. What do you mean, impossible? I took care of everything. I would know if that was the case. Wu Chen interjects, you shouldn't have taken the video to blackmail those people. And your business with Cha Hu should have been cut off a long time ago. Rubing looks at her brother. You're still in touch with Cha? How many times have I told you he's not a good person? Hyode tries to calm her down. I can explain. Wu Chen continues, your sister is right. Cha is not a good person. He sold you out this time. He put the blame on you for what happened and said it was your idea. Hyode is scared. Even my sister didn't know about my business with Cha Hu. How could you know? Who told you? Wu Chen smirks. No need for me to clarify it for you. I'm here for her, not for you. I won't help you because you're her brother, and if something happens to you, she'll be sad. Chubita gets angry and points at Wu Chen's face. I'm telling you, if you don't make it clear today, you won't walk out of here alive. His sister intervenes, calm down. But Hyode insists, sister, I don't care how he lied to you, but I would not believe in this liar. Wu Chen responds, now listen, only a few people in China know about this. 4 months ago, Liu Bu was sent to the East China Police Department as a deputy director. He came here to handle the crowd entertainment case. Some investigators went to your club disguised as guests and others have lurked into the clubhouse to collect a lot of evidence. He writes down some names and hands the list to Hyute. This is the list of all the undercover agents. Hyute shouts, notify everyone and pick up your weapons. He tells the guy with glasses, Wang, go and verify the names on this list. Wang responds, yes, sir. He turns to Wu Chen and says, if this information is wrong, it's all your fault. Wu Chen sits on the couch and says, tell me how much money you are willing to spend. Sometime later, Wang returns with proof that Wu Chen was right. Hyudai throws the camera on the desk. All the names on this list have been verified. I can't believe it. Wu Chen tells him, if the investigators start acting, they've got enough evidence on you, so be careful. Hyudai asks, what do you want me to do then? Wu Chen replies, do you want to proceed with this and go to jail, or do you want to get through this safely? Do you got a solution? Wu Chen tells him, first you need to apologize to me and I will fix everything. Hyudai, realizing he has no choice, says, okay, I'm sorry. I was only afraid that you were cheating her. Wu Chen thinks, this guy needs to respect me. I'm part of his family now. Rubing intervenes, we are a family. What are you doing? Help him. Wu Chen responds, he doesn't see me as family. Hyute, trying to regain control, says, of course I see you as family. Sorry. Wu Chen continues, just for the sake of your sister, I will give you an idea. First, you have to kill Cha Hu. He knows too much. If he's alive, nothing will work. Cha often goes to Villa 17 in the Lotus Pond Manor. He has some substances with his mistress there. If he dies of an overdose, no one will suspect you. Hyudae sweating says, yeah, great idea, brother. Wu-Chen adds, second, now all the evidence is with Liu Bu. If you can just take it and destroy it, you'll be safe. Hyudae shouts, okay, I will get him. Wu-Chen interrupts, are you dumb or crazy? He's too powerful for you to just get him. You need to go to Willow Street, 2nd Avenue, Unity 3, room 500 under the master bedroom closet. There's a hidden safe. The password is 571. The evidence is inside. To prevent leaks, that's the only evidence they have. You could just send someone to destroy it. Hyudae is amazed. Damn bro, that's so detailed. You even know the password. Wu-Chen doesn't stop. Third, you need to tell the old man about this matter, especially the business with Chahi. You must explain everything to him. After all, it's the Wei family we're talking about. The Wei and the Li family have been hostile for many years. That's why the Li family wants to join forces with the Ding family. Hyudae just says, oh okay, I'll talk to him. Wu-Chen adds, and the cherry on top, set the Crown Club on fire. Fire? Hyudae asks. Just a little fire, enough to appear in the news. That way you can justify shutting down and redecorating without anyone suspecting you. If you can do those 4 things, I guarantee you will be okay. Reuben grabs her brother's ears again. Did you understand what he said? Oh yes, sister. Stop. Don't worry, I got it. Just then, his cell phone rings. He picks up. What? How much did you lose? 2 billion? What? 2 billion? I'll go there. Wait for me. He looks at Wu-Chen. Something happened. Brother, I have to go to the casino. Wait for me here. Wu-Chen responds, it's Shang Wang-jun, right? Hyudae is surprised. How do you know, brother? The scene shifts to the casino where we see a guy named Shumzi playing. Someone just lost again. The blonde guy is all happy. Hey, I'm rich. Got a good hand today, boss. Lai Hyudae arrives. The blonde guy looks at him. I won a lot of money today, Mr. Lai. You won't mind, right? Hyudae, confident, responds, that's a little money. The Li family can still afford to lose much more. The blonde guy laughs. All the experts of this club took turns to play, but everyone lost to him. It seems that Mr. Lai has a little talent under him. Suddenly, Wu-Chen says, how about playing 2 games with me? The blonde guy retorts, how come there's a youngster here instead? Mr. Lai, aren't you being too modest? Today, you have lost 200 million against me and you still want to keep going. That's embarrassing. Hyudae asks his sister, hey sister, what's going on? Does your husband know how to gamble? She responds, oh, I'm not too sure. Gambling masters are good at guessing movements based on minimal expressions and habitual movements. This requires a great deal of experience in the game, something this youngster is unlikely to possess. Just by looking at his expression, I can accurately guess his cards. Reuben gets closer. Hey, are you sure you can do this? He tells her, I can say without a doubt that I can defeat any casino in this world. Okay, brother, let me see it. He doesn't look at his concealed card. The guy is like, what? This is a habit. He shows an ace. You go first. You have the bigger hand. He starts with 500,000. The guy calls 500,000. And you, mister? I fold. Round 4, 500,000. I fold. Round 8, I fold. Round 15, round 21, I win once again. Hyudae tells the blonde guy, I think the guy you hired is running out of luck. The blonde guy is confident, I think he might have a lucky break. He's thinking, rat, you think victory is at hand, but you don't know you've been caught in a trap. He remembers the guy playing with Wu-Chen telling him, I like to lose a few games at the beginning to observe my opponent's habits. You got nothing to worry about. But Hyudae is getting confident. We are already at round 30. Wu-Chen goes 1 million. The guy notices Wu-Chen didn't look at his concealed cards again and calls that round. He tells him, go on another million. The guy seems sure, I know he has a bad hand. With a pair of kings, I'm sure I'm going to win. Since it's like this, I'm all in. Wu-Chen doesn't even look at his cards. I'm all in too. The guy with glasses interjects, there's too little money on the table. Why don't we add another 100 million? The blonde guy likes it. Another 100 won't be enough to play. Make it 200 at least. Those black rap girls are carrying something big and not just the 200 million. Wu-Chen tells the guy, I raised the bet by 100 million. What about you? Wu-Chen asks, pointing to his card. The guy knows, based on his observations, that Wu-Chen only points to his hidden card when it's a really good one. In other words, there's a high probability that this card is an ace, he thinks. You know what? I fold. You are too eager, Mr. Yu. If you had followed my advice, you would have 50 million more. Lai Rubing laughs. Everyone knows your bottom card is an ace. Wu-Chen picks the card and reveals, nope. My bottom card is a 2 of hearts. The guy gets angry. Oh, you tricked me. Wu-Chen retorts, don't blame me. It was your fault. The guy with glasses is thinking, don't be smug. I've grasped yet another one of your habits. Round 31. The guy's a 9 of diamonds. Unless his concealed card is the 9 of spades, there's no way he can beat me, he thinks. He tells Wu-Chen, this is a good hand for both you and me. How about we finish everything with this hand? My 200 million all in. Wu-Chen just says, interesting. I call. Rubing is concerned, isn't a bet of 200 million too risky? Hyudae reassures her, he's been lucky so far, so I think there's no problem. The guy with glasses and the blonde guy are confident. The blonde guy smirks, young man, the most important thing in gambling is not to lose your mind. If you can't control your mind, you won't get far. Do you think you were the god of gambling, betting so much without looking at the hidden card properly? He flips his 9 of diamonds. This 200 million is already mine, he declares. Everyone thinks it's over. The blonde guy taunts, Mr. Lai, you have a big family. You won't mind if you lose such a small amount of money, right? Wu-Shen just says, are you done? If you are, see for yourself. He flips the card. Everyone's shocked. The guy with glasses shouts, no way, 9 of spades. That's impossible. How did you do that? Wu-Chen calmly explains, did you really think that I didn't look at the cards? I've been secretly looking at my cards since the start of the game. Guess why? To make you think that you know something about what I'm doing. You're not a good player. You're just too cocky. You didn't really think you could figure out how I play with just a few hands. Are my habitual moves really habits? Did you even think for a second that I was trying to fool you? From the beginning, this game was under my control and you were the prey. Hyotei is elated. Yeah, Mr. Shan, the money you used was all borrowed, right? I think now you're in big trouble. The blonde guy is bewildered. How did this happen? Wu Chen says, who asked you to leave, Mr. Shan? The blonde guy protests, Mr. Lai, I'm not allowed to leave after losing. Is this how you treat your guests? Hyotei asks Wu Chen, why can't they go? Wu Chen replies, I'll explain later. Do you have a knife? Lend it to me. Hyotei asks, do you know how to use one? Wu Chen demonstrates some moves. What do you think? He goes to the guy, picks his hand, and reveals, oh no, he was carrying an ace. You asked for a card check before the 15th game and took the opportunity to steal this ace of spades. You really thought that I didn't see it. I didn't expose you because I hadn't won yet. Hyotei gets angry. How dare you cheat in front of me? Even the blonde guy doesn't know what's happening. The guy with glasses tries to calm things down. It's a misunderstanding. Wu Chen, not backing down, says you broke the rules. You know what happens, right? He applies steel medicine to the guy's hand. Wu Chen asks the blonde guy, Mr. Shan, what do you think? The blonde guy quickly distances himself. He has nothing to do with me. He cheated by himself. I didn't tell him to do anything. Wu Chen hands the knife back to Hyotei. I will leave now. The rest is up to you. But remember, don't do anything inside the clubhouse. As they walk out, Rubing asks Wu Chen, does it feel good to do a light tap on someone's hand? Calmly, he answers, not at all, and keeps walking. She's puzzled. How can you be so calm after doing all of that? This person wouldn't kill someone, right? In the car, Rubing's legs catch Wu Chen's attention. She tells him, I didn't expect you to be such a good gambler. He replies, thanks, but don't forget to pay my bills, all right? She tells him, you only think of money? He notices something and looks to the side. She asks, what's the matter? He just tells her, a car has been following us. She informs the driver and tells him to get rid of it. It seems to be the bet guy who likes to send people to follow her, Wu Chen observes. But he knows that she's not the target. He is. He grabs her hands. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. She's a bit shy, thinking, he's using this to hit on me. Later she asks, you're probably hungry. Because of what you did today, I will give you something good to put your mouth on. They go to a restaurant to order something. If you thought anything else, you were done, my G. He tells her, there are a lot of people that know you here. Aren't you afraid that they would think of me as a competitor? She replies, I want more people to know about you. That's when Mr. Hundeli shows up. Hi, Mr. Lai. Are you here to eat? She answers, yes, my boyfriend said he wanted to eat Cantonese food, so I brought him here. She then turns to Wu Chen. Wu Chen, this is Mr. Hun from the Longsheng Innovation Group. The guy goes for a handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you, boy. You're a good-looking man. A perfect match for Ms. Lei. Wu Chen responds, thank you, brother. You are very kind. The guy looks at his wrist and leaves. She was going to explain about that guy to Wu Chen when he told her, no need for introductions. I know him better than you. She tells him, all right, you're the best businessman around. But he tells her, I don't think that everyone here wants to be friends with you. She replies, I know I have a lot of rivals, especially women, but it would be silly to think of them as enemies. Just then, another woman shows up, and what are they feeding these girls? They're all getting healthy and with a good blood work for sure. Mr. Lai, since when do you have a boyfriend, though? Of course, Wu Chen knows who she is. After 1,000 years in China, he knows everyone. Liu Kai-hu, formerly known as Liu Zhuang, 32 years old. With the help of her husband, she set up Yun Shu Fashion, the business competitor of Rubing. Liu Kai-hu teases, you're 27 years old, Rubing. This young man looks like he's in his early 20s. You're like an old cow eating young grass. Rubing tells her, Ms. Liu, for the sake of your husband, I will take your words as a joke. So stop it. Looking like a horse, she replies, do you still care what other people say? Rubing shouts, I told you to stop. Wu Chen holds her hands, take it easy. Let me solve this. He gets closer to Liu Kai-hu. Why are you staring at me like that? She asks. He tells her, nothing. It's just that I think I've seen you somewhere before. That's right. I remember. Have you worked in a nightclub before? She raises her finger. Nightclub? Your whole family has worked in nightclubs. How dare you slander me? Do you know who I am? He calmly replies, that's not slander. You know that you cannot change your past with some facial surgeries. She's scared, thinking, how does this guy know that I've worked in nightclubs and had plastic surgery? It was 10 years ago. No one should know about it. Rubing stands up. You even have this kind of information. Your intelligence network is better than I thought. Wu Shen tells her, it's too early to start falling in love with me. The best part is yet to come. At that moment, a man shows up. Kai Shu, what is this mess? It's her husband. She runs to him. Honey, this man is slandering me. He's saying that I've worked in a nightclub and you have to take revenge for me. The man, trying to console her, says, don't cry. I'll take care of this. He asks Ms. Lai, who is this guy? She just tells him, my boyfriend, Wu Chen. The man gets in Wu Chen's face. I'm a respectable person. This guy has humiliated my wife. That's equivalent to a slap in my face. This kind of thing can't be resolved with just a few words. Wu Chen tells him, there is someone who can solve this for me. The man retorts, do you really think I won't dare to touch you just because you're with Ms. Li? Wu Chen calmly says, I'm not talking about her. The person I'm talking about is my boyfriend. The man seems puzzled. Oh, you do know her. Even Rubing doesn't know what's going on. Wu Chen continues, Mr. Liu, can I talk with you for a minute? They go to another room and Wu Chen tells him, I have 2 stories to tell you. The main character of the first story is Liu Zhuang. Wu Chen begins. 10 years ago, this girl was encouraged by her mistress to join a nightclub to make some quick money. There she met a very wealthy customer. He had some work problems and eventually discovered that it would be difficult for him to have children in the future. That's when Liu Zhuang had an evil plan. She got a bunch of facial surgeries and changed her name to Liu Keishu. Mr. Liu's face pales as Wu Chen continues. 3 months later, Liu Keishu got pregnant and the baby was born successfully as a boy. Of course, he was not the customer's child, but she knew you would ask for a paternity test. So they paid a large amount of money to the doctor to lie about it. Mr. Liu, you probably noticed that your child doesn't look like you, but you were too eager to have a child. The final part of her plan is to let you die in an accident and get millions of dollars out of you. Mr. Liu, skeptical, says, you don't think that I can believe you based on just a few words, right? Wu Chen tells him, your wife's cousin is in your company, right? That person is not her cousin. In reality, he's her lover. The two of them are still cheating on you. She went out with her lover yesterday afternoon to have an affair. To avoid being seen, she deliberately took the stairs. This matter is very easy to investigate. You can just check the surveillance cameras, or you can ask her. But to make her tell the truth, you have to swindle her a little. Mr. Liu turns to Liu Kexiu. Kexiu, you and your cousin, were you at the office yesterday? Sweating, she replies, yes, we were in the office until the end of the day. Mr. Liu confronts her, no, he told me that you went out to see a client yesterday. You were not at the office. She stammers, what? He must have made a mistake. Mr. Liu presses, I will ask him now and confirm. Caught in her lies, she quickly changes her story. Oh, I remember. We did go out yesterday afternoon to talk to a client, but we came back at 2 p.m., no, 3 p.m., and then we were in the office talking about promotion. I'm just not sure. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Don't you love me and your son anymore? Booby slaps her face. Shut up. Do you really think that I don't know about the scandal between you two? Now leave. I'll deal with you later. Turning to Wu Chen, Mr. Liu says, sorry to do this in front of you two. Rubing tells him, that's fine. Mr. Liu looks defeated. I just wanted to have a child. I didn't think that I'd be used for that. I'd accepted my fate. I will never have a child. Wu Chen steps closer and tells him, Mr. Liu, you do have a very good son. Mr. Liu is puzzled. What? What do you mean? Wu Chen smiles. Don't you remember that I still have a second story to tell you? He continues, once upon a time there were childhood friends who fell in love. They thought they would spend their lives together. But the man became wealthy. One day he cheated on her and ran away with his lover and the money. What he didn't know is that his previous partner was pregnant. She gave birth to a boy and cut off ties with her parents because she felt ashamed of having a child out of wedlock. She was treated with disdain, but she raised the child on her own. Out of hatred, she told her child that his father was dead. The boy had a successful career and started his own family. Now they are a family of 4 living happily. So you do have children and you also have a granddaughter. Mr. Liu is overjoyed. Oh, what is my son's name? Manhua, after his mother's name. Wu Chen replies. Mr. Liu asks, she didn't get married again? Was she in hiding? Wu Chen nods, yes, she didn't because she doesn't trust men anymore. She's been living in Donghai and must know that you became rich, but she never looked for you because it was too painful for her. He pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is her address. Whether she forgives you or not is up to you to find out. Mr. Liu leaves saying, if I can get back together with her, I'll owe you a big one. Rubik is impressed. Wow, he owes you a favor. That's good. He's going to be useful in the future. Later that night, Wu Chen is getting out of the car. See you tomorrow. She calls out, Wu Chen, come back. I need to tell you something. He gets closer. What? Oh, he says as she leans in and kisses him, surprising them both with an unexpected kiss. She tells him, that was because Ding Hulong likes to send people to spy on me, so that would make him sick. Wu Chen chuckles. This is your first kiss, right? She asks, is this part of your intelligence? He replies, no, it's just because your technique is too bad. Okay, I'm out. Bye. But the day is not over. We see the first girl talking with her friend. She's saying, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something. But her friend refuses. I can't. We need to wait for that pervert. The first girl insists, I wanted to do it. We know it. Her friend shouts, you got brainwashed by him. I can't let him get away so easily. When she told her friend that Wu Chen knew everything about her, her friend thought he was a pervert or some sort of creep. Now they are waiting for him. She closes her eyes. I just wanted to talk to her about it. I didn't expect her reaction to be like this, but look who's coming homie. There he is. Oh, I'm here. Her friend tells him, you lied to her. You are a horrible person. Wu Chen says, if you know that I'm not a good person, why do you have the courage to come to me so boldly? He goes into his pockets. She's already holding a taser ready. He just says, yo, I'm just going to open the door. Relax. She shouts, go to hell. About to be tased, Wu Chen calmly says, Tu Kui is cheating on you. This guy is the biggest cosplayer in all of China. The girl is confused. What are you talking about? Wu Chen continues, when he went to Donghai 4 days ago, he first went to see his lover who lives in Unity 2-1 on Fuliyuan Road. Then he went to KTV with his friends for a few days. Yesterday, he ran out of money, so that's why he came to see you. The girl is skeptical. How do you know all of those things? Brother, I don't think even with 1,000 years I would know about all those relationships. She asks him, is that true? Wu Chen says, if you don't believe me, call him and try to discover for yourself. She asserts, my judgment about men is the best. I'll call him and prove you wrong. She calls the guy, honey, where are you? The guy replies, I'm home. She tells him, check if there's $10,000 in the bedroom dresser. The guy says, I don't know. I'll tell you in half an hour. That means he's not at home. She runs out. I'm going to kill the bastard. She leaves her friend there, but Wu Chen grabs her. Oh, come here. Since you are already here, why don't you come in? She protests. Why did you pick me up? I can walk away. Put me down. But he's already taking her inside. And brother, he vacuumed the carpet. We are ready the next day. Wu Chen is exhausted. Long night, wasn't it? She retorts, you bastard. I didn't get much sleep because of you. He throws something to her. That's my phone number. If you ever want to meet, just don't wait at my house. He walks through the city, but notices someone following him. He calls a number and asks, you sent someone to follow me for a day? I'm going to my training. Come to find me. Next, he's practicing his fighting skills. He has mastered all the fighting techniques, but his physical fitness still isn't good enough. Since he offended Ding Hulong and doesn't know what kind of troubles he will encounter in the future. That's when Wang shows up. Wu Chen says, Heat is here. Before, Wang Genuine was just a second-rate guy, but with the help of connections, he gained power and expanded his influence. In just a few years, Wang became one of the bosses controlling 90% of the entertainment industry in East China. Wang tells him, yo, Mr. Wu, I have something to explain to you, alright? You must have misunderstood things. I sent someone to follow you to ensure your safety. There were no ill intentions. Wu Chen replies, Lai Rute doesn't know that you are sending people to follow me and Rubing. You know he is very protective of his sister. If he finds out, you're screwed. Wang starts sweating. Wu Chen reassures him, relax, if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have called you. Wang then asks, so what do you want? Wu Chen tells him, I want to be friends with you. You have a lot of people under you. If one day I need some manpower, I would ask you for help. Relieved, Wang responds, sure, brother, don't hesitate to ask me. Wu Chen has plans in mind, thinking that this manpower will help him a lot. That's when he receives another call. Someone is shouting, Wu Chen, come quickly. Something happened. He answers, all right, I'm coming. Wang is giving his car to Wu Chen. Mr. Wu, you can use my car, okay. There are some clothes for you inside. If you don't mind, take this car as my apology. You can use it as a transport in the future. Wu Chen replies, okay, don't mind if I do. Things are going crazy at Rubing's job. When Wu Chen gets there, she's on the phone, talking with someone. Is her condition still bad? She can't come to the press conference? Fine, I understand. Wu Chen asks her, did something happen? She responds, our product spokesperson, a new generation female singer Deng Sunya, got into a car accident. Wu Chen tells her, yesterday I helped you find the traitor, and suddenly she got into a car accident. This is an obvious coincidence. Rubing puts her hands on her hips, being Hulong the bastard. He would violate the rules of the bet and even use his family's influence. Wu Chen interjects, boss Lai, do you want my help? I can find a new spokesperson for you. She challenges him, okay, we're in need of a spokesperson. You got someone in mind? He confidently replies, national first-class actress Tao Manning, the one who got the 100 host prize. She's qualified. Rubing is skeptical. A popular movie star like Tao Manning would never meet me, let alone be our product spokesperson. I know you're trying to help, but you shouldn't just bluff. He proposes, since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? If I can make her show up in your office tomorrow morning and sign a contract with you, will you believe me? Tao Manning is known for sweeping awards at major film festivals and being the first Chinese actress to enter the ranks of international film stars. Rubing responds, right now she's filming abroad and even has some makeup endorsements on her back. I don't think you can do that. Wu Chen insists, I'd already told you if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. She asks, what's the bet that will make you shut up and leave me alone? He replies, if I lose, I will give you 20 million. But if I win, you will pay me the $20 million. And also, you can't be jealous if I win. She retorts, jealous? Why would I be jealous? We're just pretending to be a couple. I'm not in love with you. You can be with whoever you like. I have no right or interest to interfere. But she's looking to the side as she says this. Wu Chen grins, all right, so it's a deal. But 20 million in my account for the operation. She gets angry, but he goes out and picks up his phone. Hey, I have a favor to ask you. The scene changes to a PC cafe where some guys are playing League of Legends. One tells Wu Chen, Mr. Wu, these are my brothers. They are really good at gaming. But what do you want them for? Wu Chen tells them, turn on the PC and play the game Legendary City Lord. Go to the third area that opened at 5 o'clock and use King of Hageman as your character name prefix. After entering, wait for me in the square of the new player area. He's already recharging a bunch of coins. Wait for me, I will be building the clan. 4 hours later, they are already killing level 120 Minotaurs. Everyone has the best items. Damn, it's so fun to play the game with so many coins. It's awesome. They kill another boss. One of them says to Wu Chen, King of Hageman is the biggest one in this new server, but we have to spend more than 8 million on new equipment. Wu Chen replies there are no more casual players on the server. Those who don't spend have already quit the game. Only the King of Hageman and the Dragon Slaughter in the world remain. So now it's time for the second step of the plan. He makes an announcement. The leader of the King of Hageman has started the Battle of the City Lord. Be prepared. All of them raise their weapons. Let's gather at the main city square and prepare for a battle with the Dragon Slaughter. Sometime later, everyone is in the city square fighting when someone shows up next to Wu Chen. I can't believe you spent so much money. You must be a big fan too. It's the leader of the Dragon Slaughter clan, level 9999. He tells Wu Chen, our guilds now have similar strength. It's not clear who will lose or win. Wu Chen confidently replies, no, the winner will be decided soon. The guy asks, are you so confident? What is your plan? Wu Chen responds, nah, it's you who will win. He shouts to his team, King of Hageman, all of you, listen to the order. Take off your equipment and log out of the game. Suddenly, everyone starts to log out. The other guild leader shouts, hey bro, what the hell are you doing? He starts to cry, don't go, brother. It's not decided yet. It's so hard to find someone like you to compete with. I have already spent 10 million, bro. If you quit playing now, you're not going to win this. Wu Chen holds back his laughter and tells the guy, I can't help, brother. My woman's company is in trouble. The product spokesperson we had agreed on was hit by a car, and we need to find a new one. I have to go back to help her with this matter now. The guy responds, hey brother, what are you saying? If you meet actors, just tell me how many you want. I have several under me. Even if it's Tao Manning, I can call her over with a phone call. Wu Chen replies, yeah, right, hook it up, but keeps walking. Brother, I have something to do. I have to go to East China for a company trip. I can't play. The guy tells him, hey brother, you are also in East China? Are you from East China? Wu Chen says, what a coincidence. But now stop talking. I have to go. He logs off and the guy says, no brother. As tyrant ruler, Chang logs off. He gets a message from the guy on his phone. Yo brother, I spent 10 million on this game. So I just asked for the owner of the server. Your number. The game is off for now. Let's continue playing after we're done with work. Okay, brother, we have the same surname, and we are both in East China. Do I look for you or do you look for me? Of course, Wu Chen knew that he would act this way, so he tells the guy, sure bro, but my woman is in a hurry. So if you have a plan, that would be good. He tells the gamers to log out if they have nothing else to do. The guy from the game sends him an address. Sometime later, he arrives at the place. The fat guy is Lei Shang, 42 years old, and his family owns the Hongfa industry. Lei Shang asks Wu Chen, are you tyrant ruler Chang? Our boy replies, yes, my name is Wu Chen. Lei Shang asks, do you know who I am? The protagonist retorts, of course, second son of the Lei family. Lei Shang pours a drink and asks, tell me, what family are you from? Why are you so cautious? Are you afraid that your brother is going to kill you? Wu Chen thinks, I know this guy. His family assets exceed 60 billion and his father is a 70-year-old chairman, semi-retired. Lei Shang asks again, what family are you from? Wu Chen tells him, "You're a boss, take it easy. I don't belong to any family and I don't have the background you think I have. It's just fate that we were able to meet." Lei Shang is thinking, he's not budging. I'll have to slowly find out about this kid. Then he says, "So you have that problem with your woman, right? You spent so much money on the game, why can't you just hire some spokesperson?" Wu Chen tells him, "Unfortunately, someone is messing with me. I never thought they would dare to hit our spokesperson with a car. It's depressing." Lei Shang asks, "So you use your money in the game just to what? Relax. But don't worry, I, Lei Shang, will swear to help you find a spokesperson. What's your woman's company's name and what's her business?" Wu Chen replies, "She makes cosmetics. It's called Symphony Fashion." Lei Shang seems to recognize the name. "Ah, so your woman is Lai Rubing. Brother, if you're from the Li family, you should have said. Since you were hiding so much, I thought you were from a different family." Wu Chen clarifies, "I'm not considered to be with the Lei family. You must have heard that Rubing has a bad relationship with her family." That's when he receives a call from Rubing. She asks, "Did you really take my 10 million to use in games?" Wu Chen says, "I can't explain to you right now. How about we increase the bet? If you lose, you are going to kneel in front of me while begging for mercy." She's angry and replies, "You're just delaying." The guy on the other side is like, "God, are you talking with Lai Rubing?" He's thinking, "Holy shit, Lai Rubing kneeling? Who is this kid? Does he have an army?" Wu Chen tells him, "Don't bother, brother. It's just a couple things she's being slightly temperamental. We made a bet. It got quite big." Lei Shang gets interested. "Come on, brother, drink some tea. What is the bet? Do you mind telling me?" Wu Chen explains, "Someone is messing with her company. I want to help, but she's not letting me. She just wants to protect me. Boss, you know who Ding Hulong is, right?" Lei Shang says, "Bro, everyone knows about him. So the spokesperson problem is related to Ding Hulong." Wu Chen confirms she's afraid that Ding Hulong knows me and will attack me. Although I understand she's doing it for my sake. What do you think? I'm a dignified man and I know that Ding Hulong is aiming for my woman." Lei Shang replies, "I see. This situation is more complicated than I thought. But don't worry, brother, with our combined efforts, we can handle Ding Hulong. Let's figure out a strategy to get through this together." Wu Chen shouts, "Do you think I would just be a coward and hide? If I don't do anything about it, can I even call myself a man?" Lei Shang slaps the table. "Brother, you're right. You're absolutely right. Replace this tea with wine. I understand you. If you are a man, you can't be a coward. F that Ding Hulong. Keep going. You need to help her." Wu Chen explains, "We made a bet. She gave me full power over the company's new product launch. If the press conference goes off without a hitch, then I win. But if something goes wrong, then she wins. If I lose, I have to listen to her and everything, and I will have to restrain myself and live like a pretty boy." Lei Shang smiles. "Brother, if that's the case, I can help you. It's just a spokesperson anyways. I will immediately help you." Then we see a girl with a healthy figure receiving a call. Of course is Lei Shang calling her. "Take a vacation and come to East China. Say hello to the director for me, it's urgent, alright? I've got an endorsement for you. It's a cosmetics business, don't be afraid. Just come back, okay? Bye." Wu Chen is amazed. "Damn man, you really did it." Lei Shang responds, "Yes. The receipt was as planned. It was smoother than I expected, but it's a Tao Mening contract, so it won't be a small fee." Wu Chen thinks, "I was planning to tell you about Lei Yu's affairs as an exchange, but you were a friend. I just met you and you didn't hesitate to offend Ding Hulong. In that way, I won't treat you unfairly." Lei Shang gets closer and says, "We were destined to meet, brother. I'm just older by a few years. So brother, you can call me Shang." Wu Chen replies, "Brother, maybe we are more destined than you think." Lei Shang, intrigued, asks, "Brother, are you saying that this is fate?" Wu Chen hands him a text message. Read the text message. Find the owner of this number and get him. He will tell you the truth about what happened with your car accident 10 years ago. But you have to be quick. If you are slow, he might go overseas. Lei Shang recalls 10 years ago, a truck crashed into my car at a road junction. I was lucky and survived, but my wife died in front of me. I was in ICU for 3 months, during which my private investigator brought some clues. The driver was a worker for my brother, but he disappeared right after that. And because I didn't have any direct evidence, I had to accept the old man's words. For 10 years, I have pretended to act like a stupid, cynical rich kid, waiting for the day that I would find the truth. Sometime later, a guy enters the room. Boss, the identity has been confirmed and the address has been found. Lei Shang tells Wu Chen, "Brother, I'll go first, but I owe you this one. Just ask me if you need anything. You are my brother." Wu Chen thinks, 2 days into my new life and I've got 2 more brothers. But things now are done. I have to get my 20 million first, and my moist kneeling apology. He calls Rubing, but she doesn't answer and just sends a text message. "I'm in a meeting." He knows she's probably mad. The next day, he's driving his car when he sees a girl beside him. "Yo, that is Sui Qingming, the hottest woman in all of East China." Wu Chen thinks Sui Qingming. She was the girl that impressed me the most in my previous reincarnation life. The most obedient and docile. Since we met by chance, it's a good idea to flirt a bit. He waves at her, but she just raises her window. He complains that she ignored him by rolling up the window and immediately sends her a message. Considering he has lived for 1,000 years, he must have everyone's number in China. In the message, he says that when he saw her in person, she was more beautiful than on TV. When are we going to have a bright moon? Nobody really understood that last part of the message, but if it was some kind of flirtation, our boy is sleeping with his pants on tonight. Apparently, this is a code. The protagonist says that Xingwen will be surprised when she sees his code in a text message. After all, it's a secret. She will probably have to take the initiative and come to negotiate. Our boy receives a message and thinks it's from her, but in reality, it's his girlfriend's brother saying he wants him to come over because he has something to give him. When he arrives, the brother-in-law simply tells him that he's giving him a house, saying that the house is huge with a pool, a garden, and everything else. Our boy is surprised, asking if all of that is really for him. Liu Hongtai then says, "You helped me a lot yesterday, not to mention that my sister is pregnant and she can't live without you in that old house. Think of this as an early wedding gift." He continues, asking if our boy has his credit card with him because he is going to finalize the purchase right now. The protagonist just stands there, looking dumbfounded and sweating. The next morning, look who's arriving at our boy's girlfriend's company. Look if it isn't the super actress, demonetizer of channels. The receptionist asks, "What's your name?" She replies, "My name is Tao." The receptionist checks the records and says there is no one registered with that name to speak with the president. She then asks Tao to wait while she double-checks the records. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place with the boss, saying that the conference is in 13 days and they still haven't found anyone. Irritated, she continues saying that they are paid way more than anyone else in the same profession, and yet all they do is eat and sleep. All of this is happening just because she ignored our boy, and she doesn't even know that the woman has already arrived. She picks up her phone, sees the message, and says, "Wait a minute, Tao is still here? Bring her to my office right now." She then wonders, nobody in the company wanted to call her. Could it have been Wu Chen? The scene shifts to the two of them greeting each other, and our boy's girlfriend apologizing, saying that she was very busy and got a little distracted. The demonetizer says it's all good and immediately comments that she is beautiful and that they really make a great couple. She then invites her to sit down and asks how she and Wu Chen met. She thinks to herself that this must have been Wu Chen's doing. The redhead says that actually she doesn't know him and it was her godfather who sent her there. The protagonist's girlfriend thinks that her godfather is Lei Sheng, Zhenghui's son. It's complicated with all these Chinese names, we get lost, but we know she's talking about the chubby guy who spoke with our boy. At that moment, she turns to the secretary and tells her to prepare the contract right away, wasting no time as she shakes the other's hand, saying that it will be great to work together. The scene shifts to the protagonist in the director's office, teasing her because the contract was signed and saying it's time for her to apologize and pay up the bet. She adjusts her hair, all embarrassed. She asked him how he knows Lei Sheng and when he met him. Our boy, all gigachav, says that she's asking too many questions and emphasizes that a magician never reveals his tricks. Then he says, "Now stop changing the subject and come here to apologize." The girl stands up and takes off her coat, already taking off her heels. "Whoa, what kind of apology is this?" She kneels and says, "I, Liu Hubing, apologize." Our boy, looking down at her, notes that she actually kneeled. However, being the nice guy he is, the protagonist immediately tells her she can get up so she doesn't hurt her little knee. As soon as she stands up, her brother is already calling her, saying that someone is investigating our protagonist. She quickly asks him who is investigating him. He reveals that it's the woman from the South Family's Gold Services, the one who rolled down the window, and our protagonist sent the secret code. We still don't know anything about it, but we do know it's secret. Our wonderful director immediately asks the protagonist why the South family is investigating him. But our boy just says it's none of her business and asks her not to get involved. Damn, the guy isn't playing around. She tells him to stop pretending to be all mysterious and asks if he's acting this way to make her attracted to him. Mocking, she asks if he's already in love with her. Oh no, here comes our Jigga Chad with a knockout punch. Our boy says she's neither the most beautiful woman nor the richest one he knows, and she always makes those ugly faces when she's unhappy. So where does all this confidence come from that I would fall in love with you? She stands there looking mad, biting her lips and making a face. Then she says, "From what you're saying, it sounds like you've got a bunch of beautiful women, and they're all ruling nations, right?" Our boy, with that smirk of someone who doesn't care about anything, replies, "I used to have many women before, but not so much now. I don't know if I can say they're all stunning models, but for sure, all of them are prettier than you." Our boy really isn't going easy on the director. Then the director asks for an example, saying that she's interested in knowing. But the protagonist, who isn't dumb, pulls her in and says, "You're trying to spy on my private life, and I'm not falling for it." Hubing then says, "You can't say, huh? I figured you wouldn't be able to. No need to struggle to lie." Our boy's phone rings, and he immediately feels like it's something bad. When he answers, a voice asks if he is Mr. Wu. The voice then introduces herself as Su Kim Yin and says she wants to meet with him in person, asking him to set up a meeting. The protagonist asks, "Is it really necessary for us to meet in person?" The woman, who could take the whole channel off the air, tells him that yes, there are some things they need to discuss face to face. "Let's meet at Tangxia at the private club tomorrow morning at 9. Call me when you arrive." Our director hears the name and immediately asks if Su Kim Yin is his wife. The protagonist replies, "Not yet, but who knows? Maybe in a few days." The director thinks that even though she doesn't know Su Kim Yin personally, she's heard a few things about her since she's very famous. It seems that her father had her when he was much older, and so when she was born, he pretty much forced her to be extremely noble, strict, full of rules and discipline. Even when she studied abroad, she was accompanied by 2 bodyguards 24 hours a day who drove away any guy that tried to approach her to prevent her from falling in love or having any suitors. When her father started getting sick and realized he didn't have much time left, he began arranging blind dates. But getting into the application wasn't easy. First of all, your family had to have at least $1 billion. You couldn't be too young or too old. With that, the whole planet was basically out. There was no one left except Elon Musk. No, actually, Elon Musk was out too. He's old as well. And apparently, her father didn't care about anything. Either the perfect man showed up or she was going to die alone. The director tells our boy to get real because it's impossible for him to end up with her. Our Jigga Chad, who loves a good bet, says, "Since you don't believe it, how about a wager?" She accepts without hesitation. He immediately questions if she's not afraid of losing again. She says she likes betting, so she'll accept the challenge. The director says, "I'll give you 30 days, and if you lose, you'll have to kneel." Wu Chen, bold as ever, replies that he only needs 3 days and Su Tian will be his woman, not just his girlfriend. Our boy, smooth as butter, is placing a bet that he'll get another woman while holding one by the waist. She says that's fine by her and then asks what he wants as a reward if he wins. He stands there thinking for a few seconds, but before he can say anything, she says, "I've already lost 1 bet, so if I lose again, I'll accept my defeat." With her sitting on his lap, he accepts the bet. We jump to day 11 at the private club in the north, where the meeting was scheduled. Our protagonist arrives saying he has an appointment with Miss Yu. A guy appears asking if he is Mr. Wu. The protagonist confirms. The receptionist calls him over and says she's waiting in a room. Right away, we can tell this golf club isn't for just anyone. It's a club for billionaires, and our super actress is there having some fun. Our protagonist arrives, and before he can say anything, she immediately asks how he knows about that. He replies that why he knows isn't important. Without wasting time, she asks him what his price is. Wu Chen, confused, says, "What do you mean, my price?" You think I came here to threaten you? The demonetizer says that if he refuses the money, it will only make it harder for her to believe him. He then says that if she's that scared, she should have just brought more bodyguards and killed him, buried him right there, and he'd be silenced forever. Without hesitation, she says she's not like Liu Hubing and doesn't do things like that. He's her boyfriend, so killing him would be too risky. Our boy, who isn't dumb, immediately asks if she wants something that will make her feel safe, like some kind of evidence. At that moment, he grabs her elbow, as if teaching her how to play a certain game. She asks, "What are you doing?" and tells him to back off. But our boy says he's just teaching her and tells her not to overthink it. Then he says, "Now that I have the evidence, why are you still so hesitant?" However, she starts thinking, he's Liu Hubing's boyfriend. If she sees him here like this, hears that he was holding me from behind and teaching me how to play, he's going to die. Does he have no fear of her? This lunatic is going to wake up tomorrow floating in the river. Her brilliant plan is to let him do whatever he wants with her and see just how far Liu Hubing will allow him to go. I think our protagonist might actually enjoy this plan a little. With all this going on, the bodyguards are already sweating bullets, not knowing what to do. The one with black hair questions, why is she accepting this? She's not even resisting. What's going on? Smiling, she asks if he isn't afraid that she'll call Liu Hubing and tell her everything. Our big guy says he is afraid, but she's also scared that he might expose her little secrets that puts them on equal ground. She sees this as an opportunity to threaten our boy. Our little troublemaker tells her not to get flustered over it and asks her to keep playing golf, giving a peculiar tip: don't stick your butt out, keep it in. And with that, he smacks her butt. What's going on here? Our boy is getting bold, and he even asks, who was the terrible coach that taught you how to play? She turns bright red, completely confused about the reason for the slap. The bodyguards, on the other hand, are losing their minds. One of them shouts, "We have to notify Madam. We need to kill this lunatic." On the phone with the Madam, the bodyguard reports, she just got smacked on the butt, and she's fine with it. What kind of bodyguard is this? He feels the need to report a slap to her mom. I would never hire security like this. With the front row seat to paradise, our little schemer keeps giving her tips and says he'll teach her once more. Throw your legs back, keep your arms straight. And oh no, here comes another wandering hand. Another slap on our athlete's butt. She's practically steaming like a train. But he explains that this is just golf technique, telling her that her hips are too far forward. Then he teases her, saying, if that's not a medical condition, you need to work harder. She corrects her posture and gives a swing, asking if it's right now. Kim then says that she's learned well, and unfortunately, there's nothing left to teach her. Looking like she's enjoying the game, she asks why he says that. Our protagonist says, unfortunately, I think your mother is already on her way with someone to arrest me. The scene shifts to a white car speeding down the asphalt. We then see the madam getting a call from the bodyguard reporting everything. Madam, your daughter just got smacked on the butt multiple times and is laughing, having fun with some guy. Yeah, and he was just teaching her how to play golf, but honestly, it didn't really look like golf. Meanwhile, the mother looks like she's about to explode with rage. She orders the bodyguards to just keep an eye on him for now and make sure he doesn't leave. The guards confirm they won't interfere, but they won't let him escape either. Completely innocent, she turns to him and says, my mom's coming. What are you going to do? Our little rascal says, first I need to escape. Do you want to escape with me? With a confused expression, she asks, escape with you. Our boy plays hardball and immediately asks, do you want to keep living like this? While she hesitates, the protagonist grabs her hand and says, don't think too much. Let's go. And just like that, they start running. The guards, of course, start chasing them. But it's too late. They jump into our boy's Ferrari, and just like that, the guy turns into Toretto, level 1000 driving skills. The best bodyguards in the world immediately call the madam to report that the psychopath has escaped. Meanwhile, our protagonist is speeding down the road, tearing up the asphalt. He asked our athlete if she's scared. She says no, but her face says otherwise. And wow, the artist really went all out. She's quite well endowed. She's sweating bullets and getting a call from her mother. The protagonist tells her you can try being yourself for once in your life. Nervously, she answers the phone, and her mother immediately demands, who's with you? Hesitant, she replies, a friend. Screaming, her mother asks, when did you meet this friend? Who is he? You don't even know him. Is he even good enough for you? I didn't raise you to run away with a man. You've really disappointed me. Her mother then commands her to come home immediately. She looks at our boy with admiration and thanks him, saying, thank you, Wu Chen. Today, I choose to be myself. With that, she starts yelling at her mother, saying that she is human, she has rights, she chooses how she wants to live, and she is not a doll to be manipulated her whole life. Her mother, nearly exploding with rage, demands, what are you talking about? Seeing that she hung up the call, Wu Chen says, your mother is probably going to bring your entire family to hunt us down. Aren't you afraid she'll find and lock you up? Do you really want to stay with me? Things are going to heat up soon. She replies that no matter how much her mother wants to chase her down, she has a reputation to maintain. She wouldn't risk putting in the news that her daughter ran away with a man. She starts telling a long story, but to sum it up, her mother and father always kept her locked away. Every career, every study, every university, she only met people chosen by her family. And when she started her first company, everyone involved already knew who she was. They didn't care about her as a person, only about her family name. She couldn't even choose what she ate. Then she says that running away with the protagonist was the best decision and the only chance she had. She's really enjoying being with him because he makes her feel comfortable. Our Jigakad says she made a great decision. Besides, it's better to run before the illness becomes incurable. Sad, she asks, what do you mean? Aren't you Liu Hubing's boyfriend? Aren't you afraid she'll find us? As she says this, she's already unbuckling her seatbelt, grabbing our boy, and going in for that dramatic Mexican soap opera kiss. What's this? That was easier than with the director. 1,000 years on Earth really does something to a man. Without losing his Giga Chad composure, our boy asks if she doesn't see that he's driving and if she wants to die while kissing and biting him. Su Qing tries to explain that it's because she wants, but he cuts her off. Be quiet, Su Qing. Sit down. That's an order. Flustered, she quietly says, okay, and sits back in her seat. With that sly smirk, he thinks, Su-king, this little secret attribute of yours is quite interesting. I remember it well. Then meet a frame where the artist clearly put in some extra effort. We noticed. Our protagonist remembers that in one of his past lives when he was with her, he got hold of her PC and discovered she had some rather peculiar tastes. I won't explain too much, just going to read a little snippet of one of her posts. This strange feeling of wanting to be ordered and dominated. Pain makes me feel physically good. Okay, we'll stop here. You guys get the idea, right? Back to the car, our boy is thinking that it's great she has this little quirk. He then tells her to sit properly and fasten her seatbelt. The athlete with peculiar interests asks where he wants to go. Like any true Chad, our boy says he'll take her wherever she wants. So she asks to go home. Our boy is making progress. The next panel jumps to 4 hours later, and what happened during those 4 hours is left to your imagination. I'd say they were just really exhausted from the escape and decided to take a nap. The scene shifts to the protagonist receiving a call from Liu Hubing's brother, saying that someone entered his place in the clubs. Wu Chen replies that it's his business, just a small thing, and he'll take care of it. However, Liu Hubing grabs the phone and starts talking to him, asking if he, by any chance, offended the Su family. Answering Liu, he says, do you want to know the truth? She says yes. So he asks the most innocent girl in the world to say something. Not understanding anything, she asks, what do you mean, say something? Our boy says, anything. Liu Hubing just needs to know who you are. Su Qin takes the phone and says, love, are you okay? Who are you talking to? Liu Hubing, now irritated, asks, who is this? Our protagonist, new woman, calmly responds, oh, so you're Liu Hubing? I'm Su Qin Yin. Liu starts sweating bullets and demands, what's your relationship with Wu Chen? What are you two doing? The athlete says that they're just friends and talking about work. But Liu Hubing, who already heard Su Qin say love earlier, immediately knows she's lying through her teeth. She apologizes for interrupting their work and asks her to hand the phone to Chen. When the protagonist answers, she instantly yells, demanding to know where he is. As calm as ever, he responds, at the old house your brother gave me. Looks like when the shameless one asked to go home, the protagonist took her to his house instead. Liu Hubing replies, okay then, stay right there. I'm coming. Don't leave. The protagonist hangs up, staring at his phone, thinking that things are about to get very interesting. The best friend beside him, looking concerned, asks if he isn't afraid of her and when she's arriving. Our protagonist reveals that in reality, he and Liu Hubing aren't actually in a relationship, but that's their little secret. The shameless one says, so he's just another one of those fake boyfriends she has, like those other 3 guys? But he squeezes her cheek and says, not even her brother knows that. It's a secret. Got it? She understands and promises not to cause trouble. With that, she realizes that the advantage he gave her in the bet was fake. Our boy tugs her a little closer and asks if she regrets it. Whoa, our little chat is going all out. She responds that she doesn't regret anything. Damn, I really hope Liu Hubing gets here soon. Speaking of her, Liu Hubing is racing over faster than Elon Musk's rockets, thinking this doesn't make any sense. There's no logical reason for them to be together. Su Qinying isn't that type of woman. Last time, it was that contract with Yao Ying. She realizes this man really is an unstoppable and mysterious god. At this point, the protagonist has already won her over, even though he's sometimes a bit cruel to her. 40 minutes later, guess who arrives with her arms crossed? Our boy is already at the door, welcoming her in. Liu Hubing rushes inside, looking around frantically, asking, where is she? Our Jigga chick casually points, saying, she's right there. And sure enough, she's right there, fully dressed and cooking for our boy. What? Our man is a machine. The shameless one, acting surprised, says, oh wow, love, Miss Liu is here. She greets her and asks how she's doing. Liu, sweating bullets, replies that she's fine. But inside, she's thinking, oh my god, Su Qin is here cooking for Wu Chen. What's happening? Su Qin says, love, you two can talk later. Let's eat some scrambled eggs together. Liu Hubing turns to Wu Chen and asks, what's going on here? The protagonist responds that nothing is happening. It's just his woman cooking. Suspicious, she asks, your woman? Since when? Wu Chen says, today. Liu asks, did you two know each other before? He answers honestly, no. Completely lost, Liu asks, then how is this happening? Interrupting their conversation, Su says the food is almost ready and asks him to check the pan because she needs to go to the bathroom. Honestly, I don't understand the artist. Every panel he keeps enhancing Su Qin. At this rate, she's going to fall forward and hit her head on the floor. Before heading to the bathroom, she stops in front of Liu Hubing and says, Liu, don't just stand there. Sit down. The food will be ready soon. Eat with us. Liu looks completely lost, unsure of what to do. Wu Chen gestures for her to sit, and his shameless one doesn't stop there. She casually mentions that she just finished washing the clothes and asks if the protagonist can put them out to dry. Liu Hubing, just watching all of this, starts thinking about everything she's saying. She looks a bit upset, biting her lips in frustration. The scene shifts to the 3 of them eating together. The protagonist's girlfriend picks up her chopsticks and comments that she hasn't cooked in a long time. Then she asks Wu Chen to try it and see if it's good. Liu Hubing thinks no way. She's not actually going to feed him, is she? She feels that this level of intimacy is already making her angry. But our boy, always one step ahead, quickly lifts his bowl of rice to intercept before Su could make the move to feed him directly. Right after, the protagonist's girlfriend asks Liu if she isn't going to eat. Miss Liu sits there, thinking, this shameless woman is controlling everything here. I can't just sit back, I need to take the initiative and attack. So Liu turns to Su and asks, how long have you known Chen? With pure cynicism, Su replies, not very long. We kind of fell in love at first sight. The moment I saw him, I knew he was my destiny. Liu Hubing keeps thinking that it's impossible to fall in love at first sight, especially considering her family history. Our athlete, who enjoys a bit of cruelty, calls Liu and says, my love said that you two aren't a real couple. At that moment, the director is already in shock. Sukin continues, telling her not to worry, I'll keep this secret from everyone. Our love can't be known by the world for now either. So you two can keep pretending to be intimate in public, I don't mind. At that moment, Liu Hubing stares at our protagonist. He notices and, in a rough tone, asks what she's looking at, then says everyone should just start eating. Our boy is being rude. Sukin, always mischievous, leans toward our protagonist and tells Liu, see, you're fake. He and I are real. This man here is mine. At that, the director thinks, what a damn troublemaker, she's trying to provoke me. But I already know what to do. Acting all cute, she picks up a shrimp, breaks a small piece, and tries to serve it to our boy, attempting to seduce him. Our boy starts sweating cold and looks like a fool, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Sukin watches the scene, cursing the director and her thoughts with words I can't say here. Since our boy enjoys watching chaos unfold, he accepts it. However, everyone falls silent, and he says, it's so good, but I ate too fast, and now I'm kind of full. His best friend stands up, saying she's very happy that he liked it and tells him he can rest, that she'll clean up all the mess. She also says she'll keep Mr. Liu company because they can't neglect his visits. What kind of provocation is this, my friends? Will the director let this slide? At that moment, Mr. Liu slams his hand on the table and shouts, what are you doing? She immediately grabs our boy's hand and says they need to have a talk. But the protagonist, who enjoys humiliating our director, tells her that once again, she lost the bet and asks her to admit defeat. Holding Wu Chen by the collar, she asks him to go easy on her. And Chen says she lost and that's final. He continues, why are you hesitating so much? Looking into her eyes, he says, now I need to think about your punishment because we made a bet. If you bet, you pay out. Awkwardly, Liu Hubing asks what he wants. Our Chad protagonist says, I'm so tired today, was so busy, my whole body hurts. How about a little massage? She asks if he wants the massage right there or in his room. Since our boy is the king of them all, he says it wouldn't be comfortable there and suggests they go to his room. 10 minutes later, Sukin goes to check on them and asks, where are you two? What's that sound? Desperate, she opens the door and sees that nothing is happening, just a good massage. But Sue starts thinking, what the hell? Why is Liu Hubing giving him a massage? However, Liu Hubing notices Sukin's arrival and hesitates in her work. The protagonist asks, are you done already? You must be tired. It's okay. You can stop. At that, Sukin thinks, my god, Liu saw that I saw her and she didn't do anything. Could she be like me? Does she like being ordered around? I think Sukin believes everyone is as crazy as she is. Calm down, girl. You're the only lunatic here. This is getting a bit peculiar, don't you think? She keeps thinking, in that case, Liu Hubing and I are identical. We're the same type. Then we'll have to be allies. This Wu Chen is more powerful than I imagined. Without hesitation, she runs and throws herself on the bed, asking Liu, can we do this massage together? My boy, what is happening here? Liu Hubing thinks, my god, this is one of the craziest people I've ever met. She saw me massaging her man, and instead of getting mad, she happily came to help. What kind of disaster is this? And she's even smiling at me. And she starts questioning what Wu Chen did to her. How can she act like this, considering her public image and the way she was raised? Sukin looks at our director and asks why she's just standing there. Let's start massaging already. The protagonist tells Sukin to stop the massage and go downstairs to take her medicine. She thanks him for remembering and says she'll go get it. Liu Hubing, watching this situation, thinks that Sukin really is crazy. Wu Chen gives an order and she obeys. And she keeps questioning, this can't be. She had a good upbringing, so what's the reason? She turns to the protagonist and asks, aren't you going to explain anything, Wu Chen? Our boy, smiling, says, how about you give me a little billion? I'll tell you the truth. Realizing that Wu Chen won't say anything, she asks if that's why the Su family is investigating them. Because of her? The protagonist explains that they weren't really investigating much before, but now that she ran away from home with him, that might actually be the reason. So Liu asks, what are you going to do? Marry her and join her family? The protagonist says, do you really think I'm the kind of guy who joins a family? Liu responds, then are you going to break up with her? Do you think the Su family will just let you escape that easily? Our boy says, why would I break up with her if I can handle the Su family so easily? Irritated, the director says, handle the Su family? Are you forgetting that right now, you're my boyfriend? And Wu Chen responds, that's exactly why I can handle the situation. At that moment, she starts realizing that the protagonist put everyone on the same boat. And if she wants to expose him, she'll have to reveal that he's involved with the young mistress of the Su family, which would make them start hunting down her own family. With no other option, she has to help the protagonist. Liu Hubing says, since we're all in the same boat, why don't you explain to me why she ran away with you so easily? The protagonist responds, she lived like a puppet for 20 years. I'm just helping her make her own choices. But Sukin warns that her family is arriving and asks what they're going to do. The protagonist says, relax, I'm heading downstairs to take care of it. The protagonist turns to Liu Hubing and says, the Su family is here. Let's go. Irritated, Liu Hubing asks, did you know they were coming? Is that why you called me here? With a bored expression, he asks, what do you think? Then she says, I don't like this feeling. I even understand what you're saying, but it seems like you constantly disregard other people's feelings. Wow, I didn't expect this. Liu Hubing giving our boy a moral lesson. The protagonist says, calm down, girl, don't talk with such cruelty. It's just a coincidence that you and the Su family happen to be here. There's no way I could manipulate these things. Our director, all sad, says she doesn't like this feeling anyway. Then the protagonist says, you sound like a spoiled child. Whoa, calm down, my guy, she's already feeling down and you drop a line like that. Take it easy. But then he takes her hand and says, let's go down together as a unit. Let's go as a team. The scene shifts to the two arriving downstairs and suddenly they run into Chelsea's entire fan base. What is up with this crowd? The guards immediately say, it's that bastard right there. Liu Hubing quickly asks, did you all come here just to cause me trouble? Full of confidence, she asks if they even know who she is. A guard, embarrassed, says, Mr. Liu, we're sorry. This is a misunderstanding. We're not here for you. We're here for him. He kidnapped our young mistress. But she says, he's my man. Do you really think I'd let him kidnap another woman? The guards, completely confused, just start trembling. But our athlete who escaped from the asylum starts screaming. What are you guys doing? Who said I was kidnapped? Then the guards reply, no, we know you weren't, but Madame Su gave the order and orders are orders. Irritated, Su-kin tells them to stop using her mother's name to cause trouble. She adds that if there's any problem between them, she and her mother will resolve it. At that moment, her mother opens the car door and tells her to stop being ridiculous. Liu Hubing says, it's been a long time, Madame Su. You still look so radiant and wonderful. Madame Su responds, it's been a long time, Mr. Liu. Su-kin's mother walks straight up to the protagonist and says, so you're Mr. Wu. You truly are as talented and impressive as the rumors say. Miss Liu has excellent taste. Our director, feeling embarrassed, thanks Madame Su for the compliment. Su-kin's mother says that this isn't the place for a conversation. Wouldn't they have a better place for a proper discussion? The protagonist says yes, that she can come in because there are some things he also wants to discuss with her. Madame Su observes her daughter hiding behind the protagonist. Sitting at the table, Madame immediately asks Liu Hubing why she is with Su-kin, and if she doesn't think it was wrong to take Su-kin away without warning. Even if it was her boyfriend who did it, don't you think that violates the law? Maybe I should contact my lawyer. Liu Hubing says, originally I was supposed to meet with Su-kin, but due to some circumstances beyond my control, I asked him to go pick her up. Madame responds, then why did I hear that Mr. Wu took her by force? Our director says she's already 27 years old. If she didn't want to go, she wouldn't have gone. And besides, she got in the car with him by her own will. No one forced her. Shouldn't you be more curious about why we met in the first place? Madame says, then tell me why. Liu decides to help the protagonist and says Madame Su-tin no longer feels like a living person. She says she's tired of being a puppet who can't even decide how many plates of rice she eats. That's why she reached out to me, saying she wanted to be an independent woman like me. Madame gets super irritated and says, what are you talking about, you lunatic? Liu Hubing says she only met with Su-kin because she asked for help. Then she pulls a bag from her pocket and says to Madame, do you even know what this is? Medicine that I bought for your daughter. Madame says, but it's just medicine. What's the big deal? The director says, see, your daughter is so restricted that she can't even go to a pharmacy to buy her own medicine. Don't you think that's wrong at 27 years old? Su-kin thinks, well, since this is going to be the story, let's play this game. The protagonist, sitting back sipping his tea calmly, just thinks, as expected from Liu Hubing, full of eloquence and logic. Liu continues, after we picked her up, the first thing she wanted to do was buy medicine, just to show how lonely she feels. But what about next time? What if no one is around her? Aren't you worried about that? Silence takes over the room until Madame Su finally speaks. Are you saying I should be thanking you, Miss Liu Hubing? Liu says, I did this for my friend. No need to thank me. The protagonist, sensing the perfect moment to strike, decides it's time to throw some fuel on the fire. He suddenly shouts, Madame Su, Liu Hubing and I worked all day just to do this. We're already exhausted from this. Liu Hubing thinks, what the hell is this lunatic doing? Why is he shouting all of a sudden? Is he trying to wrap this up quickly? Alright then, let's get this over with and take down this old woman fast. She turns to the protagonist and says, my dear, she's my great friend. Don't say such things. The protagonist, continuing his Oscar-worthy performance, says, haven't you already done enough for her? You helped Su-kin so much, even though you were afraid of getting into trouble with her entire family. And look at what's happening now. Her family still came here to mistreat you. Don't you see that they don't appreciate your help? My love, I already feel sorry for you. Enough of this. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce the winner of the Oscar, and it's our protagonist, Wu-Chen. What a magnificent performance. Playing along, Liu immediately hugs our boy and says, my love, it's okay. Please calm down. Then she gives him a little kiss and says, there's no need to be mad. She's my friend. Everything will be fine. Even Su-kin is surprised and thinks if I didn't know this was all just an act, I would have fallen for it. Even her mother starts wondering, should I be thanking them? Then she says, Mr. Liu, I understand your intentions. I'm sorry. She turns to Su-kin and says, as a mother, I never wanted to hurt you. From now on, I will allow you to make your own choices. You really are lucky to have made friends with a woman like Miss Liu. Liu, smiling, says, Su-kin is truly exceptional. Everyone likes her. Madame Su stands up and says, it's getting late, Miss Liu. We won't bother you anymore. She turns to Su-kin and says, it's all your mother's fault for being too strict with you. Don't pressure yourself too much. You can stay and talk a bit more with Miss Liu Hubing tonight. Just come to the company tomorrow morning. With that, she closes the door and leaves. At that moment, everyone lets out a sigh of relief, and the protagonist, with that mission accomplished look, knows that the first part of the act is over. Liu Hubing watches Madame Su leaving and says, Su-kin, your mother left without even leaving a bodyguard to watch you. Su-kin immediately grabs the protagonist and says, my husband, you were so angry just now. You look so scary. Like the Oscar-winning actor he is, he says, I was just pretending. And with that comment, the director already gets annoyed. Liu Hubing tells them both to stop. Meanwhile, our protagonist pulls out his phone and says, it's time to do some business. Which should I call first? Liu Hubing tries to snatch his phone and asks, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Wu-chen says, you think I'm causing trouble? Relax. Our director says, can you stop joking around all the time? Everything's already settled. Madame Su probably won't be following us anymore, and you'll be able to meet with Su-kin whenever you want. What more do you want? He turns to Su-kin and asks, do you want to keep meeting in secret in the future? It's almost like we're having an affair. I don't know if you like it that way, but I don't. If you're really going to be with me, I have an obligation not to put you in a difficult position. I don't want you to have to choose between love and family. Liu Hubing just watches, thinking, what are these two doing? The protagonist places his hand on Su's shoulder and says, come here, I'm going to make a call now. The plan is to put you at the top of the Su family's power, and you'll become the CEO of Jinfu as quickly as possible. With that, you'll be able to do and say whatever you want, not just in the company, but also at home. This will also prevent your mother from trying to control you even more. And when your father sees you in this position, he'll be even prouder of you. So tell me, do you want to go along with this plan? She hesitates a little but accepts our boy's plan. The protagonist immediately pulls out his phone to make a call. In the next scene, our protagonist is apparently making the call. Soo-Khin notices that Liu Hubing is sticking close to the protagonist to listen in on the conversation, so she thinks, I'm going to cling to him too. Look at how hard our boy's life is, two well-endowed women clinging to him. The protagonist says, relax, I'll put it on speaker. No need to grab me or listen to the call. A voice comes from the phone, hello, who is this? The protagonist says, have you been having some nightmares lately? Did you dream about the Namri warehouse? Bai Kafam asked me to ask you. They're saying you've made a lot of money lately. Is that true? I have no idea what's going on here either, guys. I'm just translating. Let's see how this story unfolds. The voice on the phone, just as confused, keeps asking, who are you? The protagonist says, in 1 hour, at the house of Shang King Wan. Then he hangs up and stands up. The director asks, do you really think you can take over the Su family with just those 2 sentences? Our boy says, I'll give you a hint. Internal disintegration. Now let's go. She tries to warn him, Wu Chen, wouldn't it be better for you to reconsider this? With full confidence, he asks if she wants to make another bet. She refuses and just asks to leave quickly. 1 hour later, they arrive. The protagonist asks the 2 to stay there while he takes care of things inside. He opens the door and the guy from the phone call is already waiting for him. You're pretty punctual, the man says. He stands up and immediately locks the door. Then he asks, was it you who spoke to me on the phone? The guy's name is Yao Honglin, and he owns 3.8% of the shares. The protagonist says, that's me. Then Yao Honglin asks, where's Bai Kaifeng? How much money did he give you? And what exactly are you planning to do? You little punk, just because you know a little about some of my mistresses, you think you can threaten me. If you're really smart, just tell me where Bai Kaifeng is and I'll give you way more money. Our boy, sipping his tea, says, relax, my friend, we'll talk about money later. I know you're the kind of guy who kills and burns the evidence. The guy tells him to stop making false accusations. But the protagonist says, then that money buried in Barren Hill. Don't you think that with today's technology, some of those old cold cases could be solved? The guy, now furious, says, so you came here to try and extort money from me? What's the deal minus 50 million? But the protagonist says, don't be so impatient. I heard your business isn't doing so well to the point where you had to falsify some accounts to cover up the losses. What was the name of that mistress of yours who helped you with that? Yao, now even more confused and furious, starts blurting out 2 billion. No, 3 billion. If you asked for more than that, there's no way. At that moment, the 2 crazy girls barge in through the door. Surprised, the guy says, Miss Su? Boss Liu? What are you 2 doing here? The protagonist puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says, man, why did you spill everything so fast? Soo-Khin asks, so he really killed people and burned the evidence? The guy, sweating, realizes he's already confessed to everything and has nothing else to say. The scene changes and our protagonist is calmly serving tea. We're not going to talk about the past now, he says. Then he turns to the guy and says, Mr. Yao, I'll be direct. I don't need your money. The guy looks even more shocked. If you don't want the money, then what do you want? He says, from now on, all you need to do is support Miss Su in all company meetings. Understood? In every meeting and any plan she comes up with. The guy asks, that's it? Just that? Our boy says, yes, just that. Nothing more. Yo sighs in relief and says, I thought you guys were going to kill me. I was scared to death. Then he laughs and adds, if it was just something this small, you could have told me earlier. All this and I almost had a heart attack. The guy takes a sip of his drink and thinks Soo-Khin is the only heir to the Su family. No matter what happens, everything goes to her, so helping her was always the best decision. Even better that they want to use me. This way they won't discard me. At this rate, I'll still make a lot of profit. He turns to the protagonist and says, Mr. Wuchen, relax. From now on, whatever Miss Su says, I'll be watching and supporting her. As he's leaving, the protagonist says, a man's promise is the most important thing. You may go. And Yao responds, all right then, you'll all continue with your work. I'll be heading out first. The guys try and get out of there as fast as possible. Liu Hubing looks at the protagonist and asks, that's it. Even if he supports Miss Su, it's just 1 vote. What's the point of a single director's vote? There are more than a dozen when you count everyone in Jinfu. Not everyone is going to bow down to your threats. The protagonist looks at her and says, are you expecting me to explain something to you? Angry, our director shouts at him, you know that what you just did was blackmail, right? This is serious if things go wrong. Do you really think you can go around blackmailing 10 people in the group? The protagonist says, I don't need to deal with everyone, just a few, and that'll be enough. Soo-Khin, all excited with her little fist clenched, asks, husband, how many more do we have to threaten? He immediately responds, we need 6. We dealt with 1, so there are only 5 left. But you can keep sipping tea while I take care of everything. As he's leaving, she tells him not to overwork himself. Then the protagonist goes on to do the same thing. Threatens Wanwan, Shen, Yashin, Lei, 1 more, another one, and now only 1 is left. The scene then shows him getting into a car, telling the 2 to take care. And once again, Liu Hubing says, even if you manage to blackmail 6 directors, you haven't even reached 2/3 of the seats. So how exactly are you planning to control the entire board? The protagonist says, some things are too complicated to explain. It's easier to just wait for tomorrow's results. Soo-Khin immediately clings to him and says, whatever my husband says is right, I'll listen to him. Oh no, here comes the bombshell from the protagonist. He turns to Liu Hubing and says, I have a few things to explain to Soo-Khin today. Would it be okay for us to stay at your place? Yes, you heard that right. He just asked to use Liu's house to be with Soo-Khin. Is this even allowed? But our director refuses his request. So he asks, then why am I even here? With no choice, she accepts even though she clearly doesn't want to. Liu Hubing tells Soo-Khin to go take a shower first. At that moment, our boy immediately grabs the director's hand and asks why she sent Soo-Khin first. Our director, playing like a champion, just tells him to shut up and kiss her on the balcony. The protagonist grabs her thighs and pulls off a full-blown cinematic kiss. Then he starts thinking, why is she doing this? No way, I know her too well. Why did she send Soo-Khin to take a shower? She must have a reason. He looks to the side and thinks she's probably waiting for some paparazzi to take a picture of that guy Jin Hamlong, who we haven't even seen yet. gets mad about this situation. Understanding what's going on, it's obvious the protagonist is going to do the job properly. 2 minutes later, after a lot of sweat, the protagonist tells her that should be enough. The paparazzi have probably left by now. She says, so you already knew? That's why you were so calm. Okay, let's just get some rest. Good thing the maniac didn't see any of this happen. Meanwhile, in the southern city of Guam, someone is furious, shouting, I can't believe they did that on the balcony. He's there fuming, yelling their names. Then he decides he's going to kill that bastard. Time for a 1v1. He immediately calls for Zhang Shuang, and the guy arrives saying, young master, you called for me. Then the young master orders him to go to eastern China, find that bastard Wu Chen, and make sure his death is as horrible as possible. The henchman says that eastern China is someone else's territory, so it'll take at least 5 days. But the guy is pissed. 5 days won't do. I want that Wu Chen dead in 3 days. Zhang accepts the order and says he'll get the job done. The next morning, the protagonist tries to get out of bed, but the crazy one refuses to move. He starts calling her name, but she must be really tired. She groggily says, love, I don't think I've slept enough yet. Our boy tells her she can sleep more when she gets home from work, or maybe not. Someone needs to remind our boy that slavery is over. That he asks if she remembers what he told her yesterday. She confirms, I know. Today's success or failure will decide the fate of my life. At that moment, the protagonist hears a noise outside the room. And look who's coming in. It's our director who, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the protagonist give her a little something. She opens the door and says, Su-kin, let's go. I'll take you to the company. When they arrive, a bunch of people rush over to talk to Su-kin, throwing all sorts of proposals at her. I don't know what's going on, but she says she'll decide everything today at the conference. Liu Hubing thanks Su-kin for taking her there, and Su-kin heads off with the employees. At 10 a.m., inside the conference office, the chaos has already started. Her mother is already scolding everyone. She's saying that Zhao Du and Yang Ku should be fired immediately, and if anyone disagrees, they should call the board of directors meeting right now. Madame Su, completely confused, wonders why her daughter is calling for the directors. Is this girl crazy? Everyone is just watching, thinking like mother, like daughter. The argument is intense. But the maniac is here to stir things up too, saying, I'm the vice president of the company and a board member, so I have the right to call a meeting with all of them now. Then she changes her mind and says, you know what? I'm the vice president, so there's no need to call anyone. Just fire both of them now. When this meeting is over, I'll inform HR and have them removed. Her mother slams the table angrily and asks, why are they being fired? What's the reason? And worse, if this gets out in the news, it'll seriously impact the company's reputation. We can't afford the consequences. But our protagonist had already anticipated this happening and had told her, when she starts arguing about the layoffs, just say you're firing them because of this and handed her something. Our crazy girl says there's a reason for their dismissal. 5 years ago, one morning there was a major robbery in one of the companies in eastern China. It was strange because it had one of the best security systems. And after that store was robbed, our company has been questioned ever since. Since that incident, our stocks have dropped by over 40 billion. Me to fire these two to show the world that our company is back and is taking responsibility for all the damage caused. And the only way to do that is by firing the head of the security department. Then her mother says, all right, you can fire Zhao Du, but why are you firing Yang Ku as well? Are you just using him as a scapegoat too, to take the blame off the company? Her daughter says he doesn't even work for the company anymore, so why would he take the blame? Her mother asks, what are you saying? Su-kin says, he's just your personal bodyguard. I've never even seen him do any work here. Or am I wrong? Her mother realizes that this isn't about control anymore. Su-kin is just openly rebelling now. She slams the table again and says she wants a board meeting tomorrow. The scene shifts to our director's company. She's asking the protagonist, what are you doing here? Knowing that the Su family meeting is going to be a mess. The protagonist says, for now, there's not much to do. I'll just watch how Su-kin handles all of this. In the meantime, I'll just draw. She questions him, draw? What do you mean? What are you drawing? He responds, I'm drawing you. The protagonist is thinking with those pictures that guy took yesterday, Jim Yulong is probably almost done with his investigation and will soon come here to try and kill me. So it's time for me to set up something too. The director asks, are you still with that drawing? Our boy says it's nothing special, just some quick sketches of her. She says, I'm busy with my work, so I don't have time to be a model for you. The protagonist just tells her to keep doing her work and pretend he isn't even there. It looks like our boy is in some online art group where people share their drawings, and he knows that someone in that group is very close to Jin Mulong. We see him in the group chat where everyone is sharing their artwork. People are giving compliments, and then the protagonist uploads his drawing. Suddenly, the group is in shock, saying he's incredibly talented. Some lunatic says, I kneel before a master. Please, teach me. The protagonist thinks, all right, I did my part. Why haven't you shown up yet? Then he receives a message from someone saying that she has a daughter in art school and would love for him to tutor her because she saw his drawing and thinks he's very talented. The protagonist recognizes the username of this woman. She's someone close to Jin Mulong. Not only that, but she studied with Jin Mulong, and among all the women he has around him, she's the most special one to him. At this point, I already know our unstoppable boy is going to target her too. I would not want to be the enemy of this protagonist. And apparently, this woman has a daughter with Jin Mulong that no one knows about. And now the girl is 14 years old, which means he's talking to the mother of Jin Mulong's illegitimate child. The mother is asking him to evaluate her daughter's drawing. The protagonist looks at the drawing, but we don't even get to see what he saw. Then he says that she has more talent than most of the people in that group. The mother thinks, that's great. It looks like my persistence paid off. My daughter really is talented. Then she asks what the teacher does, and if he's in Shanghai. The protagonist thinking, this is way too easy. Then the mother offers the protagonist 2,000 yuan to help her daughter improve her art skills. He thanks her for the offer, but leaves his response vague, without answering. She asks if there's a problem and what's wrong. Then he says, since we had this fateful encounter, let's discuss the details later. And he asks her to contact him in about 24 hours. The protagonist is thinking that his little plan is going perfectly, and now it's time to make her fall for him. Our boy is looking to add another another puppet to his collection. It looks like she has several materials and evidence that will help him incriminate Jim Yulong. After that, the protagonist stands up and tells Liu Hubing that he has to leave and that she can stay since he's going first. At that moment, the protagonist calls a number, but we don't know who it belongs to. The person on the other end answers and asks, "Who are you looking for?" He says, "Obviously, I'm looking for you, a double agent. What do you think will happen if Jim Yulong finds out about your mission?" The guy says, "You're talking nonsense. Who are you? I have no idea what you're talking about." Our boy says, "So you're not going to admit it? Then I'll go meet Lee Taru right now. How about that?" The guy on the call gets nervous and says, "Don't do that. Let's talk, let's talk." The protagonist responds, "Then here's the deal. Let's meet at 3 p.m. I'll send you the address." And the guy confirms. Now back to the Su family meeting. It's time for the director's gathering. Our crazy girl welcomes everyone and says that they all know why they're here. If anyone disagrees with anything, please explain why logically. The room is in shock because she's never acted this way before, but of course it's all part of the protagonist's plan. Her mother claps her hands and says, "Not bad, not bad. You really impressed your mother today. But obviously none of this is feasible. It just isn't. There's no way." Zolder has been with the company for over 10 years. He started as a factory security guard and worked his way up to senior officer. Not to mention that he has always been hardworking and professional, rarely making any mistakes. If we fire such an exemplary employee, all the other employees will turn against the company. The directors nod in agreement, saying she makes sense. Her mother, now more confident, thinks that if Su-kin doesn't have a solid argument, she's done for. She continues, "And if you fire this guy, he'll likely attract media attention. If the media starts hovering around the company and sees this termination, it could even impact stock values." Now everyone starts agreeing with her. But our protagonist's crazy girl says, "This kind of discussion isn't going to lead anywhere anyway. So let's do this. Let's vote right now. Those who support this decision, raise your hands." Her mother, now smiling, throws a subtle threat at everyone. But then one of the guys who's being blackmailed raises his hand. And one by one, everyone else starts raising their hands too. Her mother loses her mind. Shinlei raises her hand, and Su-kin's mother gets even angrier. It looks like she pulled this girl out of university, placed her in the company, and helped her climb from the bottom all the way to becoming director. But our crazy girl immediately says, "Stop acting like that. Are you trying to influence the vote?" At that moment, our athlete remembers what the protagonist told her. Not everyone needs to raise their hand. You just have to be extremely confident and firm in your attitude. That way, when a few start raising their hands, the rest will follow out of herd mentality and fear of being left behind. Seeing that no one else has raised their hand yet, she stands up and asks, "Is anyone else going to support me?" One of the first guys the protagonist hadn't even blackmailed this one raises his hand, and her mother is now completely losing it. The man explains, considering how much Kim Yin has grown, it makes sense to support her. Her mother, absolutely furious, stands up and says, "Looks like you only have 9 votes. That's still not the majority. I want to see who has the guts to cause me trouble." Based on how the board of directors works, she still needs one more vote. People look hesitant, and she has a little flashback of the protagonist telling her the key isn't controlling the board of directors, but making your mother give up. Now it's time for the final move to secure victory. She turns to her mother and says, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Her mother glares at her and says, "I will do as I please. I'm your mother. Do you think I don't control you anymore?" But our girl continues, "You may not support me, but you are the president's wife, and everyone here listens to you. If this is in my best interest, the best interest of the family, and the best interest of the company, then what exactly are you doing today? How long are you going to let the other families laugh at us?" Her mother starts thinking, "If I don't let my daughter's plan succeed now, the company will probably split into 2 factions, and that will affect the entire family, as the division will likely lead to internal disputes that will hurt business as a whole. Considering how low the stock prices already are, bankruptcy is even a possibility." Her mother, filled with rage, stands up and storms out of the room, questioning what has happened to this family. Su-kin asks one more time, "Who else supports me?" With the director out of the room, everyone raises their hands in agreement. With that, the meeting is concluded. From this moment on, the Su family and the entire Jinfu group have completely changed. At that moment, someone calls the protagonist asking for help. The protagonist thinks, "The other meeting I have is still a while away, so fine, where is it?" The scene shifts and the protagonist arrives at the guy's house. The man, clearly frustrated, says, "You have no idea. Look at my head." He points at a bruise, saying, "I went to visit her, and she threw a cup at me." This is the same guy from the restaurant when the protagonist met the blonde girl, the one who said she had a son. And this is the same guy who left saying he was going to try to find the woman he abandoned when she was pregnant. Man, the story goes way back. The protagonist asks, "So what happened with your first love?" The guy snaps, "Stop joking around. You have no idea. She threw a teacup at my head and kicked me out. Do you have any idea what I need to do for her to accept me?" Our boy, as always, tells him, "Relax. This kind of thing takes time. Let's sit down and talk." The guy, completely anxious, says, "There's no way. That's my son. I can't wait anymore." The scene shifts and the protagonist asks, "What exactly did you do?" The guy sighs and explains, "I went to meet her. Bought a bouquet of flowers, a diamond ring, a necklace, and even a Ferrari for my son. Damn, I think I want to be this guy's son." Dude really thought his family was a free fire skin. Just load up the diamonds and buy them back, problem solved. Wu Chen shakes his head and says, "My warrior, you're doing it all wrong. You're making it look like you're trying to buy her." He continues, "You abandoned her at her worst, left her with nothing, and she survived through all of it. And now you come back thinking you can win her over with money. This is nothing but an insult to her." The guy has a little flashback of the woman telling him, "If you dare knock on my door again, I'll move away, and no one will ever know where I live." The most honest father in China suddenly realizes, so that's why she acted like that. I see now, what surprise. Then he asked our boy if he has a solution. The protagonist says, "Of course I do. You have 2 options. First, you talk to your son. He'll take time and you'll have to be patient, but eventually he'll forgive you. That's a guarantee. The second option, this can be solved today. Which one do you want?" The guy without hesitation says, "The second one." "But what do I do?" Wu Chen says, "The method is fast, But seeing that the protagonist hesitated, the guy quickly says, "Don't worry. If it's about money, that's not an issue. I'll transfer however much you want." But the protagonist replies, "It's not all about money. My methods are complicated, but you'll have to endure some pretty tough things." The guy says, "That's fine. I'm not afraid of hardship. Just tell me what to do." The protagonist gets closer and says, "Brother Liu, if you want to be ruthless and can put your pride aside, then here's what we'll do." Then everything gets censored so that we don't know what it is. Yes, we're the fools left in the dark. The scene shifts to the protagonist watching through cameras. It looks like Brother Liu is knocking on the woman's door. The protagonist thinks now it's all up to you, Brother Liu. Someone looks through the peephole and immediately says, "She's not here. Don't come back again." The guy recognizes his son's voice and says, "Xiaofeng, please open the door. I just..." At that moment, the woman opens the door and says, "What are you doing here? How long are you going to keep showing up? Get lost." But the guy says, No, I just came to bring you some food. Thangjianjianbin style. Guys, I have no idea what this style is, but I hope it's something good. Our target of flying cups continues. "Do you remember when we had no money? This is what we used to eat all the time." The woman immediately slaps him and says, "I don't want this trash. Get out." At that moment, the son comes out of his room and says, "Why are you bending down to pick that up? Get lost already." The mother also gets angry and tells the boy to go back to his room. The father, looking dumbfounded, tries to apologize. 30 minutes pass and they keep arguing. Then the security guards show up, saying they watched everything through the surveillance cameras and that he's causing a public disturbance. The guy takes the blame. The guards say, "If your family wants to argue, do it inside your house so you don't bother the neighbors." The woman immediately says, "Who said we have any relation to him? I don't even know who he is. He just came here to annoy us. Please, get him out of here." The guard says, "Did you hear that? Stop causing trouble and get out of here." The guy suddenly starts yelling, "I'm not leaving. I'm talking to my wife. You need to let me go." Yeah, this is definitely all part of the protagonist's plan. The guards say, "Why are you shouting? Do you have a problem?" Our target of flying cups shouts back, "So what if I yell at you? Get lost. You think you have any authority here? This is just an old couple arguing." The guards are now thinking this guy isn't just yelling, he's getting aggressive too. And with that, they immediately kick him in the stomach, saying, "He was the one who attacked first, so here's your payback." The guy falls to his knees and says, "If you have the guts, just kill me already. I won't leave here even if I die. Without my wife and son, life has no meaning." Who could have told him to act this dramatic, I wonder? The guards roll their eyes and say, "Stop pretending to be sentimental, you lunatic." The protagonist is watching and thinking, damn, Brother Liu's performance is going way too well. The next part should happen any second now. And just like that, the guard punches him in the face. Finally, the son yells, "Stop hitting my dad." The mother also says, "Enough, stop hitting him." When the son tries to square up with the guard, the mother steps in and says, "Stop, no more fighting." She then extends her hand to her husband and says, "Get up." The scene shifts to the protagonist, who is thanking the guards. Obviously, this was all part of our golden boy's plan. He thanks the guards and says their acting was Oscar-worthy. One of the guards taking the payment says, "If you ever have any other problems, just call us, all right." But the protagonist thinks, "I don't need to deal with this anymore. Brother Liu will handle the rest himself." Now it's time to focus on what really matters. The scene changes to our boy sitting in his car. The guy who was supposed to meet at 3 p.m. is already calling him, saying it's 3:30. "Where are you?" The protagonist, completely confident, responds, "What are you going to do? Leave? Just sit there and wait." The guy, now awkward, says, "My friend, I really don't want to argue. Just tell me when you're coming." Our boy immediately responds, "I'll be there in 15 minutes. When he arrives, the protagonist apologizes for being late. The moment the guy sees him, he gets furious and starts shouting and cursing. The protagonist, not being the most patient person, pulls out his phone and says, "I don't like when people use vulgar language with me. So since you don't want to have a civilized conversation, I'll have to say goodbye." Then he calls Liu Hubing's brother. The moment the guy hears the voice on the other end, he realizes it's Liu Hute. Looks like this guy did something to Liu Hute that must not be exposed. On the other end of the phone, Liu Hute, completely confused, asks what the protagonist wants. Apparently, just hearing Liu's voice makes the guy start shaking. He collapses to the ground, grabs onto the protagonist's pants, and starts panicking. The protagonist calmly says, "Employee CO 812, this person is under your command, right?" Then he turns to the guy, smirking, and asks, "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" The man speaks, "Yes, bro, you are my brother. More than that, you are my uncle. Let's go upstairs now and talk about whatever you want." Liu Hubei's brother is still on the phone, freaking out, waiting for the protagonist to speak with him. Wu Chen answers and says, "Sorry, you have some business to deal with your sister." Then Lai Hute responds, "Yeah, I have something to take care of here." Wu Chen comments, "If you have anything going on, just tell me. I'll help you right now." At this moment, the protagonist thinks the timing is perfect. He's going to need the influence of a certain Lu Guanyin to make things easier, and Hute agrees. "Alright, I'll send you the location. Dongai City, Student Cafe, 2nd floor." The guy from before is shocked, asking if he's expecting another visitor. Wu Chen replies, "No, relax and sit down." Feeling awkward, the man says, "Alright, just say what you want. I'll do it." The protagonist explains, "Mr. Meng, you really are an interesting guy. You were one of Rote's men 4 years ago, one of his most trusted guards. But 6 months ago, when everything was exposed, you sold yourself to Ding Rulong." The man is in shock, realizing that the protagonist already knows he's a double agent, working for both sides. With a dumbfounded expression, the man says, "No need to say anything else. Just tell me what you want me to do. Whether it's possible or not, I'll do it for you." Wu Chen warns that soon Ding Rulong will send someone to kill him. The guy agrees and explains, "He's already gathering information about you, but that's not just my responsibility." Our boy responds, "I know you're only investigating my activities, but listen, soon Ding Rulong or one of his trusted men will call you and give you instructions. Just follow them exactly as they say, got it?" Then the guy asks if he should warn the protagonist in advance and what exactly he should do. Our boy, all confident, sipping his tea, says, "Just do what they tell you. Don't inform Liu Ruote or anyone else. That's the only way you'll get out of this alive." The man starts thinking, "So he came here, threatened me. All just to tell me to do nothing? To basically keep doing what I'm already doing? And what does he mean? If I don't do this, I'll die? Even worse, if I don't warn him about anything, he'll probably die. What the hell is this guy planning? The guy has no idea what's going on. To be honest, neither do I understand the protagonist's plan. Trying to calm the confused man down, Wu Chen says. You don't need to understand. Everyone in Dongai, including you and all these people, are insignificant. None of you are a threat to me. The reason I came to talk to you is that you're slightly more interesting than the others, and you're going to help me deliver something to Ding Rulong, but not yet. At that moment, Lu's brother arrives to meet them. He immediately turns to Don Meng and says, "Why did you bring 20-30 people here? Are you trying to cause trouble for my brother Wu?" Terrified, the man responds. "Never. It's a misunderstanding." Wu Chen explains. "Relax. It's nothing serious. You're jumping to conclusions. We're among friends here." The guy confirms what our protagonist said and admits that he misunderstood everything. Rutai says, "Why are you talking to me so politely? You know we're more than brothers. If anyone even touches a hair on your head, I'll take them down." It seems like all of this is part of the protagonist's plan to make the double agent realize that he has a lot of influence. Even without connections to others, he still has people who support him. This way, the guy will see the protagonist as someone just as powerful and terrifying as Ding Rulong. Since Wu Chen doesn't want to use fear to manipulate this guy, he needs the coward to be more proactive. At that moment, that crazy girl calls Wu Chen, crying without saying anything. Our boy asks, "Where are you?" "What do you mean, in front of my house?" Before she can answer, he's already saying goodbye to the guys and heading out. However, on his way out, the fool starts thinking. The voice of that woman definitely wasn't Liu Hubing. You really are incredible, Mr. Wu. In the car on his way home, the protagonist asks her what happened. She says her parents want to send her abroad to study. Wu Chen responds, "You're crying just because of that?" Wow, guys, now that I think about it, this girl who's crying is the same girl from the bar, the very first victim of the Chinese taster. And now he's telling her where his secret key is so she can get inside and wait for him. Meanwhile, guess who's on her way home, all excited to celebrate the success of today's meeting? And even worse, she just remembered she forgot her house key. She asks her security guard to force it open with his ninja hacker samurai lockpicking skills. The guys unlock the door and she walks in. Once inside, who does she find? None other than the very first demonetizer in this story, the first girl of our protagonist. But the crazy one is so famous that as soon as the first girl sees her, she recognizes her immediately. Damn, and Su Qin recognizes her too. "What are you doing in Wu Chen's house?" Su Qin asks. Wu Chen isn't home. The other one, looking a bit down, replies, "No, he's not here. He asked me to wait for him, so I used a spare key. But what about you?" She glances over at the security guard for some reason and says, "I'm his friend." Poor girl, I think she's about to be abandoned in some alley because the man is already managing 2 companies. Will our golden boy be able to handle running 3 businesses? And he tells the crazy one, "Come on in, we're all friends here. Isn't that great?" At this, Su Qing asks, "But when did you get here?" The protagonist's first girl is already thinking, damn, she came home, took off her shoes, and even has comfy indoor slippers here. She must be really used to staying in this house. What exactly is going on between her and Wu Chen? Lost in her thoughts, the other girl calls out to her, but she doesn't even notice at first. Then she quickly replies that she arrived just a few minutes ago. Now it's a showdown, lunch versus dinner. The crazy one invites the first girl to sit down and make herself at home. She sits down and thinks, what do you mean, make myself at home? Is this her house or something? She's not the owner of this place. Are they having an affair? 2 minutes later, the housewife asks if she wants something to drink and immediately goes to grab something from the fridge. At that moment, the first girl realizes the other one knows exactly where the drinks are and is completely at ease. They must have been living together for a while. With the patience of a monk but the urgency of someone desperate, she asks, "Are you in some kind of intimate relationship with Wu Chen?" But the crazy one responds with another question. "And what about you?" The protagonist's first girl is completely lost. This girl didn't even answer her question, just threw another one back at her. However, considering her background, being from the elite of the most beautiful China ever, and the fact that she didn't deny it, something is definitely going on. That realization shocks her. Meanwhile, the crazy one, who only acts naive when she's with Wu Chen, is thinking, it seems like she was completely thrown off by that question, huh? Looks like she's not a threat at all. She turns to the first girl and asks, "When did you and Wu Chen have a thing?" The first girl, feeling awkward and a bit nervous, replies, "A few days ago." The crazy one says, "So it was before me? Then I should call you sister." "Right. What do you mean sister?" The first girl responds. The crazy one tells her they'll get along just fine and asks her to relax. Meanwhile, the protagonist is stuck in traffic. 2 hours later, he finally arrives, catching the smell of food and thinking, I didn't know Mokian knew how to cook. He assumes that only the first girl is there, completely unaware that the other one is also inside. Opening the door, he puts on a surprised expression, but we all know he's about to walk in all Sigma male mode. Both girls welcome Wu Chen. One of them says, "Everything's fine," while the other immediately follows with, "Go wash your hands, dinner's ready." At that moment, it seems like the crazy one had just called the other girl little sister, even though, up until now, she'd been calling her big sister. The first girl questions, "Why did you go back to calling me little sister?" The protagonist jumps into the conversation and casually explains that it's because she's younger and smaller. But with that kind of Chinese interpretation, he subtly implied smaller in 2 ways. Get it? He was also referring to the fact that her airbags were smaller. At that moment, the first girl gets totally offended, but she quickly grabs onto his arm and asks, "Let's get to the real question. Why is she calling you her husband? When did you two get so close?" The Chad replies, "What do you mean got close? What a terrible choice of words. We're more than close." Still persistent, she insists, "Stop playing around and just tell me already." That's when the crazy one steps in between them. "Stop arguing and go wash your hands before the food gets cold." The other girl kept insisting on this whole younger sister and older sister thing, clearly upset about being called young again. Then we see the dinner scene. Soon the businessman asked, "How was the meeting?" He already had a pretty good idea of the outcome since the plan was flawless, but he was still curious to hear what actually happened. She answered, it went exactly as my husband predicted. You could say it was a perfect hit without a single difference. The first girl, looking like a lost puppy, immediately said, Wu-Chen, I don't mind you two making out in front of me, but are you really not going to tell me anything? The boy replied, didn't my wife already answer you? Why don't you try guessing then? She shot back, so you're really not going to tell me? Fine, then I'm not going home tonight. We all know the bed wouldn't be able to handle the weight of 3 people that night. The protagonist quickly commented, You're not? Well, we do have an extra room. The first girl, who had been acting all bold, asked if the crazy one was going to leave. The crazy one immediately replied, No, I'm not leaving either. Looks like she had an evil plan. That's what you're saying now? Don't blame me later, the protagonist warned. Later, when it was time for some sleep, everyone was already in their pajamas. The crazy one said, You can sleep over there for now. We have to wake up early tomorrow and head to the office. Let's all just rest. The other girl responded, Okay. Now the first girl, feeling a little bolder, ran to their bed, sat down and declared, I want to sleep here. The crazy one, who wasn't even into these kinds of shenanigans, replied, Fine by me, and sat down next to her. The protagonist, full of confidence, crossed his arms and said, All right then, let's all sleep together. Thankfully, he had bought a big enough bed to fit 3 people. The first girl, who had no idea what kind of madness she was getting herself into, even blushed. But the next morning, everyone woke up peacefully. No one knew what had actually happened. Everyone was fully dressed and everything seemed fine. Even the translator left an angry note saying that bastard is enjoying all of life's blessings at once. The first girl commented, Wow, last night was so exhausting. I just want to sleep a little longer. With that comment, everyone could only conclude that the guy was a machine. Right after that, Wu Chen received a phone call. Someone on the other end said, Come to the company now. He asked what happened. The person answered, My father is coming to the company. So he questioned, What's the rush? Guess who it was? It was the director telling him, Come quickly. I won't ask again. If we mess up this time, everything we've been working for will be lost. Wu replied, All right, I'm on my way. Apparently, it took the boy 40 minutes to arrive. When he got there, she barely had time to put her dress on and asked Wu to zip it up for her, urging him to hurry because they were already late. And so the two walked in hand. The boy looked like a striker heading into the 3rd round. When they arrived, the protagonist's girlfriend's brother, Liu, was already speaking. Big bro, you're only showing up now? My father's been waiting for you here for a while. Where's your respect? Wu Chen's girl questioned her father, asking why he had arrived unannounced. She expressed that they weren't prepared for his visit. However, her father's expression didn't show any happiness. He responded by questioning the need for a warning. Do I need to give notice just to see you face to face? She, feeling uneasy, simply wanted to understand the reason for his sudden visit, stating that he usually didn't act this way. Then the father started criticizing her, claiming she didn't know how to take care of her younger brother and that he didn't want him staying in Dongai. Not knowing how to respond, she tried to explain, but her brother interrupted. This isn't the time to argue. Let's all calm down. The director agreed with her brother, realizing it really wasn't the right moment. At that moment, she stood up, took her boyfriend's hand, and told her father she wanted to introduce him. She explained to her boyfriend that he could call her father uncle, at least until they got married. The boyfriend greeted the father, who remained silent for a moment while both the girl and her brother watched the situation unfold, unsure of how to react. A flashback revealed the father talking to his son, showing that he had tried to investigate the boyfriend, but found nothing. Wu Chen's name seemed to be linked to someone who had already died, and the father mentioned that this could be yet another scheme by Jin Long to harm his daughter. With that in mind, he had prepared himself to confront the boyfriend. During their conversation, he introduced himself politely and invited the young man to sit, planning to act friendly to gather more information. The siblings were surprised by their father's attitude. He wasn't being hostile. He asked the boyfriend about his university background, to which the young man replied that he had studied computer science, highlighting his strong academic performance. The father complimented him but remained skeptical, suspecting that his answers were perfectly aligned with what little they had managed to find about him. This meant the boyfriend needed to adapt his approach as things weren't flowing as expected. Then the father asked about his hobbies. Wu Chen playfully responded that he had many, so it would be easier to ask which ones he didn't have. It listed calligraphy, art, music, kickboxing, cars, and weapons. The father was shocked upon hearing that he liked weapons and immediately questioned why. The young woman thought her boyfriend had made a mistake, considering that her family already had a shaky reputation. She wondered how her father would ever believe that someone from a family like hers had any reason to know about firearms. However, Wu Chen explained that when he was younger, he had always been interested in weapon design, and while studying computer science, he had the opportunity to create 3D models of firearms. The father then turned to Lai Hute and asked if he had a gun on him. Caught off guard, the young man confirmed that he did and handed over a Glock to the father. The father then questioned Wu Chen about the gun, and demonstrating his expertise, the young man began explaining its details. Type 94, designed to replace the Type 54, developed and produced in 94, hence the name. Also, due to the reduced rotation block, it has lower recoil. The father, who had served in the military, observed closely, analyzing every word. Meanwhile, Wu Chen wondered if the man was trying to be impressed by his knowledge of firearms. The father continued reflecting on the boyfriend's intentions, still not entirely sure what was going on. As for the director, she seemed completely oblivious to everything happening around her. Wu Chen, already setting up for the grand finale, lifted the gun and said, If I'm not wrong, judging by the weight right now, there should be about 6 bullets inside. And he was spot on, 6 bullets. The director was in shock, thinking, that bastard, to determine the exact number of bullets in a gun, just by holding it means he's handled one many times before. How the hell is he exposing himself like this? The father, hearing this, started to reflect. He got caught up in his own words. He's probably been lying this whole time. He said he didn't know much about guns, that he had never handled one before, and now he's guessing bullet weight. He's obviously trying to appear extraordinary so that I'll accept him as my daughter's boyfriend, but at the same time he could bring disaster to Dongai. And now this has become a bigger problem. Why is Hubing trying to put a special forces guy at her side? At that moment he started thinking that his daughter might already be preparing to be taken over. After all these thoughts, he finally spoke to the protagonist. Him. You're quite talented, Wu Chen. Wu Chen replied smoothly. I'm not. My greatest talent was falling in love with Hubing at first sight. The father was momentarily impressed by his words. Then he asked, can we have a private conversation? Lu Hubing immediately flared up. That bastard wants a private conversation with my father? Why are you excluding me? The father didn't care. He was already heading toward the exit, along with her brother, ready to have this conversation with Wu Chen. She hesitated, but her father simply said, what's the problem? Your boyfriend is the one who wants to talk. Why are you so stressed? Something wrong? To convince her, the protagonist added, everything your father says here will have to take your feelings into account, which means he won't be entirely honest, right? So just step out and let me have this conversation with him. That was more or less how he phrased it, and Lu Hubing, though clearly annoyed, replied, all right then, I'll leave you to it. And she walked out. As soon as she stepped out, she turned to her brother and asked, do you have surveillance cameras in that room? He confirmed, yeah, so let's watch. Meanwhile, inside the room, the father smirks slightly. Looks like she actually listens to you. A miracle. The protagonist shrugged. She's usually pretty chill with me. Then, without another word, he grabbed a bottle sitting near the surveillance camera and smashed it against the floor. Just like that, the two siblings were out of the game. He continued methodically removing every single camera. When he reached the last one, a Glock was suddenly aimed at his head. The father's voice was low, but firm. Who are you? And why are you getting involved with my daughter? It was a tricky situation. The two siblings sitting outside were completely clueless as to what was happening. All of a sudden, the cameras had gone black. There were 200 cameras in that room, but now not a single one was working. The protagonist, looking at the father, commented that they were truly from the same family, recalling how his daughter had also pointed a gun at him the first time they met. He added that he was absolutely sure the gun wasn't loaded. The father, in response, remarked on the boy's courage, tossing some bullets onto the table and asking why Wu Chen was so confident about the gun. The protagonist answered simply, I like your daughter and want to have children with her. Do I need another reason? Upon hearing this, the father felt insulted and declared that he would scold his daughter every single day until she had babies. Letting out an awkward chuckle, he urged Wu Chen to stop circling around the issue and get to the point. Wu Chen then started talking, stating that the father didn't actually care about Hubing, only about the success of the family. He questioned whether the father wasn't afraid that Hubing might snap and do something against Jin Long, asking why he was forcing her into this marriage. The father, now furious, slapped the protagonist across the face, demanding to know if he had lost his mind, daring to lecture him. Outside the room, the siblings were trying to listen to what was happening. Lu Hubing wanted to barge in, but her brother reminded her that the soundproofing from the last renovation made it impossible to hear anything. Inside, the protagonist, staying calm, revealed that Jin Huilong was reckless and that he didn't believe he, or his family, would last much longer. He then mentioned a certain Dong Yun Tao, and the father's expression changed. He remembered that 10 years ago the boy had drowned. Wu Chen, however, corrected him. He didn't drown. He was murdered. The father disagreed, arguing that the Dong family was far beneath the Jin family in terms of status. If something like that had truly happened, they wouldn't have let it go unpunished. Besides, why would anyone kill a schoolboy? The protagonist clarified, I'm not talking about his family. I'm talking about Dong Yun Tao himself. The reason for his murder was a woman named Hixin Qin. He explained that this girl had constantly received marriage proposals from wealthy heirs, but rejected them all because of Dong Yun Tao. However, one day he vanished and Jin Huilong took her to witness his murder. Since then, she has stayed with him out of fear, knowing that if she ever spoke about what happened, she would be killed too. The protagonist then dropped the real bombshell. I have contact with her, and she is ready to testify against Jin Huilong. The father, now completely shocked, asked Wu Chen what exactly he was planning. Wu Chen calmly reassured him, don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. The father started to think carefully. Whether they liked it or not, their family was allied with the Jin family. If a problem erupted, they would technically be expected to take Jin's side. Besides, the Jin family had only been growing stronger over the years. Starting a war with them wasn't a good idea. Then Wu Chen brought up a crucial point. As long as she doesn't marry him, that alliance isn't fully secured yet. At that moment, the father began to suspect that Wu Chen had been sent by a rival family to disrupt the Jin family's alliance with his own. Meanwhile, outside, the director was already holding a drill in her hands, planning to drill into the wall to install a listening device. Her brother warned, even if the room is soundproof, they'll hear that thing spinning against the wall. She snapped back, then figure out another way for me to listen in. I need to know what they're talking about in there. Back inside, Wu Chen continued explaining his plan. He said that he was going to set up her brother Lai Hute with a girl who had just graduated from university, Dong Yao Q, from the Dong family. He wanted to arrange a fake marriage between them to get Hubing out of the entire mess. The father scoffed. You think arranging marriages is that easy? Stop talking nonsense. Wu Chen responded confidently. If you agree to it, I can make it happen in a week. At that moment, the father was completely shocked, realizing that the protagonist wasn't joking. This was a real plan. And a marriage with the Dong family? Now isn't the time for that. But he still asked Wu Chen directly, no, wait a minute. Tell me your real plan. What do you actually want? Wu Chen didn't even hesitate and answered, I want Jin Huilong dead. Your daughter is beautiful, and that bastard dares to try and steal my woman from me. If I don't kill him, he'll kill me. And since someone has to die, it's gonna be him. There's no turning back now. Jin Huilong has to die. The father then asked if he had dirt on the Wei family. The protagonist confirmed, yes. But if you leave me alone in Dongai for at least half a year, I'll tell you everything. The father thought for a moment and then agreed. All right, deal's done, kid. Meanwhile, outside the room, the director was holding a shovel thinking, a shovel like this. They probably wouldn't hear it from inside. Just need a small hole. Her brother looked at her like she was insane and said, "Girl, stop dreaming." They already left the room. It's over. At that moment, Wu Chen walked out. She grabbed onto his arm immediately and asked, "Baby, did you finish talking?" "Yeah." She turned to her father. "Where are you going, old man?" The father responded, "For now, you and Hubing can handle whatever you want here. I'm heading back." Then, without another word, he got into the helicopter and left. Now back to her focus. She immediately tried to seduce Wu Chen, asking, "What did you tell my father? Why did he leave so quickly? Tell me." Wu Chen immediately caught onto her game and smirked. "Oh, trying to act all sweet now." She leaned in closer. "Come on, babe, tell me." Her brother, seeing this, decided to bounce. "Yeah, I'm out. I don't mean to see this." Meanwhile, she now fully awake and ready to tease, leaned in even more and said, "If you tell me, I might start considering some things." Wu Chen, in a rare moment of honesty, sighed and said, "Really? I haven't been feeling great these days. Quinn's getting way too clingy and I'm getting kinda exhausted." Hearing that, she immediately shoved him. "You're unbelievable." But Wu Chen, still in his Sigma mode, grabbed her hand and pulled her close. "Oh, I'm the shameless one. And what about you? Trying to seduce me just to get information?" She, now lying against his chest, pouting. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Huh? Are you jealous?" She scoffed and said, "Fine, I'll stop playing around with you." Then Wu Chen finally told her the whole story. As she listened, her mind started racing. This is perfect. Once all of Jin Huilong's dirty secrets leak, there will be people from all kinds of families who will want him dead. And if he disappears, no one will suspect us. She grabs the protagonist and says, "Very well, love. How about I give you a reward?" Wu Chen is a bit hesitant. "So of what exactly are we talking about here?" He glances around and notices that there are people watching them from the construction site next door. He sighs. "There are a lot of people looking from over there." She smirks. "What do you think we're going to do?" "But in the end, you fell for me, didn't you?" She pauses for a moment before answering. "Well, I did too. But is that really an advantage for you?" Then, she declares, "I have to admit you really check all my boxes for a lifelong partner, especially considering how capable you are. So yes, you're right. I'm in love with you." But don't think for a second that Lu Fubing is going to turn into a submissive kitten just because she fell in love. She crosses her arms and leans in closer. "If anything, you should be the submissive one." Wu Chen claps slowly. Wow, what an amazing speech. But internally he's thinking, didn't she say she was going to give me a reward? Shouldn't I be receiving something right about now? Then he hits an idea. "There's a place over there. I'm feeling kind of tired. How about a nice, good massage?" She raises an eyebrow. If you beg for it. Go ahead. Beg, and I'll do it." Wu Chen immediately shrugs. "Nah, not in the mood. I think I'll just ask someone else." She glares at him. "Oh, and who exactly are you going to ask? Sun Qingying?" He shakes his head. Nope. Sun Qingying is at work right now. She's super busy. Guess I'll have to ask someone else." Her expression changes slightly. "Who?" He smirks and leans in. "She's not mine yet, but once I get to know her a little better, it'll be easy to ask for a massage. She's younger, prettier, and richer than you." Her face immediately darkens. "Who the hell is this girl? She's from Dongai? I don't know of anyone like that." Wu Chen, enjoying every second of this, pulls out his phone. "Stop guessing. Hold on, let me call her." Then, turning away from Hubing, he speaks into the phone. "Mr. Song, I know you just graduated, just like me, and you're looking for some new songs." A voice on the other end replies, "Really? You actually have some. Everything I've been receiving lately has been so mediocre." Wu Chen chuckles. "No worries. You can check them out first. Even test them if you want. If you're free now, how about we meet at a cafe in CDB?" Meanwhile, Hubing's mind is racing. A woman who's prettier than me, has a better background, more money, and just graduated. She has to be in the top 10 richest people in Dongai. Who could it be? Then, a realization hits her. Her eyes narrow. "Loved, she's not from the Wu family, is she?" Wu Chen grins. "That's right. She's Yurong's daughter." Lu Fubing, completely shocked, exclaims, "No, have you lost your mind? You're going to meet Yurong's daughter and ask her for a massage." It turns out this girl isn't just the daughter of a powerful man. She owns a massive company, is a millionaire, and is even an idol. How many titles can one person even have? The director, still in disbelief, warns, "Don't do it." Wu Chen shrugs. "I know all of that, but I also know that when she was younger, she had another name. The most beautiful girl in Dongai." Hubing, still resisting, argues, "Think this through again. Stop acting on impulse. Are you crazy?" Then, after a moment of hesitation, she grits her teeth and says, "If all you want is a massage, then come to my house tonight. Not just a massage. I can be yours." At this, Wu Chen realizes things are getting complicated. He places a hand on her shoulder and softly says, "Oh, silly girl. You're completely misunderstanding everything. This meeting, the massage, all of it, they're just excuses." She narrows her eyes. "What do you mean by that?" He grins and responds, "Relax, don't overthink it. I won't hurt you. Bye." And with that, he leaves. At the cafe, Wu Chen arrives and meets the girl, who introduces herself as Song Suener. "Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Chen." "Ah, sit down. Want a drink?" She shakes her head. "No thanks." Then she gets straight to the point. "Did you bring your stuff? At least a USB or something? Or your songs written down somewhere?" Wu Chen observes her for a moment and then asks, "You got a pen and paper?" She raises an eyebrow. "A pen and paper? For what?" He leans forward and smirks. "I'm going to write them for you." She looks at him, confused. "Wait, you're going to write them now?" He nods. "It's all in my head." Now she's annoyed. "You're kidding, right? If you don't have it already, I'm going to be really pissed." 10 minutes later, Wu Chen finishes writing everything down. But he didn't just write the lyrics. He detailed every instrument, the timing of each section, and the exact type of recording needed. Song Shuaner stares at the paper. Then she thinks, "This bastard was messing with me, wasn't he? Why didn't he just write everything beforehand?" But since she actually got something out of it, she decides to let it go. Wu Chen, still relaxed, asks, "So you're going to buy them, right?" She nods. "Yeah." He smirks. "How much?" She casually responds, 1,000. Wu Chen casually comments, "I put a mix of everything in there." Song Suener considers this and offers, 2,000. He shakes his head. No, not yet. She tries again. 3,000? He calmly responds. 100,000. Her eyes widen in shock. Are you kidding me? Do I look like an idiot to you? Wu Chen leans back and warns. 100,000. Don't play games with me, okay? This deal doesn't go for anything less. And if you want more songs, it's the same price. Song Suener, after a moment of silence, places the notebook back on the table and declares, then the deal is off. I don't want it. Wu Chen shrugs. All right, then we're done here. He reaches for his notebook and closes it. We just met, but I'll trust that you're not the kind of person who would steal my music. I won't rip the page out of the book just to ruin it. And that's it. I'm leaving. Bye. With that, he gets up and walks away. Song Suener watches him leave and thinks, what a weird guy. Meanwhile, Wu Chen is already at Weisham Music. He walks in and states plainly, I want to record a song. I need a recording room for 3 hours. What was his plan? Was he about to become an idol? He already knew what kind of woman Song Suener was. She would steal the music, and she would try to register it first. So he was going to register it before she even had the chance. After experiencing multiple reincarnations, Wu Chen was absolutely certain that Soul Remedy, the song, always blew up in a single day whenever it was released. So after dropping the song, all he had to do was wait, because Song Suener would come back to him. Inside the recording studio, Song Suener called out to him, do you need an engineer? Someone to fine-tune your recordings? One assistant. Wu Chen, without hesitation, responded, no need. I do everything myself. 3 hours later, Wu Chen had recorded, mixed, and finalized everything. It was time to publish. At that exact moment, Song Suener called him again. Her voice sounded worried. If you've been ignoring me for 3 hours, what have you been doing? Wu Chen answered casually. Oh, I was busy. What's the problem? Apparently, the first girl he met, the one who was crying about going abroad, had just received a scholarship at Song Suener's company, meaning the girls were working together to stay close to Wu Chen. Damn, the guy didn't even need to do anything, just exist. And they would fight for him. Wu Chen chuckled. You did well, but she sighed. Unfortunately, I have to go home tonight. If I keep going to your place every day, it's going to start looking suspicious. Wu Chen, unfazed, replied, no problem. I have some things to take care of tonight anyway. But while driving, he noticed something. Someone was following him. The license plate wasn't from Dongai. There was only one possibility. Ding Rulong's people had come for him. It seemed like the author didn't even bother to explain. The protagonist had probably used his driving skills to escape. The scene shifted to the protagonist already uploading his song online. Under the name Chen Yu, his name reversed. The idea was for the girl to notice that he had released the song and that it had exploded in popularity. The next day at 7 a.m., the protagonist went to his PC to check how his song was performing. However, as he looked around, he noticed something was off about his house. Everything was in different positions. The protagonist figured that there was probably already a camera or something watching him. And since they wanted to play, then let's play. The protagonist called a certain lady Lai and said, hey, there's nothing going on over there. Don't you want to meet up today? She replied that she was about to call them to talk about Sung Shuang and said, I'll be at the company before 9. Already in the car, he reflected on the high probability of something happening, but everything was under control. Accelerating the car, he cut through the asphalt. The men surrounded him with 2 trucks and a car behind him, crushing and blowing up the protagonist's vehicle. He had already memorized all their license plates and woke up in bed on the same day thinking, now it's my turn to have some fun. He called Lai Huday and said, listen up, Jin Huilong's men are in town. There are 2 trucks with plates X, Y, and Z and an RV with plates A, B, and C. They're near my house and are going to make a move soon, but don't kill them. I want them alive. Lai Huday was shocked but replied, relax. I'll handle it now. The protagonist knew he had to expose himself. He started coming up with a plan to make the men follow him and decided to head toward the parking lot of a nearby shopping mall. Upon arriving, he informed Liu Hutai, I'm here, come look for them. I'm in the Mar Ost Road area and the guys who were following me are right behind. No secrets, just come and get them. The men in the truck, realizing that he had entered the underground parking lot, were already preparing to leave. But just as they were thinking about making their escape, they were hit dead center in their car. The men got furious, thinking it was an accident, but it was obviously not. He shouted, hey, bro, what's your problem? Can we have a little chat? With that, all the men who had attacked Wu Chen were captured. The scared man informed Jin Huilong that Lai Hute had captured everyone. Jin Huilong responded, Plan B then. I want Wu Chen dead today. Do what you have to do. The man shouted to everyone, double the money. Shinmao Shopping Center, head there. Finish the job fast and disappear once it's done. 20 minutes later, the protagonist was walking through the corridors while someone spoke to him on the phone saying, we captured them. Where are you? He replied, I'm at Shinmao Shopping Mall. Why? The person said, listen to me, get to a crowded place. I'm on my way. The protagonist replies, of course, my dear Lai. It seems like he's talking to the director. Noticing that one of the cameras has already been cut, he knows there are more people lurking nearby. And just as the elevator doors close, a man with a weapon appears, ready to attack. The protagonist, well-trained, doesn't hesitate. He grabs one attacker's wrist, delivering a punch to another's stomach. Both attackers come at him with knives, but he dodges one and lands a solid punch on the other's face. The scene cuts. The director, worried, notices that he's not answering. The security guards inform her. He's in the elevator. She, now anxious, asks, what floor is the elevator on? They respond, it's at B1. Let's move. When the elevator doors open, a body is already on the ground. The protagonist, having defeated everyone, stands tall and imposing. The director, seeing him, gets emotional. He says, oh, my dear Lady Lai. She, surprised, replies, huh? What? He continues, hold on, I'm all dirty. You'll get your clothes messy. She questions, how do you still have the energy to talk? You need to get to the hospital right now. He counters, hospital for what? She insists, you're covered in blood. Where's the wound? Tell me. She grabs him, trying to find the injury. He teases. Looks like you're taking advantage of my injuries just to touch me, huh? Since you're having fun, I guess I'll have fun too. And he starts squeezing her back. The protagonist doesn't stop. He just took down 50 goons and is still standing strong. She, now realizing the situation, says, "Wait a second. You fought off 6 armed guys by yourself and didn't get hurt." "Holy," he responds. "Yeah, but now my clothes are dirty. I need to take a shower, so I'm heading out. But first, I need to do something." He picks up the phone from one of the unconscious men and snaps a picture of all of them knocked out. Then he makes a call. "Lotto, where are you guys? Did you finish the job?" He adds, "I sent you a picture. Did you see it?" The person on the other end asks cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you using Waddle's phone?" Wu Shen, completely unfazed, replies, "Relax. I just sent the photo." The protagonist says, "Send this to Ding Rulong and tell him his final days are coming." He tosses the phone onto another guy's lap and adds, "I want this one alive, got it? Call an ambulance for him." Then, turning to the director, he says, "Hubing, I need to leave Dongai for 2 days. I'm heading south." She immediately asks, "Are you going to kill Ding Rulong? Please don't go." But the protagonist cuts her off with a kiss and whispers, "This isn't the place for kissing. Let's go home and do whatever we want." Meanwhile, 2 girls are listening to music on the computer. One of them exclaims, "Damn, this is the #1 song of the week." The other nods, "Yeah, I heard it too. It's blowing up." Over 4,000 comments and not a single negative one. Even professionals are praising it. One of them thinks, "Wait a minute, this is the song that guy was going to sell me. That bastard." Holding her phone, she mutters to herself, "Shit, I need to call this Wu Chen guy and confirm if this is real." But at that moment, the protagonist is in the shower. Who picks up his phone? The director. Thinking it's someone from Ding Rulong's side, she immediately demands, "Who is this? Do you want to die?" The girl on the other end is shocked. "Wait, hold on. Isn't this Wu Chen's phone? I just wanted to talk to him about a song." Hoping frowns. "A song? Hurry up and say what you want. I'll pass it on to him later." The caller, confused, hesitates. "Wait, I think you misunderstood. You must be his girlfriend, right? There's nothing going on between us. I just met him yesterday and wanted to apologize." Hubing's expression darkens. "Apologize? What are you talking about?" The girl on the phone seems equally surprised. "Wait, aren't you his girlfriend, and you don't even know about his music? That's kinda weird." Hubing, now completely lost, knocks on the bathroom door and calls out to the protagonist. Wu Chen, still in the shower, casually replies, "Oh hey, Mr. Song. I'm free now. We can meet up to talk about the songs." He hangs up and hands the phone to Hubing, who comments, "It was Song. She wants to buy her songs back. I'll have to go meet her." She steps closer to Wu Chen, smirking. "Wow, Mr. Wu really is talented, huh?" But he raises a hand. "Hold on, I haven't finished my shower yet." She suddenly throws herself onto him and teases, "Why don't you show me what else you're good at?" The protagonist chuckles. "You're playing with fire." She pouts slightly, but before she can say anything, his phone rings again. This time, it's actually Ding Rulong. Wu Chen sighs. "All right, grab me a towel." Just then, Hubing picks up the call. On the other end, Ding Rulong immediately starts explaining himself, claiming that none of this was his doing. It turns out that one of Ding Rulong's lackeys misunderstood his words and acted on his own. To throw some indirect shade at the guy, Hubing speaks into the phone. "Oh, I already knew that, relax." As if a bunch of weak and incompetent fools like them would actually work for you. They were completely useless. How could they possibly be men who follow the great Master Ding? The protagonist, trying to capture the conversation on the call, casually says, "Who's that, babe? Is it that Ding Rulong guy?" She smirks and responds, "Yeah, it's that idiot." Oh my god, Jin Wulong is about to explode. Wu Chen smacks her thigh just loud enough for the guy on the other end to hear, and says, "What kind of language is that, babe? Watch your words." She pouts and plays along. "Ouch, don't hit so hard. Look, it's all red now." And the guy on the other end is hearing all of this. Just imagine his face right now, but they don't stop. Wu Chen, still enjoying himself, adds, "You know you made a mistake, right? Now, I'm gonna have to punish you." Hubing gasps dramatically. "I'm sorry, love. I won't say things like that anymore. No, punish me." At that moment, Ding Rulong completely loses it. He slams the phone down and kicks something hard. Hubing turns to Wu Chen and smirks. Well, he hummed up. That noise was probably his phone smashing against the floor. She tilts her head and wonders, "You think he'll die from that?" Wu Chen shrugs. Probably not. That's not nearly enough." She turns toward him, stepping closer. "All right, enough about him, love. Now what was that about punishing me?" Wu Chen immediately steps back. "I don't know what you're talking about. That was all on you." She giggles and lets it slide. "Oh, by the way, I might meet up with Yurong later, okay? If she calls you, just go along with it, all right?" Wu Chen raises an eyebrow. "Yurong? Weren't you supposed to meet with Song Xuan?" She corrects him. "It's Song Xuaner, but yeah, also Yurong. I need to see both of them." Just then, her brother storms in, apologizing. "Look, a lot of what happened today was my fault. But how many bodyguards do you want? I'll put people on you 24/7 for protection." His sister shuts him down immediately. "I know what you're trying to do, but you're not doing it." Her brother suddenly yells, "How many times has this already happened? You should be dead by now. He was just lucky today that he could fight, and now there's no way around it. We have to kill him." She stands up and waves him off. "Talk to him yourself. I'm done." Wu Chen watches the argument, then casually asks, "Is Ladeo okay now? That guy I told you to keep alive." The brother nods. "Yeah, why?" Wu Chen smirks. "I need to have a little chat with him." The brother hesitates. "What are you planning to ask him? Does he know something incriminating about Ding Rulong? Does he want him dead?" Wu Chen nods. "Of course. But here's the deal. You're coming with me to talk to Lado. But you have to promise your sister that you won't do anything stupid. Got it?" He agrees. "All right. If this helps take down Ding Rulong, then I'll listen to you." At that moment, the protagonist calls both of them over and informs them that he needs to leave because he has a business meeting. He's going to meet the music girl, and someone is recording him from behind. Upon arriving, he greets Miss Song. "Hello, Mr. Wu." He replies, "Hey, Miss Song." She comments, your family owns a small restaurant, right? He nods. Yeah, just a little ramen shop in a small town. The girl looks him over and casually remarks, your girlfriend sounded like she was 40 years old on the phone. Are you her sugar baby? The reason you were trying to sell your song for so much was to get rid of her, right? That's why she didn't even know about the song, huh? What's the dish? Wu Chen stares at her, wondering if she's gone insane. But she keeps going. Why are you still smiling? This is unfair to you. You can't waste your talent on some older woman. My God, if you really want to make money, I'll help you. Look how successful your song Soul Remedy became. Now, so many companies will want to sign you. You'll definitely be a celebrity. The protagonist cuts her off. I'm not debuting and I'm not becoming a singer. Then he asks, weren't you here to buy a song? She agrees and asks him to write another one for her. He sets the price at 10,000 and she accepts immediately. But then he adds, I also want 50% of the profits. The girl, unfazed, responds, no problem. As long as the song is at the same level as Soul Remedy, we have a deal. He asks for paper and a pen, saying that if the song doesn't blow up, he'll refund her money. Then he writes his song titled A Song for You. She lights up as she reads the lyrics. Suddenly, Wu Chen stands up, waves goodbye, and says, I have more things to take care of. Already in the car, he smirks to himself. Now that I've had the appetizer, it's time for the main course. And from the looks of it, someone is tailing him. The guys try to block his car, but he swerves expertly and escapes. The frustrated men call someone to report. We tried to stop him, but it didn't work. And worse, it seems like he knows you're looking for him, and he's heading to your company. The protagonist is already outside the building. A woman inside gives the order, take him to the 13th floor. The men obey. And this is the same woman Wu Chen joked about getting a massage from. However, right now, he is completely surrounded. He walks in and greets her casually. Hello, director. Don't you think it was a bit rude to invite me like this? She responds, I don't know what your goal is, but aren't you the rude one? She then turns to her men and orders them to leave. As they walk past the protagonist, one of them mutters a warning. Don't try anything. If you do, we'll come back in and kill you. The woman gestures for our boy to sit down and asks, what is your intention with my daughter? I assume this isn't about money. The king of gossip, Wu Chen, smirks and replies, Director, why are you so concerned about a daughter that another woman gave birth to? Wu Chen begins to lay out the entire life story of the girl, revealing details that most people shouldn't even know. He explains that she was forced into marriage at 21 but hated the man she was with. Every night she slept with a knife under her pillow, and whenever he came near her, she would immediately pull it out to kill him. In the mornings, she would come up with excuses, saying she didn't want to get pregnant because she would get fat and ugly. Since she wasn't that beautiful to begin with, she told him that if she ended up covered in pregnancy marks, she would look terrible. The man accepted her excuses, and over time, she convinced him to let another woman carry the child instead of her. What he never imagined was that after the child was born, she would deny everything she had promised. Not only that, but it seemed like she completely ruined his family, stole his company, and took everything for herself. Wu Chen exposed all of this, but she seemed completely unbothered. She simply replied, you know that Dong Chenggang is dead, so if you got something else to say, just say it. But let me warn you, even though I didn't give birth to her, she has my blood. Wu Chen paused for a moment confused. How does that work? If you didn't give birth to her, she doesn't have your blood. But whatever. The protagonist continues, stop assuming I want something with your daughter. You should have realized by now that my focus isn't on her. I have things to discuss with you. She flips her hair back and casually comments, oh, you ambitious young men. Mysterious, huh? So can I know what kind of thoughts you have about me? Wu Chen sighs. It's complicated. It might even seem like it's coming out of nowhere, but, Director Wu, you're always surrounded by bodyguards, so I had to use these methods just to meet you. She stands up and tilts her head. Complicated? How can a discussion between adults be complicated? Tell me, Mr. Wu, does Lu Hubing know about all these complicated thoughts you have about me? Of course she knows. She steps closer. Then why, now that we're face to face, don't you go into detail and tell me all of these thoughts? The protagonist cuts her off. I know a man named Ding Rulong who's hunting me. She crosses her arms. I know, but what does that have to do with me? I'm going to kill him. Good luck with that. I'm here to warn you. Pull all of your investments out of the Xuanhuan fund while you still can. She frowns. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? What does the Li family drama with Ding Rulong have to do with Xuanhuan investments? Wu Chen leans forward slightly. The Xuanhuan fund, Tong Heian's assets. Every transaction and business deal you've made in the past 5 years is about to collapse because of me. She narrows her eyes. Are you trying to start a war with me? Wu Chen shrugs. I'm trying to take down Ding Rulong, but you're too deeply involved with him. You got caught in the middle. She interrupts. I have no ties to Ding Rulong. I'm not interested in your little feud. Wu Chen chuckles. Oh, Director Wu, of course you are. He mentions a certain man, the third uncle of Ding Rulong. That guy has major investments in a certain company. When he goes down, he'll take a huge financial hit. She replies, I know the third master Ding. He's one of the most powerful men in the second generation of their family. But what does that have to do with me? Clearly, you don't even realize how deeply intertwined the Wu family is with the Jing family. When the Jing family starts crumbling, it's going to hit the Wu family. And that will bring trouble for you too. She observes the Jing family situation carefully. Do you really plan on dragging the entire family into this? She starts thinking, this man is Leah Rubing's boyfriend, but he's not actually part of the family. How could he possibly cause problems for the entire Jing family? The protagonist casually responds, I'm here because Leah Rubing is a huge fan of yours. She sees you as an inspiration. She raises an eyebrow. That's the dumbest excuse I've ever heard. But since he mentioned Leah Rubing, she decides to confirm it herself. She calls Leah Rubing. Leah Rubing answers the call, already aware that her boyfriend is with the director. Your boyfriend is here telling me he plans to go against the Ding family. Leah Rubing replies, unfazed. Yeah, I heard. But is the Li family also getting involved? He spoke directly with my father, so I don't know exactly what his plans are. You'll have to ask him yourself for the details. The woman on the other end pauses, now unsettled. He ignored Leah Rubing and went straight to her father. Wasn't the Jing family working directly with the Li family? If that was the case, she needed to talk to him. She turns back to the protagonist and asks, would you like something to drink? A little wine? Or champagne? Wu Chen replies, wine Wine is fine. She pours 2 glasses and hands him one. Drinking mode activated with Wu Chen. At that moment, the protagonist begins to explain his identity, involving Long, Yemtao, all while the woman finds herself strangely drawn to him. She wonders what's happening. Wu Chen comments on the bottle, saying it's over 2,000 years old. Distracted by his words, she trips and he catches her in his arms. Careful. She apologizes, thanking him for being there to protect her. You're fine, director. It would have only been a problem if you had actually fallen. She lowers her head, embarrassed. Maybe I drank too fast. Wu Chen observes her and smirks. You're a lot like Ruben. You don't trust men and have some rather unusual preferences. To win you over, physical contact is essential. Now that he's completed that part, the game is in his hands. He studies her. You seem a little confused. Shall we wrap things up here? She agrees but reminds him, we're not done yet. Then suddenly, she trips again and falls right into the protagonist's arms. It's the damn heels. Wu Chen picks her up effortlessly. Careful, the floor is cold. Still in his arms, she reflects on his boldness. None of the older men she had met ever had this kind of courage. He sets her down on the couch and says, Director, if you still want to drink and chat, we can continue. She looks at him and scoffs. You carried me on purpose, didn't you? He grins. Of course I did. She narrows her eyes. You bastard, you love messing with me. She has to figure out a way to deal with this man. She isn't sure what he's planning, but she intends to find out. Meanwhile, Wu Chen observes her and says, You look a little irritated. But from what I see, you actually just wanted to be held, didn't you? He leans in slightly, pretending to be drunk, tripping and falling into my arms. Are you really going to tell me that wasn't on purpose? Her eyes widen in surprise. Looks like you saw through my act. She mutters to herself. How did he judge that so accurately? Even I was fooled for a second. Wu Chen takes another step forward. Director Wu, I noticed that you gave me these opportunities and I took them. But I want you to know, there's no me for games with me. Maybe I know you better than you know yourself. You don't have to play around. Why don't we have a real conversation? I'm eager to be your enemy. She raises an eyebrow. You're not overestimating your own confidence, are you? She crosses her arms. And what do you mean by saying you understand me better than I understand myself? Wu Chen drops a bombshell. Tell me, is it really true that your husband committed suicide? Or did someone instruct a few people to take him up to the rooftop and push him until he had no choice but to jump? She freezes. But don't worry, the most important part hasn't even come yet. Wu Chen leans in even closer. The director Wu I know is a 42-year-old woman who's never been remarried. On lonely nights, she uses that little toy sitting on the bottom shelf under her bed. She stiffens, her face turning red. How? How dare you expose my private life like this? Wu Chen shrugs. At your age, it's completely normal to have a hormonal surge. I completely understand. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He leans back slightly. But have you ever considered that if your life restarted, you wouldn't have to be this exhausted? Then casually, he quotes a lyric from a song she composed years ago. Her eyes widen. Wait a minute. That sounds like something I wrote 12 years ago when I was drunk. I never released that song. The only person who knows about it is me. Wu Chen raises his glass. Want another drink? She stares at him, completely shocked. Who are you? Even though she acknowledged that Wu Chen had an insane past and was clearly an extremely powerful person, there was no way he could know all of this. What kind of power is this? This level of knowledge is beyond comprehension. It's too mysterious. It was already too late. The protagonist continued, exposing even more of her past actions. He mentioned that she had stolen a clothing line from the Song family at some point. He reaffirmed that he understood her better than she understood herself, but reassured her. I'm not here to be your enemy. Now she was at a crossroads. Her logical mind had already calculated 2 possible choices. 1, eliminate him now before anyone else could find out what he knew. Or 2, develop a closer and more intimate relationship to take advantage of his abilities. However, there was a problem. Wu Chen was too mysterious. She had no idea where he came from or who he was connected to. Making him disappear wasn't an option. That only left one alternative. At the very least, he was young, not bad-looking, and had an attractive physique. She turned to him and said, Since we're not going to be enemies, let's get back to the main topic. You really can't seem to stay away from the Ding family, can you? Wu Chen responded calmly. I'll explain my plans soon, and when I do, I hope you'll join me. If that happens, not only will you be safe, but your career will advance even further. She chuckled. Mr. Wu's working so hard for Miss Lai Hubing, but just now you were treating me like a princess. Aren't you afraid she'll get jealous? Wu Chen casually dropped a bomb on the table. Su Kinyin is also my woman, and Leah Rubin doesn't care. She's not a small-minded woman. The director paused, now processing something else entirely. That would explain all the recent confusion among the board of directors at Jinfu. So this is what's really happening. If that's the case, then even if I do something, I won't be seen as some homewrecker in their relationship. Leah Rubing must have already made peace with this situation. She stretched out her leg and glanced at him. I'm tired of drinking. Why don't you come over to my place for some tea? Maybe that'll refresh us. Wu Chen picked up her shoe and slid it onto her foot. If you want tea, then let's go have tea. As they stepped out, she asked, How much time do you have? Time? Plenty. He pulled her in and kissed her. Stop trying to control the situation. This is something that should be initiated and handled by a man. Her expression was impossible to ignore. The tension escalated. Then something unexpected happened. Wu Chen picked her up and placed her on the bed. As he started unbuttoning his shirt, she murmured, Go easy. And after a long, intense night, everything finally settled down. The next morning, he arrived home. And waiting for him was the very girl he had sold the songs to. Mom, where are you? You scared me. You weren't answering your phone. The mother sat up in shock, immediately turning to Wu Chen. Get out now. My daughter's back. Wu Chen darted out of sight, slipping under the bed. As the daughter looked around, she opened the bedroom door, only to find no one there. However, Wu Chen's shoes were left right by the entrance. That was proof that he was still around. Hiding beneath the bed, Wu Chen smirked. The girl misunderstood the situation, thinking she had a burglar in the house. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was just lying there smiling. Just then, her phone rang. It was Director Wu, and strangely enough, she had Wu Chen's phone. Why do you have his phone? He left it next to me. The director frowned. Yashin tried calling him this morning, but that's not what happened. Then why is he there? Did you two meet up? The girl casually answered, Yeah, we're at my house. The director's voice changed. Wait, the director spent the night at your place? Did you two sleep together? The girl smiled slightly. Yes. Wu Chen only attracts women who like competing with each other. The director, stunned once again, wondered, how does this man manage to conquer a woman in just one day? And yet, the real problem was that the girl was clearly provoking her, which pissed her off even more. She turned back to the director and said, we need to talk. Alright then, come meet me in Shenzhen. Wu Chen casually asked, was that a call from Lu Rubing? Yeah, she said she's on her way now, so I'm going to take a shower. Meanwhile, the mother, stepping out of her bedroom, saw her daughter heading out. You're leaving already? You just got here. The daughter replied, I'll stay. I don't want to get in the way of you and the guy inside. The mother froze. Who is he? Do I know him? Have I seen him before? Why are you so curious? Even though it was an awkward situation, the mother wanted to know who her daughter was involved with. 40 minutes later, Lu Rubing arrived. She walked up to Wu Chen. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. You keep surprising me. Wu Chen smirked. Thanks for the compliment. Jealous? She didn't answer, walking past him. Then she turned around and asked, do you really do whatever you want? Can't you go a single day without pissing me off? You have no consideration for me at all. Wu Chen stepped closer, looking her in the eye. Lu Rubing, I love you. For the first time, even he didn't know if he was joking or being serious. For a moment, he felt just as lost as the women around him. Lu Rubing, however, was completely thrown off. That bastard's saying things like this right now. I can't believe he only says things like this when he wants to beat me in an argument. But I can't lose my cool. I need to stay calm. Have you ever used those words to try and convince someone else? But obviously not. She responds half-jokingly, my love, Wu, I love you too. At that moment, the protagonist shakes his head. She freezes. And what if Su Qingyan sees you like this? She might think we're just a fake couple. And what about the woman from today? If she sees this situation, do you really think you can handle it? Wu Chen, completely unfazed, replies, I'm not worried. None of them will say anything. She sighs, still a little irritated, but lets it go. Wu Chen walks away, telling her she can now have a private conversation with Director Wu. Just then, Director Wu arrives, still in her pajamas. Since we have so much to discuss, why don't we get straight to the point? What do you mean by that? Kneel and apologize. But the new crazy girl simply lets out a soft grabs the director by the shoulder and plants a kiss on her forehead. The director's mind goes blank. What the hell is this Sungyeon doing kissing me? Meanwhile, Song pretends not to understand the situation at all. Oh, I don't know. I don't really understand what you're saying. But in her mind, she knew exactly what she was doing. I completely understand your feelings, miss, but please just accept this little kiss and be content. She actually believed her kiss was so valuable that it was all that was needed. Then she looks at the director and says with a straight face, my apologies, are you satisfied now? The director, beyond irritated, couldn't believe the absurdity of the situation. Then Su Qingyan, still in her chaotic mode, says, it's such a shame you weren't here last night. If you had been, the three of us could have. The director's thoughts derailed. What the hell is she talking about? What kind of debauchery is this? Meanwhile, Sue is licking her lips. Miss, do you feel the sincerity of my apology? Or would you like me to apologize more? The director, now completely done with this nonsense, snaps. For the love of God, have some respect. She thinks to herself, it's not even worth arguing with someone like this. So she turns and says, I have nothing more to say here. I'm leaving. Song, watching the exchange, realizes that letting things escalate into a fight would be a bad idea right now. She had been deliberately playing dumb to avoid an argument, giving a kiss instead of apologizing outright, avoiding confrontation, and ensuring she wouldn't be pushed away from Wu Chen. The protagonist had masterfully played 4D chess with a 200 IQ strategy. She left fully convinced that she was in love with Wu Chen. In the car, the director called Wu Chen. He answered, are you done talking? She sighed. Wu Chen, can't you find a single normal woman? Why are they all crazy? He chuckled. What happened? She grumbled. Su Qingyan was already weird, but this one, my God, she's completely out of her mind. Then she cut herself off. You know what? Forget it. I don't even want to talk about her anymore. Wu Chen thought to himself that Yu Hong must have handled the situation well, and judging by Lu Rubing's frustration, she probably didn't want to deal with her anymore, which was perfect, because Yu Hong had realized that provoking Lu Rubing would be a mistake. Since Lu Rubing was still publicly his girlfriend, he couldn't just end things with her. The best option for Ru Yang was to avoid any direct fights with Lu Rubing. Back in the conversation, Ru Yang confidently said, you should have a little more faith in me. I can handle things too. Just then, Lu Rubing's brother called Wu Chen. His voice was urgent. One of them escaped. He was talking about La Dao. Apparently, the man had taken a phone and asked for it to be sent to the hospital. When the brother entered the hospital room, he confronted the man inside. You're acting crazy in my territory? How do you have the guts to try something against Yu Shen? Do you have a problem with me too? Tell me the truth. This is Ding Rulong's doing, isn't it? Who else would have sent you here to Dongdai? What was your mission? But the man didn't say a word. He just got angrier. The brother lost patience and yelled, oh, so you're playing dumb, huh, bastard? You think I won't pull this trigger right now? One of the men in the back hurriedly said, boss, calm down. Yu Shen said not to kill him. We can't do this here. The brother took a deep breath, then lit a cigarette. Whatever. Let's just smoke and chill. Moments later, someone rushed into the room, panicked. Where's the patient? Where did he go? Everyone turned back toward the hospital bed. It was empty. They rushed to the window and saw something odd. A drain pipe. The guy had climbed out of the window and slid down. Peculiar, to say the least. Lu Rubing's brother continued his conversation with Wu Chen, explaining the entire situation in detail. Since the guy was injured, they would definitely find him soon. Wu Chen casually commented, damn, you said all that without even taking a breath. What are you trying to hide from me? He knew both Lai Hute and the old man who had escaped very well. And he also knew that whenever Lia Rute tried to explain things too quickly, it meant that things had gotten out of his control. Lia Rute hurriedly apologized, saying that wasn't the case and that they would resolve it. But Wu Chen reassured him, relax, I'll find the guy quickly. Then he hung up on Lai Hute, leaving him completely lost. Wu Chen changed his shirt, put on a cap, and got ready. Based on what he knew about Ding Rulong, there was only one place the man could be. That's exactly where he headed. He arrived at Chuan and Koff's 2nd Street, staring at the door. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the place. Ding Rulong had several safe houses in Dongai for his subordinates to escape to, but there was only one that had never been used, and the key was still there. Meanwhile, Ladeo was badly injured, still wearing a hospital gown, trying to flee. He would definitely have to change clothes before coming here, so there was a good chance that Wu Chen had arrived before him. Taking a quick look around, Wu Chen noticed that all the appliances were in place. Everything was neat, with no dust. It was clear that someone regularly cleaned the place. This was part of the strategy to make the house seem occupied, rather than an abandoned safe house only visited once a year. Wu Chen already knew where they hid everything. He pulled a cushion aside and found a briefcase. He entered the password without hesitation. Inside were equipment, documents, weapons, and much more. Looking at it all, he knew for sure that Ladeo would come here. This was where everything he needed was stored. Wu Chen called Liu Hutai. Hutai asked, "Did you find him?" Wu Chen responded, "Brother, send an ambulance to Ximon Street, the 2nd block. He's not here yet, but he will be." At that moment, someone entered the house. Finally, I'm safe. But as soon as he noticed a gun next to the sofa, he froze. There was someone else here. Seeing a shadow move, he immediately tried to attack, but Wu Chen grabbed his wrist, recognizing him. "What are you doing here?" The man had heard the rumors. Wu Chen had taken on 6 armed men by himself, and now, badly injured, there was no way he could fight. Wu Chen spoke calmly. "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it in the elevator. By the way, I called an ambulance for you. You're not going to survive if you don't go to the hospital. Look at your injuries." The man hesitated. If Wu Chen wasn't trying to fight him, maybe he could still escape. "You really don't want to talk to me?" Then he revealed something shocking. "When I was 21, I faked my death in a car accident. I fooled the police and my family. I changed my name 4 times until I became Liu Yundo. No one knows my real identity. Not even the biggest organizations, not even the Golden Flower Group, not even the Jin family." Then his thoughts froze. How the hell does this kid know my real name? If Wu Chen knew that, then he probably knew about his family, his 2 sisters. And if that was true, he had no choice. He had to kill Wu Chen to protect them. Wu Chen read his mind. "Looks like you've reached the right conclusion. You want to protect your family. That's what every man should do. But Ladeo, I'm going to give you a chance." He tossed a gun in his direction. For a moment, Ladeo imagined grabbing the gun and killing Wu Chen right there. But Wu Chen just smiled. "Pick it up. It's loaded. Aim at me. Pull the trigger." And that's it. Ladeo's hands trembled as he slowly reached for the gun. Wu Chen smirked. "Or maybe it's not loaded, and I'm just playing with you. What will you do?" Ladeo froze. This didn't make sense. Wu Chen was toying with him. Even if he grabbed the gun, there was no way he could aim and shoot before Wu Chen jumped on him and knocked him out. But then he reached for a knife hidden behind him. He pressed it against Wu Chen's back. "Do you think I can't kill you?" Wu Chen, still completely calm, replied, "I'm not betting on anything. You're just as composed as ever. And besides, everything I know about you, I haven't told anyone else." The man gritted his teeth. "Stop trying to distract me. This conversation is pointless." Wu Chen repeated, still relaxed. "I just want to talk." The man hesitated. "What do you want to talk about?" Wu Chen smirked. "I've already told you what I know about the Jin family. I won't reveal anything else. There are things you don't even need to say, like Ding Rulong's deadliest weapon. It was provided by Wan Huida from the Wang family. Ding Rulong planned to use it to kill." The man's breath hitched. Then Wu Chen continued. "And also, Ang Tan. Ding Rulong had him killed." Ladeo's entire body stiffened. Ang Tan had been a central figure in the Golden Flower Group. Most likely, he had been the heir to the entire organization. But 5 years ago, he had mysteriously died. The leader had ordered an investigation, but they had never found the killer. That was a case he had always wanted to solve. And now Wu Chen just told him exactly who was responsible. Ladeo narrowed his eyes. So this is Ding Rulong's advantage. These are just words. He thought about it. At first, Wu Chen had given him true information. But now was he throwing in lies to manipulate him? Was he trying to get him to betray the Jin family? His hands slowly moved away from the knife. Then he suddenly grabbed the gun and aimed it at Wu Chen. "We have nothing left to talk about. Why are you still smiling?" "Last words? Because soon, you won't be laughing anymore." He placed a pillow in front of the gun to silence the shot. Then he pulled the trigger. "Goodbye." But Wu Chen dodged in an instant. The bullet missed. Ladeo's hands shook. You're not afraid." Wu Chen smirked. "I know you won't shoot me." The man exhales, thinking that in all of his years in the industry, he has never encountered someone like this. He says that since the protagonist is risking his life for this message, he will give him a chance and try to believe what he has to say about Wang Tan being killed by Jin Honglong. The protagonist responds that he speaks as if he is trying to deceive him. "You won't regret it. Rest assured, I'll show you evidence. Come here." The man asks if there is really any evidence of this. "Come, sit down. If you really want to know the truth, you'll need to tell a lie. If you can deceive this person, he will reveal the real story to you." The man looks confused, questioning what he means. "Call Sun Yongzhang and tell him you escaped." He'll ask what happened. You'll say that Leah Rubing arrived with some people, and that you tried to escape, using her as a hostage, but you failed. Unfortunately, you injured Leah Rubing, just to see how he reacts, and then ask him about Wang Tan. The man agrees. At that moment, he tries to memorize the script and dials the number. The person on the other end answers immediately. "You escaped." That's good. He informs that he tried to take Leah Rubing and ended up injuring her. The other man replies that she wasn't hurt too badly, that it wasn't serious. "For God's sake, I told you not to touch Leah Rubing. I warned you that if she was with that Wuxian guy, you weren't supposed to lay a finger on her." The man replies that he did it to save his own life, that he was about to die. The other man becomes irritated. "You." And at that moment, he gives a thumbs up. "Master Zhang, can you be a little more polite? And besides, I took the money to do the job, and if your information was wrong, that's not my fault. Let me tell you, I already know all the messes within the Ding family. And I also know that you killed Ang Tan from the very beginning. I just never revealed it because of our old friendship." The man on the other end asks when he found that out. At that moment, he realizes that the protagonist wasn't lying. Wu Chen grabs the phone from the man's hand and asks about Chuang Shan. "What are you doing with Ladeo?" My friend, isn't Ding Rulong supposed to be in the southern city of Guan? Did he come back to see his old man? The man on the other end of the phone starts thinking. He had indeed heard that their boss had gone south for urgent matters. Then he wonders if this guy really injured Leah Rubing. If that were true, it would be a disaster because it would destroy the alliance between the two families. They would become mortal enemies, and perhaps that's why the boss rushed south so quickly. He starts considering that when Ding Rulong returns, things will be a complete mess. The protagonist wishes him good luck. Then he tells the man in front of him that Juang Chong doesn't intend to tell the family about Leah Rubing's injury, as that would trigger a series of problems. This means the man standing before the protagonist is free to eliminate Juang Chong. He reflects that if even Ang Tan, a trusted ally, was killed, then he, a mere outsider, could easily be the next target if he doesn't act. Fine, I'll kill Juang Chong for you, he tells the protagonist. However, as he stands up, he suddenly hears a loud noise outside and wonders if Shen is trying to pull something against him. Just then, the protagonist's ally opens the door and says, "Mr. Wu, go downstairs and wait for everyone. Don't let anyone come up here. No need for too many people. Be careful not to wake the residents." He then turns back to the man inside. "Ladao, let's continue." Someone on the other side of the line responds and he comments, "Did you see the message? Bring the brothers here," and captures Yuang Chong. The man responds, "Captures Yuang Chong, young master." But then he suddenly stops asking questions and simply nods in agreement. The protagonist explains, "You want to capture Yuang Chong because you want to know if Ding Rulong really killed Wang Tan. Let me tell you, 5 years ago, Wang Tan brought some people to the outskirts of the city to discuss business. He wanted to work with Jin Hulong on a jade smuggling operation. But Jin Hulong wasn't interested in opening another illegal business and rejected him. Wang Tan didn't understand Jin Hulong's stance and felt humiliated. So he threatened Jin Hulong into cooperating, and that night Wang Tan disappeared. The man looks confused, and the protagonist adds, "There, the mystery you've always wanted to solve is now answered. You can give me a present." The man tenses up as the protagonist casually grabs a phone and dials a number. "Ladao is in my hands. Han, $100,000 ransom fee. Why don't you consider it?" The man standing next to the protagonist looks lost. The voice on the other end asks, "Who are you?" "I'm Wu Chen. Never heard of me." "Ah, so you're Wu Chen. That means Ladao failed. Is he still alive?" "Yes, he's here. Right in front of me," the protagonist replies. $100 million? That's too much. You think I'm just going to give you all that?" The protagonist responds, "He came all the way here, tried to kill me, and got captured. All I'm asking for is money. I believe I'm being quite reasonable." The man remains silent for a moment before saying, "That guy's commission was 30 million, plus another 20 million at the end, totaling 50 million. That's all I can offer. Take the old man to the outskirts of the city and we'll make the exchange." The protagonist responds, "Wow, you really are a boss. Your attitude is different from the others. Can you handle Abdito's affairs? And don't you want to know who killed Wang Tan?" He calls a member of Wang Tan's family and says, "I'm lost here. The translator didn't explain anything to us." The man shows interest, and the protagonist details the whole story. They argue, the protagonist makes a threat, and the man gets angry. In the end, the protagonist reveals his plan. "I don't want money. I want you to let Ulodeo work for me in the city. That way I'll take care of all the problems with Ding Rulong using this man. And from what I can tell, you want him dead too." The man agrees. "If everything you've said is true, I accept." He hands the phone to another man who answers, addressing him as General. "You heard everything." "I did. How did you fail?" "The 6 of us could defeat him." "What? Is Shen threatening you?" The protagonist decides to be honest. "I just want to change my life. I'm tired of all this." After hanging up, the protagonist congratulates the man. "Congratulations, you're free." The man responds, "Mr. Wu, capture Jin Xuan and bring him to Dongai in secret. He's important to me." Looking at his watch, the protagonist comments, "I think the ambulance that came to pick you up is arriving." The man gets into the ambulance while the protagonist tells him that they'll talk again once he has recovered. For now, he needs to go home and rest. The protagonist wakes up in bed, and when he looks down, he is shocked by what he sees. Something moves. He can't believe the scene before him. He sits up quickly and says, "Leah Rubing, what are you doing, huh?" She responds, "I wanted to give you a reward." He replies, "Oh, so that's it? All right, give it to me then." A bit of steam starts to rise. Still confused, she continues, "Now that I think about it, we've only known each other for about 8 or 9 days." The protagonist, intrigued, asks, "Would you believe me if I told you I already know everything about you in such a short time?" She questions, "What do you mean?" He explains, "For example, we can't do anything today. You're only here to mess with me." She tries to defend herself. "Don't say that. I'm not messing with you." But still, she seems to agree as she feels bad for him and decides to give him a few kisses so he won't feel too sad. Hugging the protagonist, she thinks, "Wow, I feel so happy here. Is this what it means to be in love?" At that moment, she mentions that her brother will be visiting today. The protagonist asks, "Is he coming to apologize for letting the old man escape?" She replies, "You can't spoil him too much, you know." He reflects on his actions and apologizes. Someone knocks on the door, and she tells him that it's the guards she's sent to buy some things. She asks, "Where's the kitchen? I'll cook something for you." He points in the direction and says, "Leah Rubing, you're going to cook dinner." She confirms, "Yes, I want you to try my cooking." She always cooked when she lived alone, so she feels confident. The protagonist says, "I know you know how to cook." But then she reveals, "It's been a few years since I last cooked, so maybe my skills aren't as good as you think." She adds, "I may not be better than Kim Yin, but I'm sure I'm better than you." Curious, she asks, "Sir, do you know how to cook?" At that moment, the fish slips from her hands, falls onto the plate, and she stumbles. The plate shatters, the fish hits the floor, and as she apologizes, she ends up covered in a mess. Later, while taking a bath, she reflects sadly, "What a disaster. I just wanted to cook something for us and eat together when my brother arrived." She didn't want Wu Chen to hate her brother just because of that incident with the old man Dao. It was frustrating, and it felt like it was all the fault of that cursed fish. Now there wasn't enough time to call a chef or cook anything herself. Huh, why does it sound like someone is cooking? What's going on? When she walks in, she sees the feast the protagonist has prepared. With 1,000 years of training, he had mastered everything and casually said to her, "Oh, what are you looking at?" She was already thinking to herself, "He can cook." Ah, obviously. What can he do? If that's the case, hold on a second. Wu Chen was cooking for her and she decided to take a picture. The girl wanted to show off the protagonist's cooking skills. She turned to him and asked, "Wu, have you ever cooked for Su Kinyin?" He replied that he hadn't. "Aside from when I cooked at home, you're the first woman I've ever cooked a meal for." At that moment, she blushed deeply, gave him a kiss on the cheek, a little hug, and all that. The protagonist said, all right, now let me finish up here. Time's running out, and your brother is on his way." At that moment, her brother was already at the table, and she said, "Go ahead and eat, okay." Wu Chen made all of this. "Damn, he cooked all of this. This is amazing, brother." Leah Rubing stared at her brother, internally cursing him. "You idiot. Apologize and stop eating." It was necessary to even shed a few tears to convince him quickly, but the protagonist looked at her and said, "Huh, you're not going to eat?" She took a bite and thought, "Oh my god, this is delicious. This doesn't lose to a Michelin-starred chef. My boyfriend really has divine skills." The protagonist, being a good guy, told her brother, "You can come eat whenever you want, all right? I'll cook for you guys. And also about that mess with old Dao, it's all good. Nothing changes between us." Her brother started tearing up. She walked up to the protagonist and said, "Love, it's getting late. I think we need to rest, don't we?" He looked at her and said, "I already told you we can't do anything today." She told him to be quiet and said there were still ways to have fun on days like these. "Oh my god, not even gonna comment on this." The protagonist asked, "Why are you brushing your teeth?" She responded, "Well, you have to brush your teeth when you wake up and after that." Then she left things hanging and ended with, "That's it, see ya, I'm out, bye." Oh god, this is getting worse. He turned to her and said, "Huh, you're not afraid of having to brush your teeth too much then?" She called him shameless. "Oh my god, let's just get through this, I'm dying." He said, "I made breakfast. Come here already." She replied that there wasn't time because she had a meeting at the company. "Are you coming to the company today?" He replied, "No, I have some things to take care of." She asked, "Are you meeting with another crazy woman there?" He denied it. She told him to be a good boy and said goodbye. At the company, she was massaging her jaw. Su Qining called her and asked if she knew where Wu Chen had gone. "Huh? You can't find him?" "No, he said he wasn't coming today and didn't tell me where he was going when I asked." "All right, don't worry, I'll call him." She calls Wu Chen and asks, "Where are you?" "Handling some business." "Huh? Where are you?" In the background, someone's voice is heard, questioning why he's on another call. Leah Rubing thinks she just heard a woman's voice that she had never heard before. Thinking that he was already getting himself into trouble, she says, "All right then, Mr. Wu, handle your business. I won't bother you." The scene shifts, and someone comments, "We barely exchanged 2 sentences. How many more calls are going to come in?" The protagonist puts his phone on the table and says that it was Lu Bing and he's going to hang up. A guy named Su Song says, "You should just answer properly so we don't waste time." The girl next to them comments that he's just playing around, and just then, his phone rings again. "What did I tell you?" The man grows irritated because the protagonist's phone won't stop ringing in the middle of the meeting. He pulls out a gun and points it at the protagonist, but with a swift movement, the protagonist snatches the gun from his hand. The man wonders how the gun ended up in the protagonist's hand. At that moment, several people pull out their guns and aim at the protagonist, yet strangely, no one shoots. The protagonist's phone keeps ringing, and the man asks why he doesn't answer it. He picks up the call, and the person on the other end asks who it is. It's the crazy Wu Yuron, demanding to know which woman made him take so long to answer. The protagonist explains that he is in the middle of a negotiation. She complains that he never calls her during the day and asks how he can be so heartless. He asks what's so urgent if she's missing him. She confirms, saying she misses him so much that she can't take it anymore. She even dreamed about him last night and wants to have lunch with him. Or is he with Leah Rubing? He replies that he is out of town, somewhere around Dongai for a couple of days. She realizes he has traveled and tells him to keep the conversation short and take care of his business. The protagonist says he'll call her at night. At that moment, a man approaches from behind, attempting to stab him. The protagonist flips the gun under his arm and fires, hitting the knife. The man freezes, unsure if he's dead or alive. The knife clatters to the floor. The protagonist points the gun at the man, who immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. He offers 20-30 million right away. The protagonist remains silent, and the man keeps talking. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll give you 100 million. No, another 100 million. How much did they pay you to kill me? I'll pay you more than they did." The protagonist says, "Stop talking. Can't we just have a private conversation?" He orders everyone to leave, then helps the man stand up and says, "Get up. There's only 1 bullet left in the gun. Be careful not to hurt anyone." The man, embarrassed, responds, "You're hilarious. You think I'm gonna play gun games with you? What do you want?" The protagonist mentions that 3 years ago, he arranged for a beautiful NK to be sent to Ding Rulong, which messed up investments in modem. Then you arranged for someone even younger and prettier. What's your real intention? The man is in shock, thinking, for God's sake, he ruined my setup with Ding Rulong and disappeared. Did Ding Rulong send this guy? If that's the case, I'm screwed. In the next scene, the protagonist says, "What do you mean? What's my intention? You spent over 20 years managing the 9 Degrees bar, and now that it's at the top in Modu, you made over 30 million in profit just this month." Then he starts listing all of the man's businesses. Modu Entertainment, Modu TV, Maju Arts, Manju Acting. You have it all. The man thinks to himself, this doesn't sound like something someone sent by Ding Rulong would say. This kid must have investigated my past. Does he think 100 million isn't enough? The protagonist says, "Relax, don't panic. Let me finish. You were forced to deceive Ding Rulong, weren't you? It was the Gu family's request." The man freezes, realizing He even brought up the Gu family. What does this lunatic want? The protagonist continues explaining the man's actions, making him question everything. This guy knows everything I'm thinking. What does he want? Finally, he asks outright, what do you want? The protagonist says, last time you fooled Ding Rulong pretty well. The man responds, I have dirt on him. The protagonist asks, then why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost died here. Looks like we're allies. Let's talk. The protagonist mentions, I heard you're in charge of Rechikin. The man, thinking about a certain girl at the bar, remembers that from the first time he saw her, he only wanted to devour her. How cruel. Why do you think of her like that? Then he acknowledges that her aura is extremely dangerous. I investigated her and found out that the loneliness in her eyes is real. For a moment, I wanted to help her, but I knew the trouble that would cause. The only thing I could do was watch over her and make sure no one else got close. He thinks. So that's why he's mentioning Ding Rulong. There must be a conflict between the three of them. The man starts believing that the protagonist is her friend and has come to kill Ding Rulong to set her free. The only way for her to be safe is to have a lover who's ready to kill anyone. He says, I get it. You want me to make it happen for you. I'm sure you two will have a great time together. The protagonist responds, what are you talking about? I want to take her to Dongai. The man reacts, Monu isn't enough for you. You even want to decide where I take her? The protagonist says, no, I'm going to meet Shikin. I'm her daughter's tutor. All I want is for you not to tell Ding Rulong about this. I came here to warn you. The man questions, tutor? What do you mean? A home tutor? Didn't you say you were taking her to Dongai? When are you planning to do that? He thinks to himself, Dongai is Lai Hute's territory and part of the Li family's domain. Could Lai Hute be interested in taking Shi Sing there? He was confused. Someone else was also confused, but they weren't there, which was a good thing. So, what should I call you, my friend? Wu Chen. All right, Mr. Wu Chen, let me make a call. Okay, go ahead. The man answers the call. Hey, brother Mao, what's going on? Your guys called me saying there's a professional assassin there. I'm already on my way. Brother, relax. Let me just ask you one thing. Do you know Wu Chen from Dongai? Wu Chen? Why are you asking about him? Because he's sitting in my office right now. Oh, him. Are you sure? A man named Gu Hubo, a friend of Lai Hute, was part of the conversation. This friend of Lai Hute, who was also the brother of the protagonist's girl, was also a friend of the protagonist. The man on the call commented, who is this Wu Chen? You've mentioned him to me before. Hold on, let me confirm something real quick. Stay there. I'm coming over. The protagonist asked, Gu Hubai is coming. Looks like it. Do you know Brother Gu? He started thinking, if you know him, why are you using me? The protagonist replied, I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Just like he doesn't know me, but he knows about me. But for now, let's keep talking about Shi King. At that moment, the man started explaining Shi King's entire story to the protagonist. Meanwhile, in Modu, the protagonist received a call from Lai Hutai asking, hey, brother, a friend of mine called saying you're in Modu. Are you really there? Yeah, brother, that guy, Brother Gu, he's literally like a real brother to me. If he didn't mess up too much, can you not kill him? The protagonist replied, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm just here to talk business with him. Lai Hutai explained that Gu had called him, mentioning threats and guns. The protagonist insisted, I already told you, it's a misunderstanding. Besides, he just got here. Talk to you later. The man arrived and asked, are you Wu Chen from Dongai? The protagonist handed him the phone. He answered, speaking to Lai Hute. Brother Gu, he's my brother-in-law. Okay, please be respectful to him. The man grew irritated. And what if I don't want to be respectful? His brother, sensing the tension, pleaded. Don't provoke him too much. Just talk it out, please. Thinking to himself, Lai Hute sounded shaken. Why is he so afraid of this brother-in-law? And Wu Chen, who is this guy? Lai Hute gave one last warning. Brother, don't go against him. I'm warning you, if you mess up, don't come crying to me later. The man, still confused, asked, what's going on? Did he threaten you or something? He explained that Wu Chen had single-handedly resolved all the Wei family's affairs and had informed them about all the issues happening. You don't get it. He fixed everything. The man asked, where did this guy even come from? What's his background? The problem is, no one knows where this lunatic came from. And on top of that, he even has a deal with my father, so I have no choice but to listen to him. The man, already sweating, said, all right, fine. He approached the protagonist and said, hey, Mr. Wu, I've been hearing your name for a while now. Tai mentions you all the time. Why didn't you say you were coming to Modu? I would have sent someone to receive you. The elder at the bar, surprised, thought, Brother Gu is acting all friendly? What's going on? He's not even this polite to his own father. But Gu turned to the man and said, are you insane? You don't know who he is. Mr. Wu here is an extremely important guest. The man replied, yeah, sorry. He shook hands with the protagonist. You just got here. Come on, let's have dinner. Come with the group. All right, let's go. The man asked, by the way, do you know about my older brother? Thinking to himself, Lai Hute must have warned him that his brother-in-law isn't human. He's probably trying to test the protagonist to see just how incredible he really is. The man exhales, thinking that in all of his years in the industry, he has never met someone like this. He asks, do you know about my older brother? The protagonist, reflecting, responds, are you asking how to surpass your older brother? What do you think, Mr. Wu? You and your brother are both from the third generation and are both business geniuses. You even appeared in Forbes magazine. Your relationship is close and it's a healthy competition. However, most of your family's resources are being allocated to support him. Considering that, it will be complicated for you to surpass him. The man thinks. He said a lot, but it was just obvious stuff. Was Tai exaggerating? I'm starting to think this guy is different. The protagonist tells him, it's not like you don't have a chance. It's more a matter of boldness. The man reflects on his words. Does he really mean that? Then he says to the protagonist, if you know my relationship with my brother, your words were inappropriate. This isn't about my brother. It's just business. If you want to be richer and more successful than him, you'll have to. He stops talking. The man asks, Have to what? You said you would have the courage to do it. Do what? The protagonist responds. Can't you guess? Ding Rulong, the man in question, is confused, thinking. He wants me to kill Ding Rulong. That way he will provoke a war between the Gu and Jin families while he enjoys his time with Liu Rubing, and the Gu family keeps feasting. When he got here, he clearly said he wanted to do business and make money. Does he really expect me to kill Ding Rulong? Wait, let me ask. He says. What does Mr. Wu mean by doing business? I've been competing with him for years and I'm at a disadvantage. The protagonist replies, I know about your competition with Ding Rulong, but your method won't work against him. That's why I'm asking for your boldness. The deal I'm offering, if you have the guts to take it, I guarantee this war will end and you'll leave your brother in the dust. The man thinks this is exaggerated, but since Tai even guaranteed it, he decides to bet on this man. All right then, I'll do business with you. The man says, okay, hold on. Let me make a call. Someone answers. Oh, naughty boy, why are you calling me? Do you miss me? He responds, come to Modu. The woman says, now, you're just going to say a few words and leave me like this. He says, yes, but for now, just come. She replies, all right, I'm coming then. And she blows a kiss into the phone. The man thinks, wait, that wasn't Tay's sister's voice, was it? Hold on, isn't he Leah Rubing's boyfriend, and yet he's surrounded by women? No, forget it. These worldly matters don't matter. This man will help me surpass my brother. All right, let's go. Miss Hu arrives, and the man's already with her. Wait a second. He called, and it was Miss Hu on the phone. But I heard her calling him naughty boy and even blowing a kiss. Did I hear wrong? The man shakes his head, lost in thought. She walks in, throws herself at the protagonist, and once again calls him naughty boy. Why don't you just wrap up this negotiation already? I can't hold myself back anymore. Then she sees Gu and says, oh, long time no see, boss Gu. Yeah, long time no see, Miss Hu. Gu, looking at the two of them, thinks, she's a goddess. No matter how much I look at them, this is way too suspicious. Let's see what kind of deal they have for me. The protagonist is already seated and says, since we're all on the same side, let's get straight to the point. Miss Han will pull all of her investments from the Ding family's businesses. An hour passes. Apparently, he explains his whole plan. The man reacts. Stoic, your plan is meticulous. All right, I'll make a call and ask two people to bring some things over. Hold on. The elder at the bar, sitting nearby, says, wow, have a seat, everyone. I'm going to have a smoke with Brother Gu. She looks at the protagonist and comments, wow, you brought a business partner without saying a word. How efficient. He looks at her and asks, did you not like it? She traces her finger along the table and says, my God. Oh, here we go. Let me just say this. How do you want me to thank you for this? The protagonist responds, what are you talking about? This is all part of the plan. We just got lucky to find him here. She stands up and says, stop lying. Did you do all this just for me? She adjusts her chair, sliding closer to the protagonist. Baby, are you trying to let Gu know about our relationship today? This is all happening because the men stepped out for a cigarette and now she's here kissing his neck. Then Gu walks back in and says, hey, I just made a call. But she immediately moves off his lap and he thinks, I wasn't seeing things. She was really sitting on Wu Chen. Is this really the Wu Yurong I know? He had even heard from his father that all of his friends were crazy about her. Even his uncle said he would instantly get a divorce if she ever gave him a chance. How is this woman with his 20-year-old Wu Chen? There's no mistake. This man is extraordinary. Handling this Liminik, now he understands what Hute was talking about. Everyone feels a bit awkward. He turns to them and says, we've been here for a while now. We forgot to eat. Are you guys hungry? I'll ask them to bring some food for us. At that moment, Leah Rubing calls the protagonist. He puts it on speakerphone, thinking, damn it, this is Lai Hute's sister. You brought her here, and now you're putting it on speaker? What if she hears the other one? What'll I tell Tai if he asks anything? Leah Rubing asks, are you still busy? Aren't you going to tell me what you're doing there, brother? Hube already told me he knows, but you're not going to tell me. He replies, I'm busy here. We'll talk later. She says, busy at this hour? You're with a woman, aren't you? The lunatic leans in and asks, is that Miss Liu, love? The man thinks, dear God, what is this crazy woman doing? Declaring war on the main girlfriend. Leah Rubing says, wait, Wu Yurong is there with you? What is she doing in Modu? He replies, ah, I needed her here for some business. Do you want to talk to her? He's already thinking about activating Zen mode to avoid getting involved in this mess. This is too chaotic. Better not get in the middle of it. Leah Rubing thinks. He said it's business. Serious business. Well, looks like I'll have to forgive him. Fine, finish your business. I'll be waiting for you. The protagonist hangs up and says, all right, Brother Gu, order the food. I'm starving. He replies, got it. The man leaves, thinking, my God, Leah Rubing tolerated that. Her man has another woman and she can't control him either. He's managing Leah Rubing and Wu Yurong at the same time. No, this guy is incredible. He admits defeat and decides to walk away. Time passes and he returns, saying, here's all the information we gathered on Ding Rulong after years of competition. Every company, every stock, all the transfers, and more. The protagonist comments that they'll all gradually sell off shares of Ding Rulong's companies and use some agents to buy certain businesses while devaluing others. After using proxies to hold some shares, they'll consolidate everything under a select group of people and take control of the companies. He thinks with his own background, Lady Wu's connections, and the information provided by Mr. Wu, everything will go smoothly. There's no way this can fail. But he also reflects that the most important part now is deciding how they will divide up the Jing family's companies once they take them. The protagonist, already knowing the future, the past, and the present, says, now that we decided, we just need to discuss the division of company shares. The man says, I knew it. This is why I thank Mr. Wu. First, we need to save around 5% for profits and to help some people who don't want a slice of this pie. But Miss Wu, and you should keep 60%. The woman thinks, damn, I thought he was only going to give me around 40%. Never expected this. The protagonist notes that if they keep 60% of the 5%, he'll only have 35%. The man says he believes this is a great way to build a strong friendship with Mr. Wu. Wu Chen replies that Brother Gu seems like a very friendly person, and this friendship will be quite enjoyable. The dinner comes to an end and the protagonist heads to his room. She comments that the conversation dragged on too long and got boring. Lie down, my husband. I think you're tired. Let me take care of things this time. Fortunately, in the next chapter, everything will have already happened, and she will be heading to take a shower. The protagonist picks up his phone. It's Leah Rubing. Hey, did you finish your work? I just finished. The protagonist asks if she's still not resting, if she was waiting for his call. I'm still at the company and I have to work overtime tonight. I won't even be going home. Are you working that much? Yeah, I really am. And besides, I'm exhausted. Can't you just tell me what you're doing in Modu? The protagonist explains the entire plan of how they will seize the wealth of Ding Rulong's family over the years. She comments that she's lucky, because not only does she sleep with him, but he also brings in billions in profit. At that moment, the other one, who always loves to stir things up, interrupts and says that Ding Rulong is on his way. You're not getting jealous, are you? Leah Rubing thinks that she can't let this situation continue. I'm not jealous. Are you trying to irritate me? When we get back to Donghai, you better be ready for what I'll do to you. The protagonist teases her. Do to me? Like last time? Now that you said that, I'm looking forward to it. The girl behind him is intrigued by his reaction. She boldly comments that she always says things like that and then calls him shameless. She informs him that Ding Rulong called her and said he's coming to Donghai to apologize in person. The protagonist asks if he gave a specific time. No. All right, I'll be back in Donghai in about 2 days. Then fine, rest up. I need to get back to work. The girl asks the protagonist what he'll do now that Ding Rulong is heading to Donghai. Something very interesting. She questions what Leah Rubing said she'll do to him. That's also interesting. Oh my god, what the hell are you two doing, you lunatics? She says that she also wants to know about this interesting business while pretending to faint dramatically. The next morning, the protagonist wakes up to find a message from her saying that she will be returning to Donghai and that he should take care of her properly. He thinks that this is perfect since it aligns with his need to meet He King. Damn, look at this troublemaker. At a residential park, as he steps out of the car, he sees a girl and immediately knows that she is the daughter he's supposed to tutor. He King. Who are you? How do you know me? Apparently, she ran away and her mother is looking for her. She begs the protagonist to stay quiet and hide her. Her mother arrives, asking if he has seen a girl about this height, her 14-year-old daughter who just ran off. The protagonist plays it cool, looking off to the side. The girl notices his movement and yanks the other one with her. You little troublemaker, playing hide and seek. She thanks the protagonist. Relax, it's nothing. But are you two arguing over those drawings? Yes. And who is this guy? I don't even know him, and he knows our names and even about the drawing business. Then he says that she has been sending her drawings over the past few days. She asks if he is the so-called Xingsen, the name he used on TikTok. He confirms it, introducing himself as Wu Chen, and she introduces herself as Miss He King. And this here is my daughter, Xingsen. The mother tells the daughter that she should greet her teacher. She thinks that this is a disaster. Of all teachers, it had to be him, especially when they were arguing over drawings. The mother apologizes to the protagonist, saying that her daughter is a bit wild, but invites him upstairs to talk. She mentions that it's almost lunchtime and that she'll prepare something. They can talk afterward. The protagonist responds that it's fine. She suggests he sit down or check out the gallery while she goes to the kitchen. The protagonist steps inside to check out what the girl has written and the drawing she has made. She walks in and closes the door. Suddenly, she starts hitting herself and cries out, asking why he is attacking her. The protagonist laughs at the situation and she complains. Do you think this is funny? He simply watches and tells her to keep up her little act. She wonders why he isn't trying to run away. Does he not realize the danger he's in? Determined, she exaggerates even more. Teacher, please, don't do this. The protagonist chuckles. Aren't you afraid? He replies that there's no reason to be afraid and that she's just acting weird. She says that her mother always takes her side in these situations. He counters that he doubts her mother would believe that a random stranger just attacked her. She insists that of course she would. You get me because I disrespected you. And she even claims that she's beautiful. All the boys in class are in love with her. She believes he is just like any other man. Besides, when it comes to situations like this, mothers always side with their daughters. So you have no chance. Just leave and give up on being a tutor. I'll let you escape. The protagonist states that he will not leave. Wu Chen never bows to threats. She responds that if that's the case, he should just wait. She calls for her mother, who arrives and asks what's wrong. She gives a little smirk, but the protagonist holds up his phone, showing that he recorded everything. The girl realizes that the recording is still running, meaning that he's capturing a compromising situation. Her mother asks what she wants. She responds that she just wanted to know if her mother could make some ribs for lunch. Her mother asks if that's all. She confirms that they are very hungry. Her mother leaves, saying she'll cook, but that her daughter must listen to the teacher. She sighs, looks at the protagonist, and says that he's disgusting for recording his students. He responds that she's even more disgusting for threatening teachers with false accusations. She asks how he knew to prepare himself. He says that he's always ready to deal with popular girls that all the boys adore. She gets embarrassed, realizing that she had said exactly that to him earlier. She warns him that he shouldn't try to cause trouble in the future, or her mother will hear everything on the recording and realize how mean he really is. She imagines how severe the punishment could be. Now thinking about the damn demonic teacher, she knows she has to do something to erase the recording. Since he still has it, she won't be able to rebel against him. So she pretends to be friendly. Okay, teacher. I won't do that anymore. The plan to set him up, her stomach wasn't feeling great. She asked if she could go to the bathroom. Her mother said yes. She was calling some guy named Shan Shan, claiming that someone was bullying her. The man on the other end asked who was bullying Sin Sin. Who could this guy be? She started thinking that this man could handle the protagonist and that he'd probably summon at least 100 guys to take him down. She imagined the protagonist being beaten up, apologizing, and promising never to be her teacher again. He would call a bunch of teenagers to jump the protagonist, which would turn into a huge mess. She wasn't even sure if he could defend himself. So she left the bathroom, excited to see how long that relaxed smile of his would last. At that moment, her mother entered the bathroom, already angry, saying, "Congratulations, Xin Xin. I thought you were going to listen to your teacher. Why are you running away and hiding in the bathroom? Your old tricks won't work this time. She tried to play it off, saying she had just gone to the bathroom. Her mother wasn't having it. I don't want to hear it. You're staying here and learning how to draw before you go eat. So she walked up to the protagonist and said, fine, whatever teacher, let's start. The protagonist taught everyone in a relaxed manner, explaining how each stroke should be drawn in a particular way. She, however, just observed, making occasional comments. He decided to pretend to be a good student for now, knowing that once the others arrived, the situation might escalate. The setup unfolds. Half an hour later, the girl announced that dinner was ready, and everyone went to eat. At that moment, she turned to her mother and said that she wanted the teacher to take her outside to learn how to draw real-life objects. Her mother tried to intervene, calling for the teacher, who agreed. Her daughter, clearly thrilled, had a plan in mind to lead the protagonist into a confrontation. Once outside, the girl told the teacher that she was Sin and that they would continue drawing the court. Over there, a group was already waiting, and one of them commented that maybe she wasn't really here for a drawing lesson. The guys thought that they had finally caught the guy they had been waiting for. The girl distanced herself from the protagonist and greeted her friends. She approached one of them and asked why he had called so many people. It wasn't necessary. The man shouted at the protagonist, demanding to know how he dared to do something like that to sister Sin. He seemed outraged. The protagonist noticed that these guys were older than him. The others mocked that the boy looked so scared that he couldn't even move. The man turned to the group and asked what they were waiting for. He incited them to attack right away. One of the guys looked at the girl and asked what she wanted to do, promising that her brother would take care of everything. She remained silent, not answering. A guy in the back suddenly recognized Wu Chen and became alarmed, realizing that they were about to attack none other than Mr. Wu. He knew his boss needed to be informed immediately. The girl playing dumb was called out by the man, who criticized her for being too kind. Good people always get bullied. Then he turned to the protagonist and demanded that he kneel and apologize. The protagonist stared at him and asked if his family knew how amazing he was in the streets. The man was surprised, realizing that at least Wu Chen knew who he was. But even so, he still dared to act that way. The protagonist cut off the conversation and stated that the man was just pretending to care about a little girl when he was really just looking for a fight. The men were all there, and that guy thought he could handle everything. He was good at pretending, but the protagonist knew he needed to end this quickly. At that moment, old man Mao, who was in charge of the club, called him. He wondered why Mao was calling at that exact moment. Wait a minute, my dad's on the phone. This is bad. He's the son of the man the protagonist had threatened at the club. The man turned to the protagonist and said that he had one more minute to apologize. Just pick up the phone and say, "What's up, Dad? Kid, you've been causing me trouble every single day, and I swear I'm gonna break your legs. What did you do? What are you talking about, Dad? What do you mean? I'm asking if you did something to Mr. Wu. Who's that? You gathered a bunch of guys at the park to beat up someone you don't even know, and you're asking me why I'm mad. Did I really raise an idiot like you? You bastard, answer me. Did you do something? No, not yet. Phew. Good. Listen up. Don't do anything. Don't you know Uncle Gu treats him almost like a father? Do you think you're better than him? Is Mr. Wu there with you? Yeah, he's here, Dad. Give him the phone. He handed the phone to the protagonist. My dad wants to talk to you. His friends were watching, confused. What's going on? Why did he just hand the phone over to that teacher? The protagonist picked up the call. Hey, big boss. The father, shocked, explained. Mr. Wu, this is just a misunderstanding in the family. They didn't recognize you. Please don't take it the wrong way. They just failed to realize who you were. I apologize on their behalf. It's all good. Ah, Mr. Wu, thank you so much for your kindness. When this idiot gets back, I'll make sure to discipline him. You don't need to worry. The protagonist handed the phone back to the son. All right, all good. You still want to fight or what? The boy hesitated. No need to fight anymore. I admit I was wrong. I had no idea our dads were friends. It was all a misunderstanding. The guys around were all whispering, wondering what the hell had just happened. The girl who had set it all up was now watching in disbelief. The boy who had gathered the group ordered everyone to shut up and apologized to Uncle Wu. The others were still confused. Then he punched one of them and yelled, "Are you blind? Don't you see what's happening here?" Everyone immediately started apologizing. Mr. Wu, please forgive us. The protagonist replied, your friends were acting like gangsters, but whatever. Just leave. The man stood up and said, now that Uncle Wu has forgiven us, let's all go. I'm out too. The girl realized her plan had completely failed. She tried to slip away, but the protagonist grabbed her hood. Where do you think you're going? She awkwardly laughed and said, I think there was a misunderstanding, but I promise I'll listen to everything you say from now on. The protagonist simply nodded. She then grinned and said, you're way better than my brother. I'll follow you instead. The invitation. At that moment, the protagonist received a message inviting him for a drink at the Golden Regal City. He told the girl, I'll teach you how to draw tomorrow. For now, go home. She happily left, just thanking him. It was the bar owner and brother Gu who had called him. He greeted both of them, asking how they were doing. The bar owner pulled his son aside. In an impulsive act, the son slapped his own father. I was just trying to explain what happened. His father continued hitting him, saying, I won't let my useless son ruin my business. The protagonist realized he had been invited just to witness the punishment. He told Boss Ma that he didn't need to make a big deal out of a kid's mistake. The man sighed. Mr. Wu, you're too kind. Thank you for not making a scene over this and letting him leave in peace. Then he offered the protagonist a way to relax. He handed him a hotel key card. The unexpected guest, upon arriving at the hotel, the protagonist thought he was a bit tired. But as he entered the room, he noticed someone inside. He recognized the gossiping guy right away and immediately knew that this girl wasn't meant for Ding Rulong. She walked up to him and asked, are you Mr. Wu? She thought he looked young and handsome. Getting closer, she said, you seem tired. Let me help you undress. She offered to show him where the bathroom was if he wanted to take a bath. He said he was fine. She asked, "Is the water temperature good for you, Mr. Wu?" He confirmed that it was perfect. She smiled. "I'll come in and help wash your back then." The protagonist looked at her and asked, "Are you Zhuang Xiaodi?" She was surprised and asked how he knew her name. He replied that not only did he know her name, but he also knew exactly how she felt when she saw him. She looked confused. He commented that she didn't seem so young after all. He wasn't some old, worn-out man. The protagonist then held her chin and said that he knew she had never had a boyfriend because she had always been too busy working and barely had time for school. He criticized her for lacking experience and questioned how she could even act in such a way. Her background was revealed, showing that her parents owed 5.7 million. She worked day and night, taking on every possible job, and after years of saving, she had finally managed to pay off the debt. The problem was that her relatives had borrowed so much money that by the time she was ready to pay, the interest had grown to an impossible amount. That was when a man from the club approached her, saying he had been watching her for a while and offered help. If she served a mafioso, she would be able to pay off all her family's debt. She accepted Mr. Mao's offer, and when she realized he wasn't some old, broken-down man, she felt like she had won in the end. With all that, she just had to give it her best. She told the protagonist that she truly lacked experience, but she had done her homework. The protagonist reflected that this was just drama and hadn't expected her to take it so seriously. He lay on the bed and told her to show him what she knew. She asked if she could turn off the lights. He responded, "Do whatever you want, you're in charge." That feeling overwhelmed her, and she really had done her homework. The next morning, the protagonist was about to leave when she asked, "Mr. Wu, are you leaving already?" He corrected her. "Don't call me that. Call me lover, boyfriend, or something like that." Then he asked if she wasn't exhausted from last night. He told her to rest well because he would return after his business was done. She felt happy, surprised by his gentleness. Then the protagonist went to meet Blue Hair. She asked why he didn't come to her house that day. Xingxin still wanted him to teach her, but it had to be at her house. She understood that since he was from Donghai, he couldn't keep coming to Shanghai all the time. So she decided to rent a house in Donghai to spend the summer vacation there, meaning he would have to teach her how to draw. The protagonist looked at her and asked, "So you're going to Donghai? Aren't you afraid that Jin Wulong will find out you left the city and took your daughter without his permission?" Her expression changed. She hadn't heard the name Jin Wulong in a long time. She realized he knew something came here for her. The worst part was that she had been searching through online groups for information and wondered what the odds were that she had joined a group where the guy interested in her art was already interested in her personally. A bad feeling crept in. Was she being manipulated by someone? To calm her down, the protagonist told her not to worry too much. Jin Wulong didn't care about many things as long as she didn't take their daughter abroad. She paused. "Are you trying to get close to me?" The protagonist was caught off guard. She mentioned Dong Yun Tao and asked if they should talk about it. Now she was even more scared. He knew about this crucial turning point in her life. "Let's talk somewhere else," he suggested. At the hotel. It looked like he took her to a hotel, and she wondered why they were going there to discuss this. At the reception desk, he asked if there was a reservation. The receptionist said there wasn't. He asked if they had an executive suite available. She asked how many he wanted. Just one. Then, she asked for both of their IDs. She went to the elevator, pressing the button for the 16th floor. Inside the elevator, she turned to him and asked, "Why did you choose this place?" He replied calmly, "It's safe. The privacy here is the best. No one will bother us." She crossed her arms and criticized him. "Why do men always have these thoughts? Can't you just be a normal person?" He pulled her closer. "Once we're inside, we'll talk. Do you remember that the last chapter ended with him getting into the elevator with Xing?" She asked why they were going to that place, and he replied that it was better for privacy and no one would interrupt them. She then asked why men only think about those things and why he couldn't just be a normal person. However, he simply pulled her close by the waist and said they talked properly in the room. As soon as they entered, he told her to sit down and not just stand by the door. Then he asked why she was still crying. She said she thought he was a knight, but after that hug and those requests, he had clearly proven he was no different from the others. Wu Chen replied that he thought she was misunderstanding things and told her to apologize. She started taking off her coat and said she knew exactly what kind of apology he wanted. She was already lifting her skirt, saying that after what happened there, he shouldn't bother talking to her again. Wu Chen said her mind was too polluted. He hadn't even explained why he wanted to talk yet. Besides, what would her daughter think if she saw her doing something like that with her teacher? Xing was ready though, already sliding down. She asked what he meant by saying it was a misunderstanding when he clearly grabbed her intentionally. Boy, things escalated quickly, and he admitted that the hug was indeed intentional. She smiled, saying he really was disgusting as expected. He then revealed that the hug was deliberately meant to provoke Ding Rulong. She was startled and immediately pulled back. He told her to calm down, assuring her not to worry because Ding Rulong wasn't there for now. She tried to understand what he was aiming for, and he explained that when the guy checked the security cameras, he would see her entering the room with him, arm in arm. She sat down as he revealed that Ding Rulong was investigating him. It was certain Ding Rulong would see the footage and assume they had a deep relationship, but why would Wu Chen want that? Not to mention he was risking his own life for this, so she demanded he explain what he wanted. Then he asked if she knew the famous Lai Rubing. She said yes, and he told her that woman was his wife. She fell silent as he explained that Ding Rulong had gone crazy for Rubing, just as he had been crazy for her, and now he wanted to kill him. In this battle, only one of them would survive, and even Ding Rulong's entire family would have to perish. If she testified that Ding Rulong had indeed killed Dong Yuantao in the past, the entire war between families would begin. He had already reached an agreement with the Li family. As long as she agreed to go to Donghai with Xingxin, he would plan everything else. He held out his hands and said she deserved a life of freedom. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled, saying she really always wanted him to die as quickly as possible. Suddenly, she pulled him close and asked why they should fake and create a misunderstanding when they could just make Ding Rulong a real cuckold. The girl came ready to play, saying it was better to do things for real to ensure everything worked. However, Wu Chen was already tired of so much action. He said they didn't need to do anything like that since their arrangement was purely cooperative. She agreed, saying it was better for Xingxin not to know about any of this anyway. Wu Chen told her to just take Xingxin to Donghai, give her testimony, and then move to another country. Once everything was settled, failed, he would bring them back. Additionally, while she was in Donghai, he would teach Xing Xin. She stood up and said she agreed to everything, but had one request. Wu Chen said he was all ears. And there she went, ready for round 2, saying she really wanted to make that bastard Rulong a cuckold. He was startled and told her to take it easy. It was better not to get too involved like that since they needed to cooperate long-term, and it would complicate things. However, it cut to him putting his clothes back on. It seems he couldn't avoid it. He was defeated. She was there putting on lipstick, saying that the more she looked at him, the more handsome he became. Do you remember that outside the house she was pouring her heart out to him, saying they should pack their bags because tomorrow they'd head to Donghai? The scene then shifts to someone placing a document. It's Chief Mao, who mentioned he heard that Wu Chen was returning to Donghai and hoped he would accept this act of goodwill. Wu Chen reads it and realizes that the man is offering to transfer 45% of the company's shares to him for just 1 yuan, essentially gifting him 200 million. The man explains he's happy that Wu Chen didn't take his son's actions to heart and truly wants to be a good friend. Wu Chen responds that they were already friends, but the issue is that Ding Rulong would be investigating him, and holding those shares might complicate things. Mao says that's fine, but suggests transferring the shares to someone else in Wu Chen's name. Wu Chen says that since Mao insists so much, it would be rude to refuse, and he'll send someone to collect them. The woman from last night starts questioning why this is being given to her. Her family has massive debts, but receiving so much money like this makes her certain something is off. Mao tells Zhuang to stop overthinking and just sign the papers because with Wu Chen around, there's no problem. She's still hesitant, trying to understand, but he reassures her again that the contract is legitimate. To be fair, simply saying there's no issue isn't the most convincing argument if there truly were any problems. However, Chief Mao is pleased. With this, he can finally be one of the people supporting Mr. Wu Chen. Zhuang then turns to Wu Chen and says she'll do her best in the future and work hard. She tells him to do some shopping, adding she'll call him later. Quite a twist. Not long after, a car pulls up and someone asks Wu Chen to get in. Inside, Wu Chen asks why this elder has come to the magical city. The man responds that they don't need to talk much and simply asks what Wu Chen plans to do now that Rulong is heading to Donghai. Wu Chen asks what the man expects him to do, to which the elder replies that no matter what, Ding Rulong cannot die in Donghai. Wu Chen says that if Rulong gets too close, he won't walk away unscathed, but he'll try not to kill him in Donghai. The man thanks him, saying that as long as Rulong doesn't die there and everything works out, it's fine. With that, Wu Chen bids farewell, saying they'll see each other next time. The next scene shows Wu Chen walking as usual, accompanied by someone. He gets a call from Lei Rubing, who asks what he's doing and if he's finished his work. Apparently, he lets go of Zhuang's arm and tells Lei Rubing he'll return with 3 people. She asks who, and he says she'll find out when they meet. She asks if they're women, but he simply says goodbye. She starts shouting at the phone, demanding to know if he's really bringing 3 women back. How could he spend 3 days in the city and return with 3 women? He laughs, saying her reaction was unexpected, but she tells him to stop being so indecent because having so many women around will start affecting her reputation. Wu Chen, being the player he is, assures her not to worry and promises to do whatever she wants once he's back tomorrow. Then, lowering his voice, he tells her that since he said tomorrow, he means it. When the curious Zhuang asks if it was his wife calling, Wu Chen says no, it was his girlfriend. She mentions the person sounded upset, and he assures her there's no reason to worry. She wouldn't do anything to her while he's around. Later, Rubing, arms crossed, asks for introductions. Wu Chen introduces Rubing as his girlfriend, then introduces Zhuang and Xiaoji, who seems very shy. He also introduces He Xing and her daughter, Xing Xin. Rubing recognizes He King's name. She knows this is the only person who witnessed the murder of Han Yuntao. That's a name that, in theory, only existed in the background of all of this, but Wu Chen brought her in person. If she's here, it means Wu Chen has already convinced her, and she'll testify against Rulong. Rubing immediately welcomes her, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. He Xing compliments Rubing, calling her beautiful and says the pleasure is mutual. Rubing looks at Wu Chen and comments that he always brings surprises. She then turns to Zhuang and Xiaoji, asking if this is them. Poor Xiaoji, trembling and embarrassed, confirms it's her. Rubing asks how old she is, and Xiaoji answers 21. Rubing remarks that she's a very young little sister. Seeing how nervous she is amuses Rubing. At least this time, Wu Chen didn't bring someone crazy who doesn't understand the rules. Wu Chen then suggests they rest after the journey and tells Xing Xin to go play around for a while. The poor girl doesn't have much to say. Rubing then approaches He Xing and asks if she slept with Wu Chen. Before He Xing can answer, Rubing says she's sure she did. He Xing, flustered, first denies it, then admits it, apologizing and explaining she only did it to make Ding Rulong the cuckold. She reassures Rubing not to worry since she takes medication and won't have Wu Chen's child. Rubing says it's fine and knows the real culprit is Wu Chen in the end. Rubing realizes He Xing doesn't want to get emotionally involved with Wu Chen, but she warns him to watch out for Zhuang Xiaodi. Rubing then tells Wu Chen he has to join them for dinner tonight, and he says he'll do whatever she wants. Meanwhile, Zhuang is still unsure what she's doing in this place. Dinner time arrives and everyone heads out. People greet Wu Chen by bowing to him. He says he likes this kind of reception and she thinks she's not in the mood to argue with him today, so she'll just ignore his remarks. They walk into the room and come across 2 of Wu Chen's friends who pretend not to know who he is. Then another one arrives, calling him a naughty boy and asking if he missed her. The scene is chaotic with so many women that the animation struggles to show everyone's reactions. Zhuang thinks this woman is bold, acting so openly in front of his girlfriend. Rubing steps forward and asks if he missed her too. The woman laughs and Rubing tells Wu Chen to turn his face. She wipes lipstick off his mouth while Zhuang wonders how terrifying this Miss Wu is. Zhuang is already realizing how hard it will be to adapt to this level of competition. While one of the women is confused about Rubing being Wu Chen's girlfriend, another woman walks over and gives him a kiss. Meanwhile, the youngest girl is trembling nervously until Wu Chen leans close and asks why she's just standing there scared. She insists she's fine. Stu Qingying, watching the audacity of the other women, decides she won't just keep pretending anymore. She calls Wu Chen husband and asks why he hasn't come home in so many days. She says she's learned many new dishes and wants him to try them all. The women are all shocked, wondering why Su Qingying has decided to confront everyone so directly. The most humble one, Zhuang, is questioning whether she even qualifies to be part of this competition. Wu Chen sits down, tells him to order, and asks Qingying how things are going at the company. Once again, she calls him husband and says everything is going well. She just wishes she had more time to spend with him. Yuron, the woman with short hair, comments she didn't know about this relationship with Qingying. Rubing interjects, saying she decided to gather everyone to sort everything out at once and avoid future problems. However, she's upset because Qingying seems too infatuated with Wu Chen. Rubing had been thinking of using Qingying to deal with Yuron. Wu Chen questions whether all this effort is just for everyone to admit that Rubing is the first and top girlfriend. She calls him ridiculous. Su Qingying says she didn't expect this from the legendary businesswoman of Donghai. Yuron comments she didn't expect to see someone as young as Kangchen here. She thought Wu Chen only liked women with established careers. Kangchen starts crying, saying she's known Wu Chen longer than everyone else, over 10 days. Rubing acknowledges this and declares that everyone should call her big sister because of it. Qingying asks when they'll settle everyone's positions in this arrangement. Wu Chen, meanwhile, is at a loss for words. At least Rubing isn't trying to push anyone away. She has accepted all of them. Kangchen insists that since she was the first to meet Wu Chen, she doesn't want to be considered the youngest. With that, the ranking is set. Rubing is at the top and poor Zhuang Xiaodi is at the bottom. Kangchen and Rubing quickly bond as friends. Yuron then asks Wu Chen where he'll be staying tonight. Naturally, everyone looks at him, eagerly awaiting this critical piece of information. Zhuang is shocked that the second-ranked woman is already making her move. Rubing says that since Wu Chen just returned from another city, it would be wrong for him not to stay at home. Wu Chen says there's no better place than his home, so that's where they're going. This seems to be an open invitation as Qingying is excited to spend the night with him, while Kangchen wonders if it's really appropriate for her to join. Wu Chen tells them not to misunderstand, he just arrived and has things to organize. Besides, he and Rubing need to prepare a few things. This leaves the two disappointed women sad and teary-eyed. Yuron leaves, telling him not to tire himself out too much tonight. Back home, Wu Chen tells he Shi Xing and Sin Sin they'll need to find a hotel, but for now Zhuang Jiaodi will stay with him. Rubing agrees, saying that's fine by her. Poor Zhuang doesn't have much of a choice and just goes along with it. The atmosphere is filled with emotions and shouting in the house. Overhearing everything, Zhuang Xiaodi tells Wu Chen he doesn't need to be so harsh. Meanwhile, Rubing wonders why Wu Chen didn't seem as passionate when they were together. The scene shifts to the next day where a pink-haired girl is calling Yuron's daughter. This is the girl for whom Wu Chen wrote a song to get closer to the mother. It turns out the caller is the daughter of the owner of the Huangsen Group, who has had a successful music career since she was 17. Song asks if the woman is really looking for her. Yuron's daughter responds that yes, she liked her music and wants a one-on-one conversation. Song agrees and the woman adds that she wants to know if Song has any connection to Mr. Wu Chen Yu. She'd like an introduction because she also wants to meet him. Song says she understands and will message her after talking to Professor Wu Chen Yu. As she heads out the door, she tells her mother she's stepping out for a bit. The mother wants to ask some questions, but the daughter just replies that she doesn't have time right now. Yuron decides she'll tag along to see what's so important. The next day, Wu Chen meets Yuron, who pretends not to know him. The daughter mentions that Wu Chen also graduated this year. The two introduce themselves and exchange names. She asks how old Wu Chen is, and he replies that he's only 22, still very young. She questions if he comes from a big family, and he says no, he's from a village. Yuron tries to ask more, but the daughter interjects, saying she's prying too much into his life. Song hands over a paper, saying it's the contract for the 2 songs he wrote. Yuron could look over it, but she excuses herself to the bathroom. Once alone, Yuron asks if she should call him husband or Mr. Wu. Wu Chen, unfazed, says it doesn't matter. She stands up, complaining that he spent the night with Wu Bing, but is cold toward her today. Wu Chen tells her to sit down before someone sees the scene she's making. The mother remarks about the daughter taking so long in the bathroom, only for her to appear suddenly, asking what's going on. Yuron gets up, saying she'll explain, but the daughter storms off, crying, saying she doesn't want to hear anything. It seems the poor girl had feelings for Wu Chen. Wu Chen puts his hand on his face, thinking he'll need to reset the relationship between the mother and daughter. He tells them they'll talk again tomorrow and leaves. Yuron, confused, mutters about what he means by tomorrow we'll talk today. Wu Chen decides to check on the rest of the day's events and investigate if something unusual happens. Apparently, he gets into a car accident and several things go wrong, prompting him to reset the day. Once again, he meets Yuron and she asks the same question about what to call him. This time, he warns her to sit down within 3 seconds, or her relationship with her daughter will be ruined. Yuron is confused, but Wu Chen signals for her to stay put. At that moment, Song reappears, saying she forgot something important before going to the bathroom. Yuron realizes that without Wu Chen's warning, she might have been caught in an embarrassing situation. Song then asks Wu Chen if he knows a woman named Menglin, who is extremely famous. She mentions that Menglin wants to sign a contract with both her and Wu Chen. Wu Chen recalls the name of Menglin clearly, knowing that in all the lives he's lived, it has always been challenging to develop a good relationship with her. Song asks if she can give his name to an Menglin, pleading for him not to refuse because it will help her. However, Yuron tells her daughter that she should be asking her for permission regarding this. Song clings to her mother, insisting she doesn't want to get involved in business matters, she just wants to focus on music and her studies. Yuron agrees but insists that everything must be clear. Song thanks her and tells Wu Chen it's now in his hands. He agrees that she can pass along his number but emphasizes that he has no intention of becoming a singer. Song promises to call Menglin and leaves. Yuron asks Wu Chen if her daughter will suddenly reappear again. To deflect, Wu Chen says he only mentioned that because it wouldn't look good for her to throw herself at him in public. She laughs, calling him a fortune teller. He asks what prediction she wants, but she gets flustered and tells him to forget it. Wu Chen then gets up, telling her to let her daughter know that if she wants to discuss music, she can just send a message. He excuses himself, saying he has something important to do. Yuron reflects on how mysterious he is. The scene shifts to Liuan's apartment, where Wu Chen arrives, asking where he is. Walking into the room, Wu Chen tells Jiang Chuan he won't escape or die without his permission. Jiang Chuan, on the verge of exploding with anger, recalls how he once took his own life, forcing Wu Chen to reset time to save him. Jiang Chuan wonders how this kid knows he was planning to take his own life. Wu Chen tells him that Ding Rulong and Lai Hutai want him dead, so the best option is to cooperate with Wu Chen. Jiang, however, doubts that Wu Chen can defeat Ding Rulong and fears for his family's safety if he gets involved. Wu Chen, showing his ruthless side, warns that he knows Jiang's family is living peacefully in the US. It would be a shame if they were to suffer an accident. Jiang Chuan realizes he has no choice: betray his young master and risk his family's lives, or defy Wu Chen and face certain doom. Wu Chen steps closer, repeating one last time that Ding Rulong must die. Jiang's expression shifts, and Wu Chen is convinced he won't try to take his own life again. Wu Chen then orders the men to loosen Jiang's ropes and let him stay there peacefully for now. The guards comply, and Wu Chen checks his phone, realizing he has 20 minutes left before an important meeting. The scene shifts to Wu Chen in a bar as two people walk in. He arrives just in time and starts recording everything. In the video, the man asks if the woman will return home that night. She replies she must because an old Hu has returned home, and if she doesn't, he'll start getting suspicious. The woman then asks if the man's wife isn't suspecting anything. He smugly replies that the last time she suspected something, he slapped her, and now she behaves. The woman asks if anyone suspects her, but he reassures her and tells her to just eat the banana so they can head to the hotel. Wu Chen is pleased to have captured this secret meeting on video. He then calls Zhuang, asking for her company to handle some matters at the Zhizhen mansion. The scene shifts to Tao Manning, a famous actress known for her beauty, who fits the typical standards of the story. She tells Wu Chen that her godfather is on a call and will be down soon. Zhuang, meanwhile, is questioning why another rich and noble woman has appeared and is amazed at how strong Wu Chen's social circle is. Keva serves Wu Chen a healthy cup of tea. Upstairs, Lei Shang, the chubby godfather, finishes his call. Seeing Wu Chen, Lei Shang is delighted and asks who the beautiful woman is. Wu Chen introduces Zhuang, and Lei Shang suggests they have a chat while the women get to know each other. A little later, Wu Chen informs Lei Shang that Ding Rulong will try to gain the support of the Hong Fa group. That's why he has come to talk to Lei Shang as well. Wu Chen reveals the video he recorded, saying it could help Lei Shang make the right decision. Curious, Lei Shang asks to see it, and upon watching, he exclaims that this video has saved his life. The man in the video is an employee at Lei Shang's company. The woman, however, is the wife of Hu Xilan, a significant figure in the same company. Hu Xilan was once a close ally of Lei Shang during tough times, but became antagonistic when Wu Chen sought support for a contract with Tao Manning, likely influenced by Ding Rulong. Wu Chen adds that he believes Ding Rulong is trying to sabotage Lai Rubing's company to coerce her into marriage. Lei Shang fumes, declaring that these people want to use him as a pawn, but he won't let it happen. Meanwhile, Tao Manning is chatting with Zhuang, asking how long she's known Wu Chen. Zhuang shyly admits they just met. Tao warns Zhuang to be careful because Wu Chen's girlfriend, Rubing, is quite dangerous. Zhuang defends Rubing, saying she's been kind and polite. Tao laughs, recalling her own experiences, and advises Zhuang that being innocent and humble can lead to missed opportunities. While eating a banana, Tao says Zhuang must learn how to win a man's heart. It's not just about cooking. Zhuang blushes, and Tao promises to teach her more later. At that moment, Tao announces that someone is calling for Lei Shang. The camera shows Hu Xilan, the cuckolded husband, whose wife was in the video. Lei Shang tells Wu Chen that Hu Xilan wants to meet with him, though he initially refused. Lei Shang asks what they should do with the video. Wu Chen suggests showing it to him. Lei Shang is hesitant, but Wu Chen assures him it's fine since they aren't directly involved. Wu Chen also notes that Hu Xilan has had his share of affairs. He explains that Hu Xilan and his wife signed a prenuptial agreement where infidelity by either party forfeits all rights. Wu Chen's deep knowledge of even marriage contracts impresses Lei Shang. Lei Shang remarks that a video like this is worth at least 1.5 billion of valuable leverage. Wu Chen advises Lei Shang not to reveal that Wu Chen provided the video. If Hu Xilan becomes a strong ally, Lei Shang's chances of inheriting the company increase significantly. Lei Shang acknowledges the tactic as borderline blackmail, but agrees to handle it diplomatically, presenting it as friendly advice. Lei Shang thanks Wu Chen and tells his staff to let Hu Xilan in. As Hu Xilan enters, he notices there are other guests and offers to wait downstairs. However, Lei Shang insists it's fine and introduces Wu Chen as his brother. Hu Xilan and Wu Chen exchange pleasantries. Hu Xilan comments on the ongoing dispute between Lei Shang and his brother. Lei Shang brushes it off, saying it's something he had anticipated. Hu Xilan begins discussing Tao Manning's contract with Lai Rubing's company. He mentions that Tao Manning working with Lai Rubing angers Ding Rulong. Hu Xilan suggests Lei Shang break the contract, but Lei Shang points out it would ruin the actress's career. Hu Xilan dismisses this, proposing they forge medical records to justify it. He claims he's friends with Lai Rubing, so it won't be a problem. However, Lei Shang denies even knowing Lai Rubing, claiming they've never met. Hu Xilan asks why he's helping her company, and Lei Shang reveals it's because of his brother, pointing to Wu Chen. Shocked, Hu Xilan asks if Wu Chen is the infamous Wu Chen. Wu Chen casually confirms. Realizing his plan with Ding Rulong has been exposed, Hu Xilan slams the table, accusing Lei Shang of deliberately deceiving him. Lei Shang internally smirks, knowing Wu Chen will take over from here. Hu Xilan admits to suggesting tricking Lai Rubing, but defends it as being in good faith. Wu Chen retorts that Hu Xilan is working for the wrong person, revealing Lei Yu, Lai Shang's brother, caused a car accident 10 years ago to seize control of the company. Wu Chen warns that evidence is being collected and Lei Yu will soon be imprisoned. Wu Chen shows Hu Xilan a video of Zhu Habo, Lei Yu's ally, in a compromising situation. The video suggests Zhu Haobo and his lover plan to strip Hu Xilan of his assets, so he better act fast. Lei Shang advises Hu Xilin to divorce his wife, take another of his partners abroad, and recover his properties using the video. Hu Xilin, stunned by how they know about his other affairs, is speechless. Wu Chen warns that after Lei Yu, Zhu Habo is next in line to face consequences. Though initially enraged, Hu Xilin thanks them for exposing the truth. Wu Chen assures him that it's all just brotherly advice. Lei Shang admires Wu Chen's conversational skill, noting how he deftly manipulates the situation. Suddenly, Lei Shang receives a call from Ding Rulong, which he puts on speakerphone. Ding Rulong asks if Lei Shang is free for a meeting tomorrow. Lei Shang asks if Ding Rulong is heading to Donghai tomorrow, to which Ding Rulong confirms, suggesting a confidential location. Lei Shang declines, questioning why Ding Rulong wants to meet him when he's already spoken with Lei Yu. Ding Rulong claims they are enemies but admits Lei Yu is a priority as he'll inherit the company after the accident. Hu Xilin hears everything, while Lei Shang glances at Wu Chen for guidance. Wu Chen signals Lei Shang to follow the plan. Lei Shang casually asks Ding Rulong when he'll arrive. Ding Rulong, occupied with another woman, insists he'll be in Donghai at 2 p.m. and suggests a secret meeting spot. Interrupting himself, he slaps the woman, criticizing her technique. She apologizes and promises to improve, while he remarks that everything feels perfect now. Looking at a building with a giant image of Lai Rubing, he mutters that as long as she behaves, she'll belong to him. Lei Shang, after ending the call, assures Wu Chen everything is ready for tomorrow. Wu Chen tells him not to worry and to stick to the plan. Later, Tao Mening advises Zhuang not to forget her tips and to message her anytime. Lei Shang overhears and asks Tao what she's teaching Zhuang. Tao signals for silence, saying it's woman's stuff. Lei Shang encourages Zhuang, saying she has his support. The scene shifts to a street outside a bar. Zhuang asks Wu Chen if they're meeting friends. Wu Chen, deep in thought, recalls a significant event he foresaw. Suddenly, a purple-haired girl cries for help as a man smashes a car with a bat, demanding the occupants step out. Wu Chen observes calmly, noting their arrogance and thinking it's time they pay for their actions. The car's driver hesitates until threatened with being dragged out. The couple exits, and the bat-wielding thug declares it's time for payback. The first blow lands, and chaos erupts as people scream for help. Wu Chen steps in, asking what's going on. The girl pleads for help, saying the man being beaten is her boyfriend. The gangsters warn Wu Chen to stay out of their business. Wu Chen calmly responds that he doesn't like being yelled at. At that moment, a bleach-haired man rushes at him, swinging a punch, claiming Wu Chen is looking for a beating. But with a millennium of training, Wu Chen sidesteps effortlessly and lands a solid kick to the man's face. The rest of the gang freezes, visibly shocked. Their leader commands everyone to surround Wu Chen before they all end up beaten. A fight breaks out, with the girl attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. Seconds later, Wu Chen stands victorious, unbothered. The couple stares in stunned silence as Wu Chen casually pulls his hands from his pockets. The gang leader with the white streak in his hair wonders where such a skilled fighter appeared from. Wu Chen introduces himself as Wu Chen and asks if the man knows him. In an instant, the leader falls to his knees, apologizing, admitting he's heard the name but didn't recognize him. Wu Chen dismisses it, saying it's fine, but warns them to stop acting like mafia thugs. The gang leader thanks him and assures him there will be no further trouble. Wu Chen then turns to the couple, asking how they are. The man thanks him profusely, saying he has no idea what would have happened to him and Kiki without Wu Chen's intervention. Wu Chen, recognizing him, asks if he's called his second uncle yet. The man is startled, wondering how Wu Chen knows him. Wu Chen explains that he recognized the customized GTR and the love story with Gu Kiki, making him well known among Shanghai's youth. The man laughs but quickly grows serious as more people arrive in a suspicious-looking car. Zhuang had called someone to report what happened, and now additional gang members were coming after Wu Chen. She reads their license plate, noting their intentions seem sinister. Suddenly, the men point a gun at Wu Chen. Unfazed, Wu Chen disarms the first one with a swift kick. The gang panics, and one of them orders the others to lower their weapons, realizing the situation is out of their control. Wu Chen approaches the trembling leader, explaining that the couple they targeted are descendants of influential families. He warns that initiating the fight will inevitably make them the culprits, and not even Hong Tai will protect them. The leader stammers for help but receives a slap instead. Wu Chen ensures the couple witnesses him disciplining the gang leader, mitigating their desire for revenge. The leader admits his wrongdoing and begs for forgiveness. Wu Chen steps back, leaving the situation as Tang Xinbao arrives and asks why Wu Chen hit the man. Wu Chen explains it's better this way, as the gang leader controls this area and will think twice before causing more trouble. Tang Xinbao offers to take the man to the hospital, but he refuses, claiming he's strong enough to endure. A black car pulls up and Lai Hutai emerges, checking if Wu Chen is okay. After explaining everything, the gang leader is subjected to another round of punishment, hobbling away with battered legs. Tang Xinbao assures Wu Chen he holds no grudges and requests they stop hitting the man. Meanwhile, Hong Tai berates the gang leader, who is relieved to escape with his life. Another car arrives, this time bringing Rubing, exuding her usual boldness. Ignoring her brother, she strides up, pulls out a gun, and presses it against the gang leader's forehead, demanding to know how he dared point a gun at her man. Even Wu Chen is taken aback by her intensity. Tang Xinbao cautions her, saying things are escalating too far. Hude pleads with her not to shoot, but she fires, grazing the side of the man's head. Rubing asks her brother why he's protecting someone who nearly killed Wu Chen. Her brother tries to explain the misunderstanding, but Rubing drops the gun and kisses Wu Chen passionately. Wu Chen, surprised, asks if she really rushed over to save him. Rubing admits she lost her mind when she heard someone aim a gun at him. He laughs, and she confesses her fear of never having a child with him. Wu Chen remarks that it's just like her to think that way. Rubing then instructs her brother to take Tang Xinbao to the hospital and look after Zhuang, calling her Wu Chen's woman. Her brother is baffled, wondering why Zhuang is Wu Chen's woman when Rubing is supposed to be with him. Meanwhile, the bewildered couple reflects on how cool Rubing is. Rubing turns to Wu Chen, stating that tonight no one will disturb them. Wu Chen agrees, saying he will follow her lead. In the bedroom, Rubing explicitly tells Wu Chen there will be no safety measures tonight. Wu Chen simply replies that he's there to obey. The next morning, Hu Wei informs Wu Chen that he stayed with Xinbao at the hospital until he was discharged. Xinbao, however, insists on thanking Wu Chen in person. Wu Chen barely has time to process when Xinbao enthusiastically expresses his gratitude. Rubing takes over hosting duties as Wu Chen steps out to take a call. The call is from Rubing's father, who bluntly asks about the rumors of Wu Chen having another woman besides his daughter. Wu Chen calmly admits it, acknowledging the father's reliable information network. Rubing's father, furious, demands to know how many women Wu Chen has. Wu Chen calmly responds to Rubing's father, saying he has a few women, but insists it's not important since he's focused on handling the Tang Xinbao situation. Rubing's father, clearly baffled by the complexities of modern relationships, sighs and decides to let Wu Chen handle Tang Xinbao however he sees fit. After hanging up, Wu Chen assures Rubing that everything is under control. Rubing, curious, asks what her father wanted. Wu Chen downplays it, saying it was just a concerned father asking about his daughter and her relationships. Understanding the situation, Rubing smirks, realizing Wu Chen managed to navigate the conversation smoothly. Wu Chen assures her he'll do everything for her. The scene transitions to Zhuang, dressed as a maid, bringing a plate of neatly cut fruit to serve to the group. Wu Chen grabs her arm and asks what she's doing. Zhuang shyly explains she just wants to be useful to him. Wu Chen questions if being useful means serving food and water, to which she responds that she could cook for him as well. A bit awkwardly, Wu Chen tells her there's no need for that. Rubing, watching the scene, is visibly surprised. Zhuang insists she doesn't mind and actually feels good helping out. Rubing agrees there's no problem with it and suggests they both cook together. Wu Chen chuckles at the idea of Rubing cooking, and Zhuang tries to stop her from helping this time. Rubing decides to let it slide but promises to prepare something extraordinary next time. Just then, Tang Xinbao approaches Wu Chen. He bows and earnestly asks Wu Chen to teach him martial arts, admitting he used to think it was all fake. After witnessing Wu Chen's fight, he's convinced it's real and wants to become strong too. Before Wu Chen can respond, Xinbao excitedly declares he's willing to pay any price and endure any training. Wu Chen agrees but reminds him that he just got out of the hospital and needs to rest first. Once he's fully recovered, they'll talk about training. The scene shifts to the airport, where Ding Rulong arrives, immediately calling Rubing. When she answers, he invites her to dinner, claiming it's the perfect moment. She bluntly tells him to go to hell. Undeterred, Ding Rulong warns that if she doesn't come to him, he'll come to her personally. Rubing coldly replies that if he does, he'll die, then hangs up. Staring at his phone, Ding Rulong mutters that he'll see how long she can keep up this defiance. Back with Hu Wei, he expresses concerns that if Ding Rulong enters the city, it could escalate quickly. Wu Chen reassures him not to act impulsively, as everything is already planned. Hu Wei acknowledges this, while Wu Chen says he's heading off to finalize the last details. As Wu Chen gets into his car, he tells Xinbao and Zhuang not to worry about him. Before driving off, Wu Chen remarks that it's time to start the game. He makes a call, requesting the license plate number of the car Ding Rulong's group used the previous night. The guy he called is sitting in front of the computer looking for some information. He says that even though Ding Rulong didn't ask him for a car, he knows exactly who he got one from. Wu Chen smiles when the guy says the number has already been found and sent to him. Then he calls Yurong and tells her he just sent her a message. She assumes he's missing that and says that if he wants, he can come to her house to get it. However, he says it's something else. At the moment, he needs her to track the car he sent her the license plate for. He also tells her it needs to be done quickly and discreetly. 10 minutes later, she calls back and says the car is parked on Kangan Road in the northern region. Of course, the price for the information is that he'll have to visit her after work. He just says, all right. Wu Chen knows the only hotel in the northern region that Ding Rulong would accept is the Heshu Hotel. After checking their system, he sees the guy is in room 616, and it's time to send a gift. Getting out of bed, Ding Rulong wonders why a 5-star hotel is having a blackout. Another worker shows up and informs the young master that the water has also been cut off. Then the hotel manager comes to apologize, explaining they're experiencing strange issues, but they'll fix everything soon. Ding Rulong plans to leave anyway because of a meeting with a chubby guy, but he still asks if things will be fixed by dinner. The manager assures him it will, saying it'll take a maximum of 2 to 3 hours. Back on the street, Wu Chen comments that it's his turn now. Man, he put on gloves and even shoe covers. This guy is clearly ready for action. The only thing missing was that, and he starts looking around. Well, I see he's at Ding Rulong's hotel. After searching a few places, he finds a briefcase under the couch. Our guy already knows all the usual passwords Ding Rulong uses. With the case open, he takes out a laptop and plugs in a USB drive. Inside are all the files he needs to destroy this guy, even though he already knows most of it. There's so much that copying is easier. Of course, he's armed, but it would be better to handle this without firing a single shot. The data was stolen, and all traces of the intrusion were erased. With the USB in his pocket, he's eager for the day. He meets Ding Rulong. It'll be very interesting. Sometime later, he went to pay Yurong back for her help. As soon as he arrived at her door, she pulled him in. She leans in, saying she doesn't care about anything as long as he surrenders himself to her. He says they can go straight to bed, but she replies it's not enough. He'll have to spend the whole night. Clothes are all over the floor, obviously because everything needs to be washed. It's always good to stay nice and clean. In that position, I'm sure Yurong must be doing some push-ups and sweating a lot. She asked our guy what he said he saved for her. He replies that he already gave her what he had, so to speak. She laughs, and then he gets up and says she'll understand when she checks the USB drive. He tells her to hold on to it for now and not to call him for the next 2 hours because because he has something to handle. She says that's fine, he's already done enough work to keep her calm for 2 hours. Back in the car, he calls someone and says he sent over a document. It's Liu Rubing's father, who asks where he got all those photos and videos. Our boy reveals that he stole it from Ding Rulong's laptop. The father is shocked and assumes Wu Chen must have killed the guy to get the files so easily. But our boy explains that the guy is still alive and well, so there's no need to worry. Now all the preparations were complete. They just needed to make sure Hude didn't find out that Ding Rulong was there. The father thanks him and Wu Chen smiles, saying everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, in another location, some guys greet our boy and invite him in. It's a surveillance room with several cameras installed at Lei Sheng's house. At this moment, Ding Rulong is asking Lei Sheng why he's choosing to live in hiding in Dongai. The chubby guy responds that Ding must already know about his family problems. There were things beyond his control. Ding Rulong asks if he's really so afraid that their father chose the elder brother. He insists Lei Sheng should understand that such decisions depend on one's power. But the chubby guy says people need to recognize their own capabilities. All the family's power was already in his brother's hands, so he gave up. However, Ding Rulong says that if he had truly accepted his fate, he wouldn't have requested this meeting. Listening to the conversation, Wu Chen is pleased that things are going exactly as he wanted. He then sends the butler to serve some snacks and tea to the two of them. At that moment, a woman enters, saying the tea he requested has arrived. Apparently, this was the signal for Lei Sheng to realize Wu Chen was there. The chubby guy then says that regarding the issue of Tao Menning supporting Liu Rubing's company, he won't be able to terminate the contract. Ding Rulong asks how much the contract is worth and what Lei Sheng wants to make it happen. Lei Sheng explains that his relationship with Mr. Lai, Liu Rubing's father, is as important as his relationship with Ding Rulong. Because of that, he doesn't want to face retaliation from their family. Ding Rulong demands that he speak more clearly, and the chubby guy says that, unfortunately, he can't go against Liu Rubing, her 2 brothers, and the entire Liu family. At that, Ding Rulong asks if Lei Sheng would agree if he made Lei Yu, the elder brother, end up in prison or die in an accident. If the brother completely disappeared, Lei Sheng would undoubtedly become the new heir of the Liu family. Lei Sheng immediately asks if he's serious about this. Ding Rulong reassures him, saying that while they aren't that close, he guarantees things will change. Lei Sheng asks if he's really saying that in exchange for terminating Tao Menning's contract, he'll kill his elder brother. Ding Rulong confidently states that he guarantees it. While Lei Sheng may not know this, he's someone who can make anyone in this city disappear. Wu Chen smiles, saying this is exactly what he needed Ding Rulong to say. Lei Sheng smiles and remarks that he's heard Mr. Jing is a man of his word, so they should enjoy more tea. The more they talk, the more Lei Sheng is enjoying getting to know him. Ding Rulong asks if the decision is made, and the chubby guy says that for today, the contract won't be terminated. The man gets angry, but Lei Sheng quickly explains that the contract needs to be ended gradually. They would wait for a conference in 2 days, then file a lawsuit against Rubing. In 2 months at most, the contract would be nullified. The accusation Tao Menning planned to make was that Rubing's products were of poor quality and caused her to develop acne all over her face. At that moment, Ding Rulong smiles and says the plan is perfect, exactly what he wants. They toast, saying everything is now ready. Later, the chubby guy reports that Ding Rulong has left and that the plan went exactly as they wanted. Our boy smiles, saying it's now time to deliver this video to Lei Yu, the elder brother. Meanwhile, he's receiving messages from Yurong on his phone, saying she misses him. This woman has our boy wrapped around her finger. None of the others even have a chance to enjoy his attention. Our boy says he'll take his friend to meet someone new. The door opens and Yurong invites him in. He introduces Lei Sheng and Miss Tao Menning. Apparently, the guy already knows her and says he didn't expect her to be Wu Chen's new friend. She smiles and he remarks that it's interesting to know they're friends. However, she cuts him off, saying that friend isn't the right word for their relationship. Lei Sheng, confused, wonders why Wu Chen brought him to meet someone who isn't his friend. Was he trying to get him to help with something? Then she clings to our boy, saying he's not her friend, he's her man. The chubby guy is sweating nervously, wondering if Rubing knows about this. Our boy tells her to tone it down a bit, and she replies that if she could, she'd announce their love to the whole world. Tao Menning and Lei Sheng sit down. Our boy says he called him there because of some business and wants to know if he's interested. Tao Menning hands over some documents, saying they contain information on how to bring down Ding Rulong. The chubby guy sees the documents and realizes they detail how Ding Rulong conducts his business and manages his wealth. The chubby guy is ready to agree, but our boy advises him to think carefully. After all, this plan will take at least a year to completely destroy Ding Rulong and his entire family. Lei Sheng wasn't aware that they intended to bring down the entire Jing family. Wu Chen says the specific details are in the documents. What he wants to know is if Lei Sheng will cooperate with Yurong. He slams the table and says they can count on him since they both want to take down the same people. Wu Chen then says that tomorrow a man named Gu Hubo will come to Dongai so they can discuss everything. Yurong is quietly observing, thinking about how much prestige she'll gain in her group once this is resolved. This will bring in a lot of money, and she's already eager to thank the boy in her own way. Lei Sheng is all smiles, saying they should drink to celebrate their success, but then he receives a call from Hu Tai, saying something urgent has happened, and he needs to come over. He immediately stands up and tells the group they can go ahead and celebrate as something's come up. They thank him and say to reach out if he needs help with anything. Shortly after, Hude grabs him by the arm, saying his third uncle is coming to the city tomorrow to handle the Xinbao situation. Xinbao, of course, is the kid Wu Chen saved on the street with his girlfriend. Wu Chen, however, comments that the Xinbao issue is already resolved, meaning the uncle is coming to the city to protect Ding Rulong. Hude asks if this means he won't be able to kill that bastard. Wu Chen says yes, the uncle was sent specifically to prevent him from doing anything. Frustrated, Hude asks what they can do to vent their anger. Even if they can't kill the guy, they need to do something. Wu Chen says he has a plan, though it's not guaranteed. Hude agrees, saying he'll do whatever it takes. Wu Chen then whispers the plan into his ear and Hude lights up, saying it's brilliant. Just then, Wu Chen gets a call from Xin Bao, who says his second uncle is also coming to Dongai and wants to meet him. He turns to Hugutai, saying tomorrow is going to be a lively day. The scene shifts to the next day. Someone greets Uncle Tang, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. The man dressed like a monk is the second-ranking member of the Tang family. Standing before him is Xin Bao. Jingbin says that if it weren't for the person next to him, he would have been in big trouble. Of course, it's Wu Chen standing there, who modestly says it was nothing. But the man throws 50 million on the table, saying that since he saved a family member, their families are now connected, and Wu Chen must accept it. Wu Chen agrees, saying he won't be modest, and now their families are one. Jingbin knows that because of the trouble caused by Hude's men, theoretically, Hude himself should kneel. Of course, the Liu family doesn't want him to do that, which is why Wu Chen was sent to mediate this mess. Jingbin comments that Wu Chen accepted the money pretty quickly, and says he likes people who are straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Wu Chen asks if he's hungry after coming to Dongai so early. He hands a card to Zhuang and tells her to prepare something as they'll be heading out. He also tells her to use the leftover money to buy clothes and save for when they return to Shanghai. But Jingbin notices all this and wonders why Wu Chen is giving 50 million to a servant and clearly holding her hand. She's flustered, saying she can't accept it. However, Wu Chen is already heading to the Kit Wu Chen with her, saying he'll be back to chat with Uncle Tang after helping her feel comfortable. Jingbin is left dumbfounded, muttering that it's fine then. Zhang asks Xin Bao about their relationship, and Xin Bao explains that her name is Xiaoji, and that Miss Leah Rubing doesn't seem to mind her presence. Jingbin remarks that this Wu Chen is more impressive than he expected. After dinner, in a suite at an entertainment club on Tai Street, Rubing and Wu Chen are there smiling to greet their guests. The man on the right is Sun Yongzhang, an important member of the Li family. They exchange greetings and Yongzhang says Jingbin has always admired him. Yongzhang asks why he also came to Dongai for what seems like a minor misunderstanding among the younger generation. Jingbin explains that Xin Bao was nearly beaten to death, so of course he had to come and see for himself. Yongzhang brushes it off, saying it wasn't that serious. It was just a misunderstanding caused by Tai Street, and the Liu family would of course compensate for it. Wu Chen interjects, telling everyone to calm down and talk first. Jingbin says he's eager to hear this so-called conversation. The discussion takes place, and Yongzhang covers his face, saying Jingbin might start suspecting something. Even Wu Chen admits he isn't entirely sure what Jingbin might suspect, but he says he did it on purpose. Yongzhang suggests they fake an argument, but Wu Chen says it's unnecessary. Jingbin isn't that important. However, Yongzhang mentions that Ding Rulong is about to arrive, and he doesn't want it to become known that the Jing and Liu families are at odds. Wu Chen says they'll bring the Tang family on board and get them to cooperate with the Liu family against the Jing family. Yongzhang counters, saying those families don't trust each other, making cooperation impossible without trust. Wu Chen smirks, saying what's impossible today will become possible. Yongzhang asks what he plans to do. Wu Chen replies that he doesn't need to know everything. Just be present and listen to the conversation. He tells them to head back, and Yongzhang and Wu Chen return to the room. Jingbin notices Wu Chen smiling too much and guesses something good must have happened. At that moment, Rubing runs over to Wu Chen, asking what they were talking about. Wu Chen pulls her close and tells her to guess. Meanwhile, Jingbin is watching closely. He knows very well that Leah Rubing is the woman Ding Rulong is interested in. The poor fool has been rejected for a long time, while she acts like a lovesick teenager around Wu Chen. Suddenly, our boy makes a little hand gesture, calling out Mr. Gu's name, who looks a bit confused but quickly responds. Jingbin keeps observing, noting that Wu Chen seems to have connections with most of the families. Walking down the hallway, Gu Rubo tells Wu Chen that if he ever needs help, he just has to ask. They're brothers, after all. Wu Chen replies that Gu has already helped plenty, which confuses him. He explains that Gu's attitude as a brother is all the help he needed. This makes it clear to Gu that everyone in that room supports Wu Chen. Hute then shows up, announcing that Ding Rulong has arrived. Wu Chen gets excited, saying it's time for everyone to follow the rest of the plan. Downstairs at the hotel, a man stops Ding Rulong, asking him to wait a moment. He explains the rules, ensuring everyone is disarmed. Once that's done, the man says they can enter. Rulong looks back and orders the 6 men with him to stay outside. All hyped up, he opens the door, calling out for Leah Rubing, but immediately notices something strange. No one in the room seems to care about him except for Yongzhang, who stands up enthusiastically. He greets Jingbin, who says it must be fate that they met there. Yongzhang introduces Ding Rulong to Guru Ibo. They exchange pleasantries, while Leah Rubing, sitting nearby, is busy fawning over Wu Chen, asking where he got his watch. He says he doesn't know and adds that what he really wants is a new jacket since this one doesn't match his outfit. She suggests they go shopping after dinner to get him whatever he wants. He says that depends on how he feels. Ding Rulong is left wondering who this strange guy is. He reaches out to Rubing, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other, but she completely ignores him, continuing to play with Wu Chen's hand. Rulong stands there awkwardly, feeling like a fool. Wu Chen asks why he came to Dongai if he seems so uncomfortable there. The elders immediately realize Wu Chen has started throwing shade. Wu Chen questions whether Rulong isn't satisfied after seeing the love he and Rubing share. Rubing tells Wu Chen to start ignoring that weirdo, just like she does. Rulong tries to ask her not to be so harsh, but Yongzhang slams the table, telling them not to take it too far. Rubing says that if they're unhappy with her and Wu Chen's presence, they'll leave. Angrier than ever, Yongzhang asks if they're trying to make him lose his temper completely. Hude steps in, asking everyone to calm down, reminding them they have guests. But Rubing warns that if they don't want Wu Chen there, then the two of them will leave, so they'd better stop glaring at him like that. Yang Zheng demands respect, saying he's an elder of the family. This sparks an argument between the two. Meanwhile, Jingbin wonders what kind of spell Wu Chen has cast to make Rubing so infatuated. Rulong tells Yang Zheng they shouldn't break the family's unity over an outsider and advises everyone to calm down. Meanwhile, Rubing and Wu Chen are quietly giggling about Rulong, making playful comments. Gu Rubo whispers to Huotei about how composed Wu Chen seems. Huotei replies that despite his youth, Wu Chen has a lot of skills. At this moment, Jingbin finally realizes what's happening. Everyone in the room is playing a role to make Ding Rulong look like a fool. Even the man who stopped him earlier was just there to humiliate him further. Wu Chen crosses his arms and suggests they discuss matters concerning Huotei. Yang Zheng asks Jingbin if he's in a hurry and plans to return to Shanghai today. Jingbin says no but starts wondering why everyone seems so interested in talking to him. Is he part of this script too? Ding Rulong then asks what's going on with Huotei, already imagining that solving his issue might earn him Rubing's favor. He places a hand on Jingbin's shoulder, ready to discuss a good solution. But Wu Chen slams the table, saying that's enough. He stands up, stating that since no one wants to hear what he has to say, he's leaving to rest for a while. Rubing asks if he's tired and offers to help him. Ding Rulong likes this. He assumes Wu Chen is acting emotionally. Yang Zheng yells again, telling Rubing to stay, saying it would disgrace the family to leave while they have guests. She tells Wu Chen to go home and rest, promising to handle the matter with Huotei herself. She strokes his head, saying she understands. Outside, Wu Chen spots a man named Jiang Hongwang. He's one of Ding Rulong's most trusted men and undoubtedly the next target. At that moment, Hongwang receives a text from someone asking if he's enjoying the view of the lake in Shanghai and calling him brave for stealing people's money. Startled, Hongwang pockets his phone, wondering if he's been discovered and threatened. He excuses himself to his friends, saying he needs to use the bathroom. Once alone, he texts back asking who the person is. The reply says there's a card on the sink and instructs him to go to room 1029. Angrily, he storms to the room. Apparently, he was paid $6 million to do some jobs for Ding Rulong, and if this leaks, his life is over. He has no choice. Shortly after, he arrives at the designated room. Looking around the room, Hongwang wonders where this person could be, as it seems they haven't arrived yet. He tries calling the number again, but now it says the number doesn't exist. Confused, he questions why someone would threaten him and then disappear without demanding money. Back in the hall, his colleagues ask why he took so long, and he brushes it off, saying his stomach is acting up. Time passes, and everyone gathers for dinner. Kube complains that he lost 9 million playing mahjong with Ding Rulong. Meanwhile, Wu Chen sends another message to Hongwang, again instructing him to go to room 1029. Hongwang tells his colleagues that his stomach is acting up again and excuses himself. Wu Chen quietly observes while Ding Rulong asks why Wu Chen keeps staring at him. Wu Chen says he's curious. Does Ding Rulong actually enjoy being a cuckold? The comment shocks both Huotei and Rubing, as they didn't recall this being part of the plan. Jingbin, on the other hand, thinks to himself that the real show is finally starting. Huotei adds fuel to the fire, saying that if Rulong liked being a cuckold so much, he should have mentioned it earlier. He would have helped him out. Ding Rulong tries to ignore them, remarking that Rubing's choice of partner clearly has no sense of respect. Wu Chen counters, saying he wasn't even talking about Rubing. It's more likely a mental condition. Rubing realizes Wu Chen is referring to Heesequin. Ding Rulong silently resolves not to lose his temper even as this farmer tries to provoke him. He comments aloud that some people reveal their ugly sides when they drink, but insists they're here to listen to nonsense anyway. Wu Chen smirks and declares that since Rulong is so curious, he might as well reveal that his mistress, Liu Xiaoyu, is having an affair with his bodyguard Tang Wu. Ding Rulong dismisses the claim, calling it fake news. Wu Chen feigns disappointment, quipping that Rulong must truly enjoy being a cuckold. Rubing pinches Wu Chen's leg under the table and whispers, asking what he's doing. He reassures her, saying it's fine. Ding Rulong will be in the hospital by the end of the night. Wu Chen continues pretending to be drunk until dinner concludes, and Ding Rulong bids farewell to everyone. Later, surrounded by his bodyguards, Rulong confronts Tang Wu, asking if he slept with Xiaoyu on his birthday. Tang Wu stammers, claiming he doesn't remember because it was so long ago. Rulong instantly senses the lie and accuses Tang Wu being the good actor. He pulls out a gun and demands Tang Wu help him remember. Tang Wu drops to his knees, swearing he doesn't know where Rulong heard this, but insisting he's innocent. Rulong calls Liu Xiaoyu and orders her to recount what happened with Tang Wu on his birthday. She nervously claims they did nothing, that Tang Wu just dropped her off at her apartment and left. With a gun under Tang Wu's chin, Rulong presses harder, saying she'd better remember correctly. Tang Wu admits that she didn't let him leave and even started taking off his clothes. Xiaoyu, panicking, calls him a liar, claiming he forced her instead. She confesses she was too scared to tell Rulong, fearing he'd think she was dirty. Tang Wu clings to Rulong's leg, begging for forgiveness, but Rulong kicks him away, seething with rage. Enraged, he declares that it's incredible how both his dogs betrayed him. As Tang Wu grovels, Rulong points the gun and fires. The pistol misfires and chaos erupts as security rushes in to take him to the hospital. Outside, people see flames erupting from the top of the building. A security guard reports that the fire started in room 1029, and the only person seen entering was one of Rulong's own men. Hude orders the fire to be extinguished, while Rubing warns them to be careful with the reporters swarming the area. Meanwhile, the elders laugh and chat as they walk ahead. Yang Zheng receives word that Ding Rulong has been hospitalized. Seeing all of this unfold, Jingbin suspects it's part of Wu Chen's plan. Yang Zheng tells Huotei and Rubing to accompany him to check on Ding Rulong. Huotei responds that he still has matters to handle at a hotel, but Wu Chen assures him he'll take care of things there. Rubing grabs Wu Chen, asking how much of the plan he hasn't told her yet. He smiles and says, A lot. Hyunbin asks about the next step, and Wu Chen instructs him to send one team to the hospital where Ding Rulong is and another to clean up the scene. Hyute agrees, and the guards begin talking about how wild the night has been. Hong Guang receives another message stating that everything happened in room 1029 and wishing him good luck. Realizing he's likely the only one who entered the room, he panics. Even though he didn't do anything, he knows he'll be blamed. With no other option, Hong Guang decides to disappear and hide for a while. He tells his friends his stomach is acting up again and quickly leaves. They note how strange he's been acting all night. As Hong Guang rushes out of the hotel, someone throws a bag over his head. Hute informs Wu Chen that the tasks have been completed. Wu Chen then says it's time for the two of them to pay Ding Rulong a visit. At the hospital, the elders are advising Ding Rulong to be careful with his hand and marveling that it's a miracle he survived. Rulong agrees, calling it a blessing from Buddha that the damage wasn't worse. Suddenly, Hyudae bursts in, armed, demanding to know where that bastard is. He spots Rulong and accuses him of trying to set fire to his hotel. Yangjing steps in, urging Hyudae to calm down and asking what this business about the fire is. Hyudae shows a video of Rulong's henchman entering the room twice where the incident happened. With a gun to his face, Rulong trembles as he tries to explain that the man has disappeared and someone must be trying to frame him. Hyudae scoffs, saying it's ridiculous to think he'll prove his innocence with just the disappearance of the culprit. Rulong insists he's as eager to find out the truth as anyone else and asks a woman nearby to check Hong Guang's transactions and recent calls. A short while later, she announces that they found suspicious messages linked to Hong Guang's visit to the room. Hyudae acknowledges that this proves someone was giving Hong Guang instructions and it wasn't him, he was playing cards with everyone else. He orders her to trace the number that sent the messages to Hong Guang. The woman hesitates, clearly reluctant to answer. Growing impatient, Hyudae demands she speak, and she finally reveals that the messages came from Jiang Xuan's phone. For those who don't remember, Jiang Xuan is the man Wu Chen detained a while ago who's now living alone in a remote house. Hyudae points the gun at Rulong again, declaring that it all makes sense now since Jiang Xuan works for him. Rulong tries to explain that Jiang Xuan disappeared a long time ago, further proving there's someone orchestrating all of this. But Hyudae silences him with a pistol whip, grabbing him by the collar and asking why he shouldn't pull the trigger right now. Yangjing plays peacemaker, pulling Hyudae away and escorting him out of the room. Outside, they meet Jingbin and comment that he must have found today's events quite amusing. For now, they decide it's best to find a place to rest before explaining everything. The next day, the scene shifts to Tang Xinbao, his girlfriend, and the group gathered in a room. Wu Chen is strategizing like he's playing 4D chess. He notes that Jiang Xuan and Hong Guang's disappearances seem like part of Ding Rulong's plan. If they believe Rulong is innocent, they'll be falling for his tricks. Yangjing mentions they need to discuss business, but Wu Chen insists they first resolve the matter involving Tang Xinbao. Since the incident concerns Xinbao, they suggest letting him decide what compensation he wants. Jingbin, reluctant to oppose Wu Chen given his influence over the Liu family, agrees to the proposal. Wu Chen pulls a USB drive from his pocket, saying that in addition to whatever Xinbao wants, he'll provide a major benefit to the family. The drive contains information that would greatly aid the Tang family. Wu Chen explains that the Liu and Tang families fought a war 20 years ago. Both sides paid a heavy price, but the Liu family ultimately emerged victorious. Jingbin asks Wu Chen to elaborate on what he's offering. Wu Chen says that when Jingbin reviews the information, he'll likely want to strike back at the Liu family. When that time comes, the Liu family will support him. Jingbin finds this odd. Wu Chen is proposing that he initiate a war with the Liu family over Xinbao's incident. As far as he knows, the Liu family is working to bring down Ding Rulong's family. So why would they get involved here? Moreover, Yangjing, supposedly a more important figure, hasn't said a word about this. Jingbin asks Wu Chen how he can guarantee Liu family support for the Tang family. Wu Chen casually pulls out his phone and makes a call, requesting confirmation from Liu Rubing's father. On the other end, Rubing's father replies that they've already agreed. Wu Chen represents the Liu family and has their full backing. Hearing this, Jingbin no longer doubts the offer. If the head of the Liu family and Yangjing both agree, there's nothing more to question. For Jingbin, this proves that the proposed war isn't just Wu Chen's idea, but a decision everyone supports. Rubing's father, meanwhile, reflects that Wu Chen didn't even greet him this time. Still, the chance to destroy two families disrupting his business is too good to pass up. With the USB in hand, Jingbin smiles, saying he never doubted Wu Chen, but needed extra reassurance. He shakes Wu Chen's hand, saying he's lucky to have someone like him around. Wu Chen asks if the deal is sealed and Jingbin confirms, saying he'll return to Shanghai to share the information with the family elder. Wu Chen then asks about the Xinbao matter. Jingbin dismisses it, calling it a childish accident and nothing to worry about. Wu Chen insists that they can't let the incident with Tang Xinbao slide. If word spreads that the Tang family didn't demand accountability, it would hurt their reputation. This in turn could weaken the cooperation between the Tang and Liu families. Jingbin sighs and agrees, telling Wu Chen to handle it as he sees fit. He trusts him completely. As Jingbin boards his plane, he tells Xinbao and Kiki to follow Wu Chen's advice and trust his guidance. Xinbao, excited, reassures him, saying Wu Chen is practically his mentor already. Sometime later, Wu Chen informs Hutai that everything is now resolved with the Tang family. Hutai celebrates, commenting on how Ding Rulong has full of Dongai, but he's curious about the exploding pistol. Wu Chen, keeping his secret, says it's too complicated to explain. Suddenly, Wu Chen receives a call from Menglin. For those who don't remember, she's the singer referred to him by another acquaintance during a music lesson. Menglin asks if he's interested in pursuing a music career. Wu Chen immediately declines, but she suggests meeting up to discuss something else. With a hint of mischief, he agrees, saying a meeting would be great. At the same time, Hutai mentions that they need to celebrate his sister's birthday soon. Meanwhile, Menglin muses that dealing with Wu Chen won't be easy. At a celebration for Rubing's brand success, Wu Chen and Hutai clap along with the crowd. Yuron's daughter excuses herself to take a call. explaining to her mother that it's about her music career. In a different setting, someone comments that music is an abstract art form that expresses the emotions of its creators, making it incredibly complex. Song remarks how impressive Wu Chen seems, and another woman nearby responds that he's a genius. The artist, working on a massive painting inspired by their conversation, spends nearly an hour crafting it. Manglin reflects on her conversation about Wu Chen's potential music career, mentioning his immediate refusal. Song speculates that Wu Chen's family background in running a noodle shop doesn't seem to be the reason behind his reluctance. Manglin insists that his musical talent shouldn't be wasted and wonders what other secrets he might have. Song claims to know one but urges Manglin not to tell anyone. Apparently, Wu Chen was under the influence of an older woman who was strict about what he could do. Manglin questions the certainty of this claim. Song admits she never met the woman but had spoken to her on the phone, where she seemed cold and authoritative. Manglin remains skeptical, asking for proof. Song explains that Wu Chen was humble during college but started driving a Ferrari and wearing expensive clothes right after graduation. It's unlikely he earned all that money overnight, so it's clear someone was supporting him. Manglin asks if Wu Chen is really that attractive. Song replies with an emphatic yes. Manglin raises her voice, saying they should team up to free Wu Chen from this older woman. Intrigued, Manglin agrees and Song decides to call him. Wu Chen, mid-workout, answers the call. Rubing, noticing, asks who's interrupting them. Wu Chen explains it's Miss Song. Song asks if he's available to meet tomorrow afternoon in Dongai. He agrees and they schedule a time. Rubing, feeling jealous, expresses her annoyance. Wu Chen reassures her, saying it's just about music. She warns him to focus only on that, and he playfully agrees. The next morning, Wu Chen visits Shi Qing. She mentions how peaceful her current living situation is and asks him to keep looking out for her. They share a close moment with her blushing as he teases her about Ding Rulong being hospitalized and leaving the city. Shi Qing thanks him shyly. Her daughter interrupts, saying she's hungry and asking Wu Chen about art lessons. He promises to return later to help, leaving her excited about finally feeling at home. Shi Qing, meanwhile, reflects on how she'd agreed to anything Wu Chen asked, even imagining building a family with him. Later, at a Starbucks, Song calls out to Wu Chen as he arrives. Manglin greets him enthusiastically, eager to discuss his music. She suggests he consider releasing an album, but he firmly declines. They chat for half an hour, during which Manglin grows increasingly impressed with Wu Chen's deep musical knowledge. When she proposes he become a singer, he refuses again, stating he has no interest. She presses on, asking if his reluctance is due to his girlfriend being jealous. Wu Chen instantly realizes Song must have said something. He clarifies that no one is stopping him. It's simply not something he wants to do. Manglin proposes at least having dinner together, asking him to bring this girlfriend. Wu Chen agrees and they plan to meet that evening. Later, as Wu Chen and Rubing arrive at the venue, they're greeted by a crowd waiting to welcome them. Rubing, surprised, asks what this whole ceremony is about. Wu Chen explains that Song believes he's being financially supported by a wealthy woman. Rubing, dressed elegantly, smirks and says if that's the case, she'd love to see what tricks these women will try. Wu Chen enters the room, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Song looks startled and immediately asks about the woman next to him. Wu Chen introduces her as his girlfriend, Miss Liu Rubing. He introduces Song to Rubing, and Song is shocked to see someone much younger than she had expected. Manglin notices the name and asks if she's from the Liu family. Rubing confirms and says she's exactly the person Manglin is thinking of. She talks to Song and mentions that they've spoken on the phone before, leaving Song visibly embarrassed. Wu Chen suggests they place their orders and Song quickly agrees, eager to move past the awkwardness. At that moment, Song calls her mother and mentions that she's having dinner with Manglin, Wu Chen, and Rubing. Naturally, since it involves Rubing, Yohong becomes curious and wants to know what's going on. At dinner, Manglin praises Wu Chen, saying he's incredibly talented when it comes to music and that the sound he released was very popular. Rubing congratulates Wu Chen. Manglin gets straight to the point and asks Rubing if she has a problem with Wu Chen pursuing a career as an artist. Rubing replies that she has no issue with it, but Manglin would have to discuss it with him directly. Wu Chen immediately reiterates that he has no interest in becoming an artist. Manglin seems confused and says she thought Rubing was the reason he wasn't pursuing it. Rubing clarifies that, as far as she knows, Wu Chen has no interest in the entertainment industry. Manglin asks what he does and Wu Chen answers that he's an assistant at Rubing's company. Out of nowhere, Rubing winks at Wu Chen, prompting him to excuse himself to use the restroom. As soon as he leaves, Manglin tells Rubing that she should let Wu Chen pursue a career and start earning his own money. Rubing responds that if she could control him, it wouldn't even be at this dinner. She also points out that Manglin barely knows Wu Chen, but seems very interested in him. Manglin, flustered, claims she's only here to appreciate his talent. Rubing smirks and asks if she plans to appreciate his talent in bed. Manglin becomes visibly embarrassed, while Song is shocked by Rubing's boldness. Manglin questions why Rubing would ask such a rude question. Rubing retorts, asking why Manglin brought so many bodyguards to intimidate them. Song apologizes, admitting it was her idea to bring all the security. Rubing stands up and tells Song to stay quiet because the adults are talking. She turns back to Manglin and demands to know why she's so interested in Wu Chen. Manglin insists it has nothing to do with a romantic relationship. She only wants to sign him for a music career. The two exchange heated words, with tensions rising like they're about to have a Saiyan-level showdown. After much back and forth, Rubing says she doesn't believe Manglin isn't interested in Wu Chen and proposes a bet. Manglin asks what the bet is, and Rubing wagers that within a month Manglin will be interested in Wu Chen. It seems the world of bets has turned upside down. As Wu Chen returns from the restroom, Young-hong appears. She wants to know why her daughter, Rubing, and Manglin are having dinner with Wu Chen. Wu Chen explains that Song thought he was being supported by an older woman. Young-hong assumes the woman must be her. He dismisses the idea, clarifying that it's Rubing. Young-hong moves closer, jokingly saying that this time his target must be Manglin. Wu Chen tells her to stop with the nonsense, as she just met Manglin. Young-hong abruptly changes her tone, teasing that she's only jealous, and they can settle it later. And a while later, Wu Chen returns to the table and senses the tense atmosphere, asking what's going on. Song, embarrassed, tries to explain but ends up rambling incoherently. Minglan finally reveals the bet that Rubing proposed. Rather than being shocked by the bet, Wu Chen calmly asks about the conditions. Minglan explains that if she loses, she'll have to kneel publicly and apologize to Rubing. Wu Chen facepalms and says they must be incredibly bored to make such a wager. Rubing insists it's not boredom, but a friendly warning. She advises Minglan to avoid seeing Wu Chen for a month if she doesn't want to lose the bet. Minglan counters, accusing Rubing of playing games to keep Wu Chen from pursuing a music career. Minglan turns to Wu Chen, saying that even if he doesn't want to be an artist, they can still collaborate through songs, music, and lyrics. She adds that their cooperation will extend only that far, and Wu Chen thanks her for the opportunity. Song, feeling awkward, suggests they eat before the food gets cold. Suddenly, Yeonhong appears, looking serious and questioning why she wasn't informed about this dinner involving her daughter. Rubing recognizes her as a rival and braces for conflict. Minglan also looks uneasy, not understanding why Song's mother is there. Song hugs her mother, saying it's a surprise. Yeonhong glances around and comments on Wu Chen's presence, greeting him with a smile. Wu Chen waves back and she remarks that it's a pleasure to see him again. Yeonhong then asks Song to explain what they were discussing, saying she'll listen, and Song reluctantly mentions the bet. She keeps thinking that Rubing is always full of tricks, but it wouldn't be as fun without them. He then raises a glass of wine and says it's to wish for a good cooperation. Everyone toasts. 2 hours pass, Song is already drunk, and Yurong says it's best for her daughter to go home and rest. Yurong watches quietly, clearly plotting something as her daughter excuses herself, saying she'll speak about music later. Rubing immediately senses that Yurong, having sent her daughter away, is about to make a move. The door opens. Yurong tosses her coat aside, and she plants a kiss on Wu Chen's cheek. Rubing knew this was coming and visibly braces herself. Minglan, observing the shift in energy, is left confused by the sudden tension. Wu Chen asks Yurong what she's doing, and she teasingly replies, "Can I give my husband a kiss?" Rubing, annoyed, dismisses the gesture, stating it's fine now that Song has left. Minglan notices the familiarity between Yurong and Rubing, realizing they've likely schemed together. When Rubing calls Minglan back to attention, she apologizes for being distracted. Rubing warns her once again about the dangers of Wu Chen, further unsettling Minglan. Minglan, now slightly paranoid, resolves to sign the contract quickly and keep her distance. Yurong, pleased with her maneuvering, smiles inwardly, knowing her actions will cause Rubing to lose the bet. The next morning, Minglan wakes up in her room. She opens the curtains, thinking it's a good day to immerse herself in melodies and create new songs. However, as she sits at her desk, she finds herself unable to write. The events of the previous night linger in her mind, distracting her. Determined, she decides to finalize the contract with Wu Chen to put everything behind her. But a small voice in her head warns her to be cautious as he seems dangerous. Minglan hesitates, considering abandoning the collaboration altogether. Then she shakes off her doubts, telling herself she has a clear conscience and nothing to fear. All she wants is a professional musical partnership, nothing more. Meanwhile, Rubing tells Wu Chen she's going shopping with Kim Ying. He encourages her to have fun, mentioning he has plans today. Rubing immediately guesses it involves Minglan. When Wu Chen confirms, she remarks on Minglan's bravery after what Yurong pulled. Wu Chen shows her a missed call from Minglan, and Rubing teases him, saying he seems to enjoy the attention. He denies it, explaining that all he's doing is gathering information. Later at a cafe, Minglan greets Wu Chen and quickly dives into the business discussion. She outlines the operational risks and signs the contract. Wu Chen suggests they get to know each other better, as she might not accept the price he's about to propose. Intrigued, Minglan asks what this scary price is. Wu Chen explains he plans to buy a studio and wants her to purchase 50% of its shares by exchanging 50% of the shares in her current studio. Shocked, Minglan argues that her studio is worth $3 billion, making his proposal ridiculous. She advises him to rethink the idea if he doesn't want to look foolish. Feeling relieved that the conversation remains purely business, Minglan realizes her earlier fears were unfounded. But Wu Chen insists he's serious and reiterates the importance of getting to know each other. Minglan recalls Song's warning about Wu Chen's greedy side and begins to see what she meant. To demonstrate his abilities, Wu Chen offers to write a song for her on the spot. He tells her to choose any genre, confident he can deliver. Skeptical, Minglan assumes he's pulling another trick and accuses him of using pre-prepared songs. She demands sincerity, urging him to drop the theatrics. Wu Chen calmly asserts he's being completely honest, which is why he's confident in his price. Reluctantly, Minglan agrees to let him write a song, but on the condition it's for her, not Song. As he starts writing, she watches, expecting him to stumble. However, within a short time, Wu Chen announces he's written 7 songs for her to choose from. Minglan, holding the pages, is dumbfounded. The collection spans various genres: pop, rap, rock, punk, and jazz. He smiles and asks which one she'll choose. Overwhelmed, she requests more time, saying she needs to test a few before deciding. Wu Chen heads to the piano, and Minglan, feeling a mix of disbelief and admiration, sings along to the pieces. She sends him detailed feedback, describing how one song evokes childlike wonder, while another energizes her. But Wu Chen is more curious about her final choice. Minglan decides to keep all 7 songs and plans to release an album titled Final Chapter. She leans forward, apologizing for doubting his abilities. Wu Chen asks her to stand up, assuring her there's no need to apologize. They toast to the success of the album. As they drink, the conversation shifts to music, instruments, and careers in the industry. Amidst it all, Minglan cautiously asks about his relationship with Miss Rubing. Wu Chen says their relationship is complicated. Minglan responds that it's fine and that's not what she wants to discuss. He asks what it is, and she says she'd like more of his time to practice the songs. It might take part of the night, considering there are 7 songs to go through. He agrees, and she sits down at the piano. As she starts playing, she makes a mistake, and he comes over to correct her. While he's standing beside her, she imagines herself calling his name and giving him a kiss on the cheek. She feels like they're already in bed, but it turns out it was just her imagination. She apologizes for kissing him on the cheek, saying she drank too much. As she questions why she acted without thinking, he sits at the piano and starts playing again, saying he'll show her how it's done. She relaxes on the sofa, listening to the music. A while later, she falls asleep and he carries her to the bedroom. The next morning, she wakes up realizing she must have drunk too much to end up there. Suddenly, she wonders where her clothes are and who took them off. She remembers Wu Chen carrying her to the bedroom but has no memory of anything else. Now confused, she questions what really happened. Manglin appears and says breakfast is ready. Immediately, Manglin wonders if something happened last night. Feeling awkward, she wants to ask Wu Chen about it. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. She gets up to answer, but Wu Chen, suspecting it might be room service, tells her not to open it. He guesses it's a paparazzo and warns her to stay quiet. The door opens and a man takes a picture. Wu Chen snaps a photo of him in return. Manglin quickly shuts the door, panicking that she made a mistake. Now she's flustered, worried about being seen in the room with Wu Chen. She fears that if Rubing finds out, things will get complicated. Wu Chen tells her to relax and have her coffee while he takes care of it. He makes a call instructing someone to find the man who took the photo at the Jinghai Hotel and ensure the images are deleted. He reassures Manglin, saying the man won't leave Dongai. Grateful, she joins him for breakfast. An hour later, Hude calls to report that they found the man, but there's a problem. Hutai, stepping on the man, says the photo has already been sent. It turns out the man works for Wave Studio, and Hude asks what they should do next. Hearing the studio's name, Manglin panics, realizing they must have followed her to Dongai. Wu Chen knows the studio's owner, Peng Wei, who is known as the top paparazzo in China. After rising in the industry, Peng Wei partnered with foreign entities and now leads one of the most influential entertainment groups, Wave Studio, rivaling Hejiang Group. Wu Chen understands that this group will likely use the photo to create a scandal. Unfortunately for Peng Wei, he doesn't realize who he's dealing with. Peng Wei receives a call, asking who's on the line. Wu Chen tells him he's just seen the photo and questions why Peng Wei is asking. He orders Peng Wei to delete the image, warning that bad things will happen otherwise. Peng Wei laughs off the threat, assuming Manglin is trying to handle the situation herself. Wu Chen calmly repeats that he doesn't want the photo going public. Peng Wei, oblivious to who Wu Chen is, dismisses him rudely. Wu Chen introduces himself and advises Peng Wei to do some research before getting into trouble. Peng Wei responds that he's never heard of Wu Chen and doesn't care. Manglin knows that threatening a paparazzo is taboo in the entertainment industry, but notices that Wu Chen doesn't seem concerned. She asks what he plans to do, but he replies that it's nothing serious. Manglin finds this risky, given how quickly news spreads in the entertainment world. She tries to offer ideas, but Wu Chen asks if she has a way to retrieve the photo. Realizing she doesn't, he tells her to leave it to him. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Rubing's voice calls out, asking if the couple is inside. Manglin, startled, wonders why Rubing is there. Wu Chen opens the door, and Rubing comments that everyone seems to be gathered here. Rubing and Manglin exchange tense glances. Rubing asks Wu Chen if he spent the night there. Looking embarrassed, Wu Chen admits that he did. Rubing then asks if Manglin's bed is comfortable, to which he responds that it's perfect. Pretending to be indifferent, Rubing hides her anger. She turns to Manglin and bluntly asks if she slept with Wu Chen. Flustered, Manglin stammers, saying she doesn't know since she drank too much. Rubing demands a straight answer. Still stumbling over her words, Manglin fails to explain herself. Wu Chen steps in, stating that there's another bedroom in the suite and he slept there. Rubing replies sarcastically, saying, well, that sounds boring then. Manglin thinks to herself that despite Wu Chen's complex relationships, she doesn't believe he would lie about something like this. Rubing, however, can sense from Manglin's reaction that while they didn't sleep together, something happened. Rubing asks Manglin if she's won the bet yet. Manglin denies it, deciding not to mention the kiss on the cheek, which she considers insignificant. Rubing smirks, knowing her goal was to undermine Manglin's confidence in this argument. If Manglin were ever to become involved in Wu Chen's tangled relationships, she'd inevitably be beneath Rubing in the hierarchy. Feeling victorious, Rubing declares that the bet stands. Manglin then mentions something important has happened. She explains the paparazzi situation and the potential scandal involving her and Wu Chen. Rubing asks what Wu Chen plans to do. He calmly replies that he's already handling it. Satisfied, Rubing changes her expression and says she won't intervene if he has it under control. Manglin finds this strange since, if the news leaks to the media, Rubing's reputation would also take a hit. Wu Chen remarks that Peng Wei just made an interesting post that's gaining a lot of traction. It's a teaser about a Manglin scandal that will be revealed on August 2nd, giving them a week to prepare. Wu Chen confidently says that Peng Wei will likely contact them before posting anything. In the meantime, they should focus on recording her album. Manglin agrees, suggesting they use Song's house since it has the best equipment. Rubing gives Wu Chen a quick kiss, wishes him good luck, and says she's heading out to meet Qin Yang. Peng Wei, meanwhile, makes a call to someone in Dongai seeking advice. The person warns him not to mess with Wu Chen. Peng Wei hesitates, feeling uneasy since he knows the most dangerous person in the region is Hu Tai. He lights a cigarette and decides to investigate Wu Chen further. Upon learning that Wu Chen is Hu Tai's sister's boyfriend, Peng Wei gains confidence, thinking Wu Chen is just a regular boyfriend and nothing to fear. Besides, the photo suggests infidelity, so Wu Chen is probably scared of being exposed. At 6 p.m., Wu Chen receives a call inviting him home for dinner. Saw him Manglin decide to continue recording songs. Elsewhere, Zhu Hong Shouji picks Wu Chen up, saying Rubing sent her. Peng Wei observes and notices Wu Chen's interaction with Zhu Hong, concluding that he's involved with multiple women. He orders his paparazzo to keep following Wu Chen and gather as much material as possible. Wu Chen enters the venue and remarks how full it is of familiar faces. Rubing receives a call informing her of a suspicious photographer near her house. Wu Chen adds that he saw similar individuals at the restaurant earlier. She orders them to detain the paparazzi and bring them to her. Shortly after, both paparazzi are immobilized. Wu Chen says they only need to wait for Peng Wei to call. Rubing asks if Peng Wei is behind everything, and Wu Chen confirms. Peng Wei eventually calls, asking to speak with Wu Chen one-on-one. Wu Chen dismisses the request, saying he's enjoying dinner and isn't interested in leaving. Peng Wei retaliates, calling Wu Chen a gigolo who clings to powerful women and warns that his life will be ruined. Wu Chen doesn't react, and Rubing decides to accompany him to the meeting. However, Wu Chen explains that it's unnecessary. They just need patience. Rubing asks if it's really that simple to control Peng Wei. Wu Chen replies that it depends on how extraordinary the people involved are. The women, curious, smile eager to hear how they can help. Rubing, sensing a plan, urges him to explain. Wu Chen suggests Qin Ying, Xian Chan, and Xiaoji each give him a kiss. Rubing commands to know her role only for Wu Chen to ask her to take the photo. She's incredulous, but eventually agrees. The scene unfolds as each woman plants a kiss on different parts of Wu Chen's face. Rubing questions the purpose of the stunt. Wu Chen leans in and whispers his plan to her. The scene shifts to King Yuan tea house, where Peng Wei demands Wu Chen release his men. Wu Chen insists that he'll only consider it if Peng Wei shows some sincerity. Peng Wei lays photos on the table and taunts Wu Chen, asking if he wants Rubing to see these pictures. Wu Chen counters, stating there's nothing between him and Menglin. Peng Wei points to the photos, claiming they tell a different story. Wu Chen pulls out his phone and asks if Peng Wei would prefer another kind of story, showing him the photo with all the women kissing him. Peng Wei, assuming Wu Chen is reckless and cheating on Rubing, can't understand why he's so bold. Wu Chen challenges Peng Wei, asking which photo Rubing would prefer to see, the one Peng Wei took or the one on his phone. Before Peng Wei can answer, Wu Chen sends the photo to Rubing. Peng Wei panics, warning Wu Chen about the consequences of exposing himself. Wu Chen ignores him and sends a voice message asking Rubing if she saw the photo he just sent. Peng Wei watches in disbelief at Wu Chen's confidence. Rubing replies, casually asking if Wu Chen means the photos she took with her sisters. Peng Wei is overwhelmed, trying to process how many women are involved in this dynamic. Realizing that Rubing isn't bothered by the pictures, Peng Wei understands he has no leverage. Rubing comments that if there's nothing more to say, she'll hang up as she has other matters to attend to. Wu Chen thanks her, then turns to Peng Wei and firmly states he doesn't like being threatened. Peng Wei, sweating, realizes he underestimated how powerful Wu Chen and his allies are. Acknowledging his miscalculation, Peng Wei offers to compensate Wu Chen for the trouble caused. Wu Chen asks if Peng Wei plans to pay him off with money. Seeing this as an easy solution, Peng Wei agrees and asks Wu Chen to name his price. Wu Chen asks Peng Wei if his company's annual profits exceed 100 million yuan. Peng Wei, already nervous, worries about how much he might be extorted. He quickly denies having that much money. Wu Chen reassures him, saying he won't ask for money because that would be extortion. Now utterly confused, Peng Wei asks what Wu Chen wants. Wu Chen explains that he's been interested in entering the entertainment industry and is looking for a partnership. Realizing Wu Chen doesn't want money or his life, Peng Wei feels relieved. He immediately agrees, saying that if it's a partnership, it's entirely possible. Wu Chen then reveals that he plans to establish his own company and needs 2 favors. Peng Wei, eager to cooperate, assures Wu Chen that even if it's 20 favors, he'll help. The first request is for Peng Wei to apologize to Miss Menglin and compensate her however he sees fit. The second is to provide information on a certain Shenglong and his connection to Yao Yao, then make it public. Peng Wei knows Shenglong is extremely famous and holds shares in Hezong Group, which employs Peng Wei. Revealing such a scandal could put Peng Wei's life in danger. At the same time, Peng Wei suspects this is Wu Chen's way of testing his sincerity to gain favor with the Liu family. Considering Wu Chen's connection to the Liu family, Peng Wei agrees to leak the information. Shortly after, Peng Wei confirms that the evidence is sufficient. Wu Chen asks if he can post it this week. Peng Wei assures him it will be live soon. Wu Chen thanks him, saying he won't take up more of his time. An hour and a half later, Menglin arrives. Peng Wei introduces himself, saying it's an honor to meet her. She brushes him off, saying they're all busy people and should get straight to business. Peng Wei bows and swears that nothing like this will ever happen again. Menglin finds it odd that he's so adamant about there not being the next time. She cuts him off, telling him to stop apologizing and get to the point, trying to resolve the Shenglong issue. Peng Wei offers her 30 million yuan. Menglin hesitates, thinking it's a bit low, but agrees to settle the matter quickly. Peng Wei thanks her for being straightforward, but then notices something strange. Menglin is writing him a check for 30 million yuan, assuming that's the price to bury the photos. He quickly clarifies that the 30 million is for her. Menglin, confused, asks why. Peng Wei explains that it was part of the deal he made with Wu Chen. The money is compensation for the psychological distress he caused her. Menglin realizes Wu Chen has already resolved everything, and that she's simply here to receive compensation. She asks if Rubing was involved in this plan. Peng Wei denies it, saying he doesn't even know who Rubing is. He only negotiated with Wu Chen. Menglin concludes that Wu Chen didn't even leverage the Liu family's influence, though his connection to them likely played a role. Feeling flustered, she accepts Peng Wei's apology and the money, deciding they'll part ways. For Peng Wei, this is ideal. He doesn't have to pay out of pocket and can put the issue behind him. He stands up, saying it's best if they never meet again. Menglin calls Wu Chen, informing him that she just spoke with Peng Wei. He asks if everything went smoothly, and she confirms it did. However, she invites him to dinner, saying she'd like to discuss something. When they meet, she shares that Peng Wei was acting strangely and admits she's curious about what Wu Chen did. He brushes it off, saying it was nothing major and that the money was just part of the negotiation. Menglin presses further, wanting to know why Peng Wei seems so obedient. Wu Chen winks and replies that it's a complicated topic and suggests they talk about simpler things instead. They shift to discussing music and romantic relationships. Menglin notices how easy and engaging it is to talk with Wu Chen, feeling like the conversation has endless topics. She also realizes that even when Rubing entered her space, she didn't seem overly concerned, which makes Menglin wonder if her actions would even matter. She moves closer and asks if he'd like to play the piano. At first, it seems like a subtle invitation, but she genuinely sits at the piano practicing the focus. After some time, she stands up and praises his compositions, calling them deeply moving. Suddenly, Wu Chen pulls her close. Blushing, she asks if they know each other well enough for this. Without answering, he kisses her passionately. She playfully remarks that it feels like they've known each other forever. He smiles and replies, "Better late than never." The The next morning, Menglin wakes up to sunlight streaming through the room. Looking to her side, she immediately knows what happened. She crossed the line with Wu Chen, and now there's no turning back. Already in the bathroom, the poor girl is disappointed in herself, saying she only called him to give him a little kiss, but she lost control. She tells herself that she's become a dirty woman who seduces other people's boyfriends. And at that moment, she remembers Robin asking when she was going to sleep with the boy. And obviously, now she has no idea how she's going to face that woman. What if our guy shows up saying she woke up early? She's all twisted up, unable to say anything, and he asks what's wrong. She then asks him please not to tell Leah Rubing about what happened. This is the only way she can deal with it. He simply says that Leah Rubing isn't going to ask, so she doesn't have to worry. She was too lazy for that, but maybe she would confront her directly. Menglin is startled at the thought of being confronted. However, she then thinks that maybe it would be easier. She could just lie and say nothing happened, since Robin has no evidence. Wu Chen smiles and asks if she's scared. Man, she gets closer, gives him a little kiss, and says no. What's this? It's already the second round of the intense combat, and she says she's heading back to Shanghai after that afternoon. He wants to know why the rush, and she says it's to finish the album soon. She also mentions that she'll need his help with some parts, to which he replies that he'll meet her in a few days. 3 days later, we're in Rubing's office. With Menglin on the phone, he asks what's going on with this whole business of the music files leaking. She apologizes, saying it's all her fault, but he just wants to know how it happened. Rubing already shows him the posts online. While Menglin says it's spreading too much, she's trying to delete them but can't control it. He asks who she sent the files to. She explains that she recorded numerous versions and sent them to everyone in the company. The music tutors, writers, managers, and even other singers. Now I get it. The music leaked. I thought it was something Wu Chen had written that got out. He says it seems like it was an internal issue in her company, so there's no need to panic because he'll be in Shanghai soon. Rubing asks why he seems so excited. He replies that he needed a reason to go to Shanghai, and it appeared right in front of him. Rubing questions if he's thinking about pursuing Menglin, but he denies it, saying he's not the type of person who only thinks about chasing women. Immediately, she asks if he's planning to pair Menglin's family with Ruilong's too. Considering so many dangerous plans, he needed to take better care of himself. Wu Chen asks if she's jealous, to which she says yes, she's very jealous indeed. He tells her that since she bet with Menglin, she now has to be willing to lose too. Rubing says that doesn't matter and wants to know how he's going to make up for her jealousy. He gives her a classic kiss, and she points out that they're still in the office. From the mood shift, you already know what happened, right? Lots of documents were signed. By midday, he's already in Shanghai, sending a message to that Peng Wei, asking him to investigate some people. Gaia Bao asks our guy to visit him once everything is resolved, to which he agrees. In another part of the city, in some buildings, people wonder why there's so much fuss just to receive this Wu Chen guy. Another man in a suit says not to worry too much and just follow the boss's rules. Menglin is all smiles, saying he finally arrived. The guys behind her are laughing, saying they thought he'd be an experienced man, not so young. However, she turns and orders them to go greet him right away. Everyone bows to our guy, who gives them a little wave and says they can talk upstairs. In her office, he asks how the situation is and if she's found anything. She replies that after checking the cameras, there are currently 5 suspects. He compliments her efficiency, but she adds that she hasn't detained anyone yet as they're all relatively famous, which could cause problems. He tells her not to worry as he already knows who the culprit is. On the computer, a man named Sule, 31 years old, who worked as an online singer, appears. Right away, Wu Chen says it's this guy and that they should go get him. However, Menglin says she's the one who interviewed this guy when he joined the company, and in 2 years he became a manager, so it's impossible for it to be him. She at least needs to know why our guy is so sure it's him. Wu Chen says it's hard to explain, but they can call the guy and make him confess. Shortly after, Sule shows up, asking if the boss is looking for him. Menglin simply says that Professor Chenwu had some questions for him. With a dumbfounded look, he glances to the side. And right away, Wu Chen tells him that he can either confess voluntarily, or Wu Chen will call someone named Xia Xiaobin to make him talk. The guy starts sweating bullets, and Xiaodi knows this is someone who belongs to a paparazzi club called Magic Cube. Sule adjusts his glasses and says he doesn't really understand what Wu Chen is asking. Wu Chen just asks if he's still using the number that ends in 6546, and if the money was transferred to his stepmother's account. Sule knows everything Wu Chen said is correct, but they aren't conclusive pieces of evidence, so he doesn't need to admit to anything. He tells Wu Chen that his suspicions are personal, and that he'll need clearer evidence. Wu Chen turns to Menglin and says that if she doesn't trust him, there's no reason for him to be there. But Wu Chen then asks Sule if he really thinks he'll leave this place unscathed. Still, Sule turns to Menglin again and says they can call the police if they have a problem. Besides, they can't restrict his right to leave. Menglin asks him one more time if he did it, and suddenly, he yells that he didn't. Wu Chen tells him to stop yelling and to come to his office so he can check his computer. Now Sule is pleased, thinking the guy is an idiot because he already deleted all the files. In Sule's office, he crosses his arms confidently, saying Wu Chen can look at whatever he wants. As soon as Wu Chen starts checking, he praises Sule for successfully deleting everything. But Sule says to stop making things up because there's no evidence left. At this point, Menglin asks Wu Chen what they're going to do. Our guy starts working his magic with his 1,000 years of hacking skills, telling her not to worry. 20 minutes pass and she asks what he's typing. The man says he wrote his own program to recover the files, truly a programmer. As soon as the program runs, he looks at Sule and asks why they don't take a look at this email. At that moment, Sule collapses to the floor, begging for forgiveness and claiming it wasn't intentional. Menglin, now furious and radiant, calls the guards. Sule is then escorted out. She tells Wu Chen that now they know who leaked the audio files, but how are they going to deal with everything already on the internet? He explains that the only way to handle it is to take advantage of the current buzz around the songs and release the album quickly. She agrees that it makes sense, but also wants to know how he figured out who the culprit was. He simply says he asked Peng Wei to investigate since he had a contact at another paparazzi agency. Then he reveals that he'll also be recording track today, leaving her a bit confused. The cheeky guy says it's a song to troll the entire music industry. She's unsure how this will help with the leaked music problem. Obviously, the next day, Zhuang Xiaodi is already talking about how her song is going viral with over 40,000 views. Manglin comments that it's sparking a lot of controversy and everyone wants to roast the guy. From the comments, it's clear he slammed all the artists, calling them a bunch of untalented fools. Manglin is a bit puzzled because the song is very popular but simultaneously damages his reputation. At this moment, the music producer Yu Xiao walks in, asking if it's true that her entire album was made by Wu Chen. She confirms it and asks why he's asking. The producer smiles and says that's perfect, calling Wu Chen a genius. Manglin asks him to explain further. The producer explains that now that her song is going viral online, with everyone wanting to criticize Wu Chen as soon as she releases her songs with him as the director, everyone will want to check them out. She realizes that what Wu Chen did was use the criticism as a trap to pique people's interest in her upcoming release. Now her album would launch with the popularity of the leaked music, coupled with Wu Chen's newfound fame, making the chances of success very high. She's already thinking about how she can thank him for all the help he's been giving her. The producer continues discussing their success, and Wu Chen simply says it's the best he can do for now. Manglin starts to say something, but he turns around and says he has some things to take care of and will message her later. An hour later, he's at the florist restaurant. He tells Xiaodi that here's the script for a movie, and she should hand it to Mao Rusong when he arrives. Upon seeing the USB drive, she realizes this is critical company material and suggests he handle it personally. But he insists that she's the one who has to deal with it since he's appointing her as president of Shanghai Entertainment Company. This guy is starting to remind me of that billionaire kid, putting all the coins to work. She's left speechless, unsure how to respond when some guys show up. Two real estate moguls from Shanghai, Kai Chenghong and Qi Jun. Kai Chenghong, the one in the floral shirt, says it's a delight to see the school beauty in person now. He jokes that he thought she would have found someone better since she rejected him. Xiaodi gets upset, but Wu Chen tells her to ignore him. Kai Chenghong then says to Qi Jun that she was the school beauty, and Qi Jun replies that her company must be quite comfortable. He looks at her and asks how long she's been with that weirdo, and if she's had enough fun with this rich boy. I thought these guys had been invited, but clearly, they just showed up unannounced, finding her since they're in her hometown. She tells them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Then she turns to Wu Chen and asks him not to listen to those two. Kai Chenghong is thinking that since the guy hasn't done anything so far, he must be easy to handle. Wu Chen simply turns to her and tells her to throw the glass of water. She's a bit confused, but he just says not to be afraid. With that, she closes her eyes and throws it right in the idiot's face. He steps forward to slap her, saying she'll have to take a beating now, but Wu Chen gives him a quick kick to the knee, making him fall face first onto the table. Well, not just his face, it almost cracked his skull open from the looks of it, and he gets up all twisted. Kai Jun asks what happened, and he says he got kicked. Right away, both of them turn back, realizing who did it. But Wu Chen claims he would never kick a colleague in front of them. Without evidence, it's nonsense. Kai Jun, however, says he'll check the security cameras to settle this. Wu Chen remarks that it's a shame since he and Xiaodi were seated in an area of the hotel where the cameras don't reach. Kai Jun realizes the sly guy admitted and didn't admit it at the same time. Wu Chen then tells them to hurry up because Kai Chenghong is losing consciousness. Poor Qi Chenghong was practically on his way to the afterlife. Wu Chen tells them to go to the hospital quickly, and Qi Chenghong leaves, saying he won't forget his face. Xiaomi tries to hold him back, but he tells her not to worry, they were just two idiots. Still, she's afraid, saying those two are filthy rich and have always been above the law. He doesn't care and says she shouldn't apologize for putting him in danger. Then he kisses her forehead and says he won't let her suffer such injustices anymore. Next time, he tells her to smash a wine bottle over their heads and let him handle the rest. 3 hours later, it seems they've already talked to Mao Rusong. Apparently, the dinner didn't happen at the restaurant, and she offers to help him clean his back. But Wu Chen tells her that she's been working hard too and needs to relax. Getting closer, he says it's time to leave the stress of the past days behind. He receives a message from someone asking for a meeting, and it seems to be Liu Rubing's father. The next day, he tells Xiaodi that she'll undergo training with Mao Rusong, and he'll pick her up in the afternoon. Meanwhile, a bald gangster shows up, saying Wu Chen will either pay with his life or pay in cash. Wu Chen simply notes that he doesn't know who sent them, but he doesn't have time for this today. A stocky guy with spiky hair steps forward to punch him, but Wu Chen easily dodges and counters with a punch to the mouth. The bald guy orders everyone to attack at once, but Wu Chen tells Xiaodi to step back. With that, he delivers a kick to one guy's face, a punch to another's ribs, and an elbow to the last one's stomach. Then the bald man smirks, threatening to kill Xiaodi if Wu Chen moves. But Wu Chen casually takes a phone out of his pocket and throws it, hitting the bald guy square in the forehead. Before checking if the guy went down, he turns to Xiaodi, thanking her for not getting hurt. He picks up the bald man's phone to find out who's behind the attack. He quickly discovers it was the two brothers from the restaurant. Xiaodi apologizes again, but he reassures her it's not her fault. Now he's thinking that since they're so persistent, he can't let this slide. The scene shifts to a restaurant where that monk from before meets him, saying he wanted to see Wu Chen since he's in Shanghai. Wu Chen responds that he called the monk there because he knows he's about to deal with the Liu family. However, there's a prisoner he wants to hand over first. He pulls out a USB drive and asks if the monk knows about the Xianqi real estate company. Here comes more gossip and dirty secrets. The monk says the company belongs to two brothers from the family, but it's nothing significant. Another man chimes in, saying as far as he knows, they don't even have family backing and are just pawns for a leader. Wu Chen reveals that the leader behind everything has been dead for some time and the brothers took over. On the USB drive are files detailing all their dirty deeds, enough to take over the company. An older man asks what this talk of taking over the real estate company is all about. Another asks what the brothers did to make Wu Chen so determined to destroy them. Wu Chen simply says he doesn't want to see those guys causing trouble anymore and asks if they're interested. The men, seeing a risk-free deal, agree enthusiastically. Wu Chen smiles and says they're now allies with the Gu family. The monk agrees, saying they're now billion-dollar allies. They toast to the new alliance. 3 hours after the dinner, Wu Chen is in bed, where he's never alone, saying the issue with the Key brothers has been resolved. Just then, he gets a call from Rubing, complaining that he's causing quite a stir for someone who hasn't called her in 2 days. He asks what she's talking about, and obviously, it's about Menglin's new album. Everyone now knows he wrote all the lyrics and compositions for the songs. Rubing comments that it seems Professor Chen Wu was eager for Menglin's debut. Poor Wu Chen didn't even know the album had been released because he was busy. Rubing tells him to come to the city soon because something bigger awaits him at home. But the next day, he gets a call from Menglin, saying they have a problem. The #1 trending topic on TikTok is the relationship between Wu Chen and Menglin, and it's something everyone apparently needs to know. He responds that the only reason this post gained traction is that she's famous, and since he's part of the album, there's no need to worry. She tells him to stop joking because he knows the truth, but he asks her to stay calm because these fabricated stories will soon disappear. However, she warns him that journalists are swarming outside the company and asks if she should say something online to clarify the situation. At this point, she's afraid because there's a fake rumor and the actual truth. He tells her to relax and instructs her and the company not to say anything. The most important thing, he says, is to fire the company's public relations assistant, Chungi. She's shocked, and he asks if she won't believe him again. Immediately, she says she does believe him and resolves to fire the responsible parties. He then tells Xiaodi to stay focused on managing the film business because he's heading to Dongai. 3 hours later, we see him returning to the city, where King Ying joyfully greets him. He even lifts her into the air, and she says she couldn't bear being without him any longer. Rubing is standing nearby, thinking King Ying is normal, until she sees Wu Chen. Wu Chen asks what's going on for everyone to be gathered there. King Ying leans in and whispers in his ear that she wants to have a child. He looks at her, she stares back, and Rubing winks at him. He replies that it's not feasible because if she gets pregnant, she won't have the energy to manage the company. But King Ying, radiant with determination, says she doesn't care and wants a child. Wu Chen begins to think that their relationship can't go public now, and it will only get harder in the future. Having a child might be a good way to provide her with companionship. He eventually agrees, saying they'll have a child. Then he says it's time to start preparing her body for pregnancy. Rubing comments that King Ying is crazy, and Wu Chen asks if she's not in a rush too. She responds that she's excited, but even more eager to meet his parents. Wu Chen thinks that King Ying's behavior will only make Rubing more competitive. She urges them to hurry, and the scene shifts to the city. Looking at the buildings, Rubing asks if that's where he grew up. He confirms and asks if she doesn't like it. She replies that it's not about not liking it, she just doesn't understand how a place like this produced such an incredible man. He jokes that maybe it's because he's a genius. She grabs his arm, tells him to stop being silly, and insists they go meet his parents. Wu Chen introduces Rubing to his father and mother. I can't even remember if we've seen his parents before. Am I losing it? As soon as they enter, someone knocks on the door. Wu Chen's father answers and asks why the man is there. The man says he has something to report. It turns out he works for Liu Rubing and calls her Boss Liu. This confuses Wu Chen's father, who wonders why the man is addressing his son's girlfriend as boss. The man enters the room and introduces himself as Shengyi from a chemical group. He notices Wu Chen standing nearby and asks about their relationship. Rubing replies that he's her boyfriend. Wu Chen's father tells them to stop standing around and sit down. Shengyi leans in and tells Wu Chen's father that his son is incredibly lucky, barely out of school and already dating a billionaire Harris. The father had no idea Rubing was so wealthy. He asks Shengyi to explain, and the man reveals that she owns a cosmetics company valued at nearly $3 billion. Now Wu Chen's father wants to know how his son managed to land such a woman. Wu Chen's mother asks what the two are doing and tells them to sit down. However, Shengyi says it's a family dinner, so he'll take his leave. The mother instructs the younger family members to serve Rubing some vegetables, and Rubing says they're delicious. The father mentions that it's her first time visiting, and he's very happy to have her there. But he adds that, considering she runs such a big company, he worries his son might only get in the way. Without hesitation, Rubing announces that she's pregnant. The parents are shocked, and the mother asks how long. Rubing says she only recently found out. It's been 20 days. The father asks Wu Chen if he doesn't know how to be happy responsibly. Rubing interjects, saying it wasn't about being careless, it was her decision. At 27, she already had a successful company and was eager to start a family. Wu Chen had initially resisted, feeling he was too young. The father slams the table, saying his son is lucky enough to marry a billionaire and has the nerve to hesitate. The mother reassures Rubing that if Wu Chen causes any trouble, she'll deal with him herself. Later that night, Rubing apologizes to Wu Chen for mentioning a pregnancy that hasn't even happened yet. He says it's fine. They'll just implement the plan. She warns him that his life will get harder since King Ying also wants a child. He pulls her close, telling her not to worry. He can handle it. She then starts naming all of her competitor friends. He tells her she's paying too much attention to details and says it's time for her punishment. The next day, Chief Tang calls Wu Chen, informing him that Mao Rusong had an accident. Mao Rusong, the film industry guy, was hit by a truck running a red light while crossing on green. Jingbin suspects it was the Key brothers, but Wu Chen doubts they have the guts. He then asks them to hold everyone back and make sure no one does anything while he figures out who's behind this. All he needs are the surveillance camera recordings of the incident, and Jingbin tells him to give it 30 minutes, and they'll have it ready. 30 minutes later, he already knows it's someone named Kei Lianpeng from Shanghai. Everybody asks how he's so sure since there are plenty of people who'd want to take down Mao Rusong. He explains that at the time of the accident, 80% of the cars on the street belong to a group connected to Lianpeng. She questions how he knows this, and he responds that he's like an encyclopedia. Knowing which cars belong to which groups isn't that hard. Wu Chen then calls Gu Ruibo and asks him to check the calls Lianpeng made before and after after the accident. Gurubo simply replies that he'll handle it. By midday in Shanghai, Gurubo is there not smoking a cigarette while a beaten man lies on the ground begging for forgiveness for acting against Mao Rusong. The blonde guy is only thinking that Wu Chen was right. It was Lian Ping's doing. He drops his cigarette to the ground and orders them to keep beating the man. What happens to Mao Rusong will determine how they proceed. Sometime later, Wu Chen is speeding down the highway in his Ferrari. Rubing wants to know if he's heading back to Shanghai because of Menglin. He simply tells her to answer the call, and she'll find out. Apparently, it's a call from Menglin, who quickly recognizes that it's Rubing. The boss asks how many shares Wu Chen requested. Menglin replies that they resolved the issues with the investigation and mentions that he asked for 50% of her music group. Rubing didn't expect him to be so ruthless as to demand half the company and questions if Menglin is really going to accept that. Menglin says she's not sure yet but wants to have a good conversation with him and asks when he'll return to Shanghai. Rubing already knows that by asking this, Menglin has likely conceded defeat. She asks if Menglin has anything else to say, and Menglin replies no, only asking for the message to be passed on to Wu Chen. Rubing remarks how amazing it is that he spent 2 days in Shanghai and managed to get 50% of the poor woman's company. He tells her to leave that matter for now because he's heading to meet King Ying. Rubing notes that King Ying asked for a child yesterday and wants to know if he's really so eager to create new life. Wu Chen responds that she's imagining things because all he's going to do is deliver some documents. Clearly, she's not very pleased. 40 minutes later, he's in front of a building. He knows that when King Ying gets pregnant, even though his father isn't in the best health, he'll find out. For an elderly man not to know who the father of his grandchild is could be fatal, even causing his death. Furthermore, if rumors like this start to leak, it could devalue the company's stock. His presence there is to ensure none of this happens. He asks a woman if Mr. Su is around, but King Ying, who's nearby, stands up happily. She asked another girl to calculate some data on cosmetics companies. The girl is confused about the request but agrees. The door closes and King Ying jumps on Wu Chen, saying she's so happy he came to see her at work. It seems he must be eager to start the plan, but he asks her to calm down a bit. At that moment, the door opens. The richest man in Donghai and her father, Su Ruwen, walks in, commenting on some documents from the morning meeting. But he quickly notices his daughter acting strangely and wonders who the young man beside her is. She introduces Wu Chen to her father and vice versa. The moment Ruwen hears Wu Chen's name, he recalls it as the name of the person who took her away from the golf game once. Apparently, during a meeting with friends from the Li family and Yurong, he'd also heard the boy's name. Yurong even mentioned that if she were 20 years younger, she'd marry him herself. Ruwen greets Wu Chen, noting that many people are talking about him, but he wants to know what's going on between him and his daughter. Wu Chen simply says he's not there for King Ying, but to deliver some documents on behalf of Ruwen then asks to see the documents. King Ying fumbles around looking for them. Seeing that she can't find what was supposedly just delivered, Ruwen realizes it's a ruse. He tells his daughter to let it go and handle other matters while he has a private chat with Wu Chen. She's reluctant to let that happen, but Wu Chen calmly agrees. Once in the office, Ruwen says he knows Wu Chen didn't come just to deliver documents. Wu Chen admits that there's no hiding anything from the richest man in the city. Ruwen asks about his relationship with King Ying and why he's using the document excuse to meet her. Wu Chen explains that she's helping him keep a secret, and due to an agreement they have, she can't betray him. Now Ruwen wants to know what this secret is. Naturally, Wu Chen says he can't reveal it, but he's there to solve a problem with their group that Rubing asked him to handle. Ruwen chuckles, remarking how amusing it is that Rubing knows about a problem. Ruwen says it's funny how Rubing knows about a problem that even he, the owner of the company, isn't aware of. At that moment, Wu Chen mentions the name Genuine. The father says that guy is a bit messy, but highly capable people tend to be like that. He doesn't think there's anything wrong with him or that he will do anything against the group. Wu Chen says the guy hasn't done anything yet, but the problem isn't that he will cause trouble. It's that his presence itself is a problem for the group. The father asks him to explain, and our boy mentions that King Ying wants to become a director there. Ruwen asks if he's saying that Genuine will be dissatisfied when King Ying becomes president. Wu Chen warns that once she becomes president, Genuine will undoubtedly spark a power struggle. The best way to avoid this is to deal with him now. So Ruwen, King Ying's father, wants to know how Wu Chen and Rubing plan to resolve this. Wu Chen bluntly suggests either sending the man to prison or shooting him. Ruwen is startled. He points out that sending Genuine to prison would require leveraging old smuggling charges from years ago, and the idea of shooting the man isn't something he expected from Rubing or anyone else. Besides, if Rubing and Wu Chen are working this closely, what happens when she distances herself in the future? It's all too risky. Wu Chen insists that Genuine is a ticking time bomb and it's better to neutralize the threat now. Ruwen asks for an explanation, and Wu Chen states that Ruwen might see Genuine as an unlucky man who got tangled in the underworld. But the reality is that Genuine is an incredibly dangerous person. Wu Chen recounts that the only man King Ying ever fell for ended up in a wheelchair back in school. One of Genuine's drivers was beaten senseless for no reason and is still hospitalized. On top of that, his last mistress demanded to be made his wife, and now she's 6 feet under. Wu Chen adds that the list of Genuine's atrocities is long and could go on for hours. He declares that someone like this shouldn't be anywhere near Su King Ying. Ruwen questions whether all of this is true, noting that Genuine has worked for him for over a decade, and he's never heard a word of these accusations. Wu Chen calmly replies that everything is easy to verify and that Ruwen doesn't need to take his word for it. Ruwen concedes that if Genuine has done such things, he can't remain near King Ying, let alone compete with her. Wu Chen provides the exact location where Genuine's former mistress is buried. In a past life, when he became involved with King Ying, he uncovered all of this. Ruwen then asks if Genuine, beyond the power struggle, poses a financial risk to the group. Wu Chen smiles, saying that now they're finally getting to the heart of the issue. An hour later, as Wu Chen is leaving, Ruwen thanks him, acknowledging that he owes him one. Wu Chen calls Rubing, and as soon as she answers, she's bombarded with gratitude. Ruwen thanks her for supporting King Ying and says he can always depend on her. Wu Chen mentions the matter of the buried body, leaving Rubing unsure how to respond. Noticing her silence, he asks why she's so quiet. Rubing is confused, unsure what Wu Chen expects her to say. Meanwhile, Ruwen discusses how Wu Chen provided names related to Xu Zhenyuan's corruption and asked Rubing for additional details. Still unsure, Rubing awkwardly excuses herself, mentioning an upcoming meeting. As Wu Chen ends the call, he realizes that if Rubing doesn't know anything, it must have been him who discovered it all. It's becoming clear that Wu Chen's growing reputation in the city isn't solely tied to the Liu family. The scene shifts to workers digging, and suddenly they inform their boss that they found the remains of a woman. The body was inside a suitcase, confirming to Ruwen that Wu Chen was telling the truth. Back with Wu Chen and his companions, Rubing warns him not to put her in situations where she doesn't know how to respond. King Ying adds that she was scared too, and Wu Chen showed up to speak with her father. Their boss jokes, asking if Wu Chen has some kind of superpower. Wu Chen keeps his thoughts to himself, knowing it's better to hide his abilities. Kanshin gently touches his face, teasing that he's always pulling stunts like this. He then jokingly asks if she's also planning to have a child, to which she, flustered, replies that she's too young for that. He taps her forehead and says in that case she's not allowed in his room tonight. The poor girl pleads for him to stop bullying her. He walks away laughing, saying there's something he needs to talk to Kanshin about. On the balcony, she asks what it is. He asks her never to tell anyone how they first met without his permission. Kanshin responds that they met at a bar and chatted, so plenty of people had already seen them together. He realizes she doesn't even remember that on that day he had predicted everything she said because he wasn't afraid to reveal his power. He gently strokes her hair and says it's fine, but just to keep it a secret. Then she gives him that sly smile and agrees on one condition. He thinks it's another request for a child, but she only asks him to take care of her in the city and help her with any problems. He strokes her hair again, saying that even if she hadn't asked, he already planned to help her. She smiles, declaring that they're now accomplices in this lie. He shrugs and says fine, but tonight she's definitely staying out of the room because the factory is opening. Annoying, she reluctantly agrees. Our boy is already geared up, teasing Kim Yang about why she doesn't take it easy. She gets closer, smiling mischievously, and says she has no intention of taking it easy. She's been shirking her responsibilities lately. Then she reveals a bunny outfit and claims that since she hasn't been working, she deserves to be punished. Holding his chest, Wu Chen wonders if this girl has lost her mind. And then she starts singing a song, while in the other room, Rubing, who I thought might join, finds the sound strange. Meanwhile, Kanshin is lying down, thinking about her boy. At that same moment, Suruwen is arriving home after unearthing the body. His wife asks why he's so late, but he simply says he wants to talk to King Ying. The mother replies that King Ying is spending the night at Wu Chen's house and won't be back tonight. Immediately, he's startled and asks, whose house? The mother reassures him that it's Wu Chen's house, but she's meeting Rubing there. The father starts getting suspicious because everything seems to involve this boy. A week later, Wu Chen is strolling stylishly with Rubing by his side. One of the Liu family members greets them, saying the father asked him to wait there for them. Wu Chen calmly tells him not to worry as they're fine. The man then shows them the way and tells them to go ahead. As soon as they enter, Wu Chen suggests they head to a quieter place. That's when Yurong appears. This woman can't possibly be 41, calling out for dear Wu Chen. Rubing quickly tells her to behave since Wu Chen is her husband and there are plenty of people around. Yurong leans in and whispers that she'd never cause trouble for her man. Rubing seems ready to fight, but Yurong points out that something is off because Su Ruwen, King Ying's father, wants to talk about Wu Chen. Rubing asks what Yurong said in response. Yurong shrugs, saying that's the least important thing. They need to know what Su Ruwen is planning. Wu Chen whispers to Rubing, telling her to go talk to King Ying and pass along certain information. He urges her to hurry and leaves, saying he understands. Yurong then admits she feels bad every time she sees how publicly intimate he and Rubing are. Wu Chen raises his glass, suggesting they find a quieter spot, and the two walk off. They come across a small cabin, and as soon as Wu Chen sits down, Yurong, the predator, pounces. Meanwhile, a minute earlier, Su Ruwen was wandering around looking for Wu Chen. He approached Rubing, asking where Wu Chen was because he wanted to thank him. Rubing replied that Wu Chen was negotiating business with Yurong in that direction. She feels confident she made the right decision. Su Ruwen starts walking in the direction Rubing indicated, wondering why he can't find the two of them anywhere. That's when he hears a peculiar sound. Turning to the side, he witnesses a deadly scene. He immediately remembers Yurong once saying she'd marry Wu Chen if she were 20 years younger. Not to mention, the relationships surrounding this boy are getting way too complicated, and he can't fathom why two such extraordinary women are interested in him. Yurong hears something nearby and stands up to check, but Wu Chen manages to hide in time. Apparently, he did this on purpose, ensuring that Su Ruwen would find out. Su Ruwen walks away, puzzled as to how Yurong could have fallen for a man 20 years younger who is already dating someone else. If a scandal like this were exposed, the high society of the city would be thrown into chaos. He didn't expect that Yurong's statement about marrying someone 20 years younger was actually true, especially with Rubing involved in all of this. That's when he recalls that his own daughter, King Ying, is secretly helping Wu Chen, making him wonder if there's something between them too. Suddenly, the three women, Rubing, King Ying, and Yurong, show up calling for him. Rubing asks if he found Wu Chen. He lies, saying he tried his best but couldn't locate him. Rubing replies that it's fine and says she'll just call her husband. Meanwhile, some people are checking social media and discover that a group in Shanghai has been arrested for hiring assassins. Kim Yang asks what's going on, and Rubing explains that the two key brothers were people who mess with Wu Chen. At that moment, Wu Chen walks in, asking what the current topic of discussion is. Seeing Su Ruwen, Wu Chen greets him, and Su Ruwen, smiling awkwardly, says he was looking for him earlier but now wants to speak with him alone. They end up discussing the matter of the buried body and related events. A few minutes later, Wu Chen is walking with Rubing in his arms, saying that their wedding is about to begin. She asks if Su Ruwen said anything important, and he replies that for now, no, which is why she'll have to handle everything. Rubing complains, saying that after all the chaos he caused, she's left to fix the problems. He's too cruel. Wu Chen kisses her cheek, saying it has to be this way because his Rubing is incredibly smart. Later that evening, Su Ruwen approaches Rubing and asks if she's alone. She replies that she is because Wu Chen went out to handle some matters. He sits down beside her, saying he has something important to discuss. He mentions Yurong's name and asks if she's aware of her relationship with Wu Chen. Rubing responds that she used to see Yurong as an idol, but lately, she regards her as just another shameless woman. So Ruwen is shocked. Rubing remarks that it seems he already knows about Yurong's relationship with Wu Chen. The old man is stunned, realizing she's aware of everything. She reveals that Wu Chen enjoys the thrill and, in addition to Yurong, has numerous women. However, she doesn't mind because at the end of the day, he's marrying her. Su Ruwen, baffled, asks why she prefers Wu Chen over Jin Rulong, considering their similarities in certain ways. Rubing answers that it's because Wu Chen is unique, is the best man there is and the strongest of them all. The old man thinks she's exaggerating, saying it's not like Wu Chen is some god on earth. But Rubing tells him to look into the recent incident with a brokerage. It was all orchestrated by Wu Chen. He asks how that's related to Wu Chen, and she reveals that the whole situation happened because one of the brokerage's men offended one of Wu Chen's lovers. The old man asks if the Tang and Gu families are truly willing to work so closely with Wu Chen. Rubing confirms, adding that Wu Chen often goes to great lengths when it comes to the women around him. She also mentions that he recently made another move. On her phone, news breaks about the famous actor Sheng Long cheating on Yao Yao, causing the stocks of the Hezon company to plummet. The old man is curious about which of Wu Chen's lovers is behind this scandal. Rubing, disappointed, reveals it's the youngest one, and Menglin. She explains everything that happened with her music release and how Wu Chen handled the situation. The old man listens intently as Rubing continues to praise Wu Chen and all the chaos he's caused. Then the old man mentions that most of the company board now supports King Ying and asks if that's Wu Chen's doing too. Rubing confirms, saying even she wasn't fully aware of his involvement. Finally, Su Ruwen asks the big question. Is King Ying one of Wu Chen's lovers? Rubing responds that if he's asking, it means he already knows the answer in his heart. The poor man stays silent, overwhelmed. He asks how long this has been going on, and Rubing reveals it all started on that day at the golf course. He slams the table, realizing that on the day Wu Chen confronted his wife, King Ying took her seat on the board of directors. He's now thinking that his Jinfu group, worth tens of billions, cannot fall into the hands of this cunning Wu Chen. Rubing immediately asks if the old man is planning a blind date for King Ying to get rid of Wu Chen. She advises him not to do such a thing, warning that someone might end up dead. The father asks what she means by that. Is she implying that if he doesn't let his daughter become someone's mistress, he will die? She replies that it's not him who will die, but most likely the person she was set up to meet. The old man hits a sore spot, mentioning that Ding Rulong, who likes Rubing a lot, is still alive, so it seems he prefers King Ying. However, she says Rulong won't make it through the year because the last time he came to this city, he barely stayed a day and nearly died. That's when the old man remembers the incident everyone talked about. He thought it was all lies and exaggerations, but never imagined Wu Chen was behind it too. He then comments that Ding Rulong's death would be too risky since the power in the city would end up in various hands. The Liu family would need to think carefully before getting involved in something like this. Rubing responds that her father had already spoken with Wu Chen, and they decided to move forward. The old man realizes this means the Liu family's representative has already accepted Wu Chen. The poor man is disappointed. He wanted to teach the boy a lesson, but never imagined he was one of the city's giants. Rubing watches silently, thinking that now that her father's heart is broken, he will eventually come to terms with the situation. She then gets up, saying she has something to handle at the company, and suggests they continue the conversation another day. Rubin stays behind, reflecting that, despite everything Rubing said, he can't rely solely on her words. He decides that he will personally uncover the truth about Wu Chen. 5 minutes later, Wu Chen is lying down, relaxing, when he gets a call from Yurong. She tells him that Su Ruwen wants to have dinner with her, and that Rubing seems to have told him everything. Wu Chen simply tells her to be honest. She responds that this is ridiculous since her daughter is only 20 years old, and maybe she'll just tell Ruwen not to get involved in the relationship. However, Wu Chen insists that she be completely honest and says he'll arrange dinner for the three of them. She agrees and tells him to send her the details for 8 p.m. The scene then shifts to a restaurant where Ruwen is asking Yurong how long they've known each other. She replies that it's been over 30 years since they met back in school. Ruwen comments that he's getting too old and his body might give out soon. When that happens, King Ying will take over the company, and there's nothing more he can teach her in the time left. Given their long-standing friendship, he wants her to be honest about her relationship with Wu Chen and why she agreed to become his mistress. Yurong responds that it's simply because he's handsome, but the old man doesn't believe her, pointing out how she deals with the wealthiest people in the city. It makes no sense for her to be with Wu Chen just for his looks. Yurong tells him to calm down and not stress himself since everything can be discussed peacefully. He then asks if she's implying that it's best not to provoke Wu Chen. She explains that even though they've been friends for a long time, if things go south, she can't guarantee she'll stand by his side. Ruwen says Wu Chen's name out loud and states that now they can finally have an open conversation. Wu Chen appears, greeting them and remarking that they've met again. The old man glares at him, acknowledging that he's really opened his eyes to the situation. Wu Chen sits beside Yurong and jokes that Ruwen is taking things too seriously. However, since he's King Ying's father, there are things he feels he shouldn't hear. Holding his glass, Ruwen thinks to himself that he's being threatened and not taken seriously. He then pulls up his sleeve, revealing a scar, and asks Wu Chen where it came from. This is because he heard the young man is a master of information with almost mystical powers. Wu Chen glances at the scar and notes that it must have been there for a long time. In truth, Ruwen is testing Wu Chen by fabricating a story about the scar. The only people who know the real story are his wife and one other brother. Meanwhile, Yurong knows that Ru Wen is testing whether he can trust Wu Chen. But Ru Wen made a mistake by asking this to the biggest gossip in China. Wu Chen immediately says it was from October 8, 1990, when Ru Wen was about to turn 20 and was in northern Myanmar. The old man instantly realizes that Wu Chen has accurately pinpointed the date and location. Wu Chen continues explaining that Ru Wen got involved with a jade mining gang, a fight broke out, and he ended up getting stabbed and shot. Ru Wen admits that Wu Chen is correct, it happened 30 years ago, but still feels fresh in his memory. He then asks what else Wu Chen knows about him. Wu Chen replies that he knows a lot, including matters involving someone named He Meijuan, and wonders if Ru Wen wants him to go into details. The old man freezes. This must be a lover or something of the sort. Yurong knows that He Meijuan is the central figure of the family, which is no weaker than the Liu family. So it's a woman, huh? Yurong starts wondering if there's a relationship between the two of them. She always believed his marriage was perfect, and as a friend of 30 years, she doesn't want to hear these secrets. She then gets up, saying they can continue their conversation later and to call her if needed. Wu Chen asks the boss if he should keep going. Ru Wen just signals him with his hands. Our guy then says he knows Ru Wen met her 12 years ago, but they stopped talking 8 years ago. That's because after dating for 4 years, she wanted him to divorce his wife, but of course he didn't want to, so he left her. To ensure she didn't retaliate, even revealed some of her business secrets to her rivals, which kept her too busy to think about revenge. Ru Wen is now confused. The Jinfu group is the most important thing to him. He'd do anything to stay at the top. The problem now is that in theory, the person in front of him shouldn't know any of this. So he orders Wu Chen to answer truthfully how he knows all of this. Wu Chen says he just investigated, but Ru Wen points out the obvious. Back when it happened, Wu Chen should have still been in school. Wu Chen replies that it's irrelevant. He then tells the boss to stop seeing him as a target because he genuinely likes King Ying. He swore never to betray her, and while a man's word might not mean much, this is the way he's chosen to live. In this case, betray seems to mean stealing the company or abandoning her, because, as for other women, well, that ship has long sailed. King Ying obviously isn't thrilled to support this since Wu Chen is asking her to become a mistress without even getting a title. By title, it's clear he means no marriage or formal acknowledgement, just a mistress, plain and simple. Wu Chen says they can handle things traditionally, respecting Chinese customs of listening to elders and family. Ru Wen realizes Wu Chen is suggesting that he, as the most experienced person in the room, should be obeyed. At this point, Ru Wen understands why Dame Rulong could never beat this guy. Our man is pouring tea, and Ru Wen warns him that as long as he's alive, they'll keep a close eye on him, and you better not do anything to harm King Ying. An hour later, Wu Yurong is wondering why she hasn't received any updates and starts worrying about what's happening. She's already imagining the two men locked in a duel that could end with one of them dead. While she's lost in thought, Wu Chen shows up, giving her a hug. She's relieved to see he's okay, and he assures her it's obvious he'd be fine. She hugs him back, saying he's not allowed to leave the house today. And just like that, the scene jumps to the next morning with him waking up. She's putting on lipstick and casually mentions she's withdrawn all support funds for the Ding family, though she's only managed to pull out 10 billion so far. Apparently, there's an issue involving the shares her father owns. Wu Chen says he'll need to talk to the old man and convince him to transfer his shares to her. She doubts it, pointing out that her father holds 29% of the shares, 5 times more than what she has. Wu Chen stands behind her and says he knows it'll be difficult, but they can try. Suddenly, he gets a call from Mao, asking what's going on. Mao reveals that Dame Rulong has found out He Xixing and He Xingxin are her daughters, that they're no longer in the city, and that he's searching for them. Wu Chen says he understands and will take care of it. He leaves saying he has something to handle. An hour later, he meets He Xiqing, who asks if it's drawing time today. But he tells her no, today is a moving day. His daughter gets excited, saying she'll pack her things right away. At this point, He Xingxin shows up, asking if the issue is with that person. He confirms it is. He explains that since that person is looking for her everywhere, it's only a matter of time before someone shows up here. That's why he's going to place her somewhere she can't be found. Nervously, she asks where that would be. And our guy reveals that, well, it's at Rubing's house. She blushes at the thought, realizing she'd get to see him every day if she moves there. Right then, she gets a call. Wu Chen asks if it's from Ding Rulong and tells her not to be afraid and to answer. She picks up and immediately asks what he wants. He yells, demanding to know where she is and where she's taking Xingxin. Wu Chen tells her to tell the truth, and she says she's in Donghai City. Ding Rulong curses her out and asks who she's with there. But she responds that they broke up over a decade ago, so it doesn't matter who she's with. He screams at her, telling her to return to Shanghai now, or he'll send someone to kill whoever she's with. Now she's scared and falls silent. But Wu Chen hugs her, saying he's nearby and she doesn't need to be afraid. She replies that she hasn't had enough fun in Shanghai and won't return. As soon as she hangs up, Ding Rulong slams his phone on the table, vowing to find that bastard and skin him alive. Wu Chen holds her in his arms, reassuring her that he's ensured she has a long life to enjoy and won't let Ding Rulong ruin it. With tears in her eyes, she gives him a small kiss to thank him. Our boy pulls out his phone. Was he about to take a picture? She asks him what he's doing. He replies that Ding Rulong is pretty angry, so it's time to add a little more fuel to the fire. She smirks and suggests that if they're going to stir things up, why not take it a step further? Wu Chen, however, points out that her daughter is home, so there's no need for them to express themselves too much. 3 hours later, it's time for the meeting with a double agent working for Ding Rulong. The agent informs Wu Chen that he was ordered to keep tabs on He Xixing and He Xingxin, and asks what Wu Chen is planning. Wu Chen reveals that, coincidentally, he's here to discuss that same issue. He hands the agent a few photos, asking him to deliver them to Ding Rulong, saying they were discovered. The agent, confused, asks why Wu Chen is making his job so easy. Wu Chen explains that it's a great way for him to earn more of Ding Rulong's trust and stay in his good graces. Excited, the agent agrees to do as Wu Chen asks. The scene cuts to Ding Rulong holding the photos, enraged, convinced that Wu Chen is once again messing with his women. The man crushes the photos in his fist, his pupils burning with fury, and vows that Wu Chen's entire family will pay. Meanwhile, Wu Chen tells Rubing that Ding Rulong will soon receive the photos of him and He King, which will likely prompt him to call her. Rubing mourns that he's leaked this information too soon, putting her in danger. Wu Chen counters, saying it's the perfect chance since Ding Rulong will act impulsively. She asks if he's certain, and he replies that everything now depends on her. She was the one who made Ding Rulong let his guard down, and she's also the one who can destabilize him the most. Rubing sarcastically notes that she's already had to deal with King Ying's father, and now Wu Chen is giving her another problem. She remarks that she's basically turned into his employee. But Wu Chen, ever clever, responds that he belongs to her just as much as she belongs to him. They're a team, and this is normal. Rubing tells him to stop spouting nonsense and asks for the new plan. Wu Chen explains that the goal is to make Ding Rulong as angry as possible, pushing him to act recklessly. She guesses he's trying to lure Ding Rulong back to Dongai and reminds him that he can't kill him there. Wu Chen replies that he never said he'd be the one to kill Ding Rulong. Confused, she presses him on what he'll do if Ding Rulong comes after him instead. Wu Chen assures her that one of Ding Rulong's many enemies will surely take justice into their own hands. He specifically mentions Lei Yu, the brother of Lei Shang, whose plans Ding Rulong had tried to sabotage. At that moment, Wu Chen receives a call. It's the double agent who informs him that Ding Rulong has put a 200 million yuan bounty on Wu Chen's head, and he's agreed to it because refusing would look suspicious. The agent also mentions he's planning to flee the country to avoid getting caught up in all this. Wu Chen tells him that running away is unnecessary. If Ding Rulong wants him dead, he should go ahead and try. The agent is bewildered, and Ruby interjects, telling Wu Chen to stop talking nonsense. She explains that they'll stage an act where Wu Chen almost dies but ultimately survives. The agent, adjusting his hat, finally understands the plan and agrees. Instead of relying on the double agent for the act, Wu Chen suggests Rubing hire a professional assassin discreetly and not tell anyone about it. She refuses, unwilling to risk his safety. Wu Chen urges her to trust his skills, but she insists on 100% certainty before agreeing. He compromises, suggesting that Hubei assists her in the plan. This will all unfold when he returns to Shanghai, but for now, he advises her to behave herself. The scene shifts to a mansion. Standing before it, Wu Chen remarks that it's time to fulfill the promise he made to Yurong. Inside, an older man is playing chess. Wu Weidong, Yurong's father and the man who raised her. As Wu Chen introduces himself, Weidong remarks that he's been hearing a lot about Wu Chen in Dongai and demands to know his relationship with Yurong. Wu Chen responds that his relationship with Yurong is exactly what the rumors suggest. Weidong's expression shifts and he asks why Wu Chen is there. Wu Chen explains that Yurong didn't want him to talk about these matters, but given how many people are involved, he thought it best to bring it up. Weidong comments on Wu Chen's arrogance for his age but tells him to continue. Apparently, Wu Chen recounts the entire saga involving Ding Rulong, the Liu and Bu families, and the chaotic entanglements of the story. 20 minutes later, though it seems like it should have taken 3 hours, Weidong remarks that Yurong didn't tell him any of these details and asks why Wu Chen is sharing them now. Wu Chen says he's doing it out of respect for the senior of the Wu family and also to request that he transfer all his shares to Yurong. Weidong asks if Wu Chen has lost control of Rubing and is now trying to manipulate someone else. Wu Chen asks him to choose his words carefully, asserting that he's not manipulating Yurong. Weidong then questions whether Wu Chen, after playing around with the Liu family's daughter, intends to marry Yurong. Wu Chen says he wouldn't go that far, their relationship is built on love and respect. He explains that he's asking for the shares to be transferred to Yurong because she's about to execute a major plan and he wants to help her succeed. He points out that Weidong must know she has 2 brothers who secretly work against her. If they were to join forces in a critical moment, it could sabotage her plan. That's why she needs the shares to strengthen her position. Weidong agrees, acknowledging that Wu Chen is right. At this stage in his life, he's more concerned about his daughter's well-being than the family business. The matter seems resolved quickly. An hour passes. When I saw the chessboard, I thought our boy was going to challenge the old man to a match, humiliating him, of course. Suddenly, Menglin bursts in, happy to see Wu Chen finally arrived. Wu Chen approaches her, asking what happened. She explains that the Hezong group is retaliating over the Shenlong scandal, something about leaked affairs involving a famous actor. Apparently, one of the artists Menglin managed jumped from a building. The pressure from the Hezong group is intense, but Wu Chen reassures her that she shouldn't blame herself. He then asks about her group's next move, or more specifically, how her father plans to respond. Menglin says her father told her to talk with Peng Wei, so she assumes they've already reached a contract with Hezong to avoid further conflict. Wu Chen thinks her father is making a mistake by signing a peace agreement so early in the fight. He adds that her father also needs to be dragged into this broader conflict with Ding Rulong. Touching her shoulder, he tells her not to worry. He already has a plan. If her father calls again, she should say her partner refuses to let her be humiliated by Hezong group. Menglin, however, is worried that more artists might die because of this. Wu Chen assures her that the death was an isolated incident caused by the artist's sensitivity. It wasn't her fault, and it won't happen again. 1 hour later, in a district of Dongbu, Shanghai, a woman, presumably Shang Yunlu's companion, asks if he always takes this long. Shang Yunlu, head of the Hezong group, dismisses her impatience, but his phone rings and he's already irritated by the interruption. When he answers, the caller accuses him of sleeping with his boss's wife, saying he must have a death wish. Shang Yunlu is startled, demanding to know who's speaking. The woman overhears this and becomes terrified as well. The caller reveals his name, Wu Chen. He hasn't told Shang Yunlu's superior yet, but he's giving him a chance to resolve this quietly. Wu Chen instructs Shang Yunlu to come to Shanghai immediately, otherwise Peng Wei will publicly announce everything. Meanwhile, Peng Wei is nearby, thrilled that Wu Chen plans to use this scandal to cover up the artist's death. On the phone, Wu Chen reminds Shang Yunlu how quickly news spreads these days. Terrified, Shang Yunlu agrees to leave immediately and asks for the address. The scene shifts to Menglin's father, Huego. Seriously, the story has introduced more waifu dads than any other. Huego wonders who this partner of his daughter's is, the one escalating the situation instead of following his orders. Half an hour later, Wu-chen notices Menglin looking uneasy and asks what's wrong. Menglin says her father is on his way to Shanghai and seems furious about what Wu-chen is doing. Wu-chen shrugs it off, saying that was expected since they ignored his instructions and escalated the conflict. He reassures her that he'll explain everything to her father face to face. Nervously, she asks if he's also going to tell her father about their intimate relationship. Wu-chen grins and says he'll tell him everything. Menglin immediately imagines herself kneeling in front of Rubing, begging for forgiveness, and is certain she doesn't want that to happen. Wu-chen tells her not to worry and stop overthinking. Turning to Peng Wei, he says it's time to meet Shang Yunlu. 2 hours later, they're face-to-face with Shang Yunlu, exchanging greetings. Wu-chen introduces himself and asks Shang Yunlu to sit. He immediately gets to the point, asking if Shang Yunlu knows why they're meeting. Shang Yunlu, annoyed, tells him to skip the small talk and get straight to the matter. Wu-chen begins by commenting that Shang Yunlu seems to be in love with his boss's wife, Bai Nali. He adds that he envies such a pure romance and asks if Shang Yunlu intends to marry her. Before Shang Yunlu can respond, Wu-chen advises him to calm down, assuring him that he wasn't summoned to Shanghai to be threatened. Instead, Wu-chen asks him to imagine what would happen if his boss were sent to prison. Shang Yunlu would likely be promoted to vice president, and the boss's wife would still be available. Shang Yunlu says he understands but insists he doesn't have any information that could incriminate his boss. He's just an ordinary employee. Wu-chen laughs, telling him he's overthinking it. He doesn't need incriminating information or for Shang Yunlu to take any risky actions. Shang Yunlu, now curious, asks what exactly Wu-chen wants. Wu-chen replies that he's after the advertising department's files, specifically those labeled SC. Shang Yunlu immediately realizes Wu-chen is asking for all the scandal records the company has been involved in. Wu-chen stands confidently saying that yes, he wants Shang Yunlu to delete everything after retrieving the files, ensuring the Hejiang group crumbles when the war begins, with their leader landing in prison. Shang Yunlu hesitates, admitting he's not tech-savvy and fears being discovered if he deletes the files. Wu-chen reassures him that he's already prepared a program that will erase everything without leaving a trace. All Shang Yunlu needs to do is run the program on the company computer, input the folder name, and press enter. Shang Yunlu finds it simple, but raises concerns about possible backups. Wu-chen smirks, explaining that those backups are stored in a safe at the boss's house. Shang Yunlu panics, saying it's impossible to access the office, let alone the safe. Wu-chen points out the obvious advantage of his affair with the boss's wife. Realizing Wu-chen plans to involve her too, Shang Yunlu hesitates. Wu-chen's expression hardens, reminding him that this isn't some romantic drama and asking if he's in or out. Shang Yunlu, pressured, agrees and immediately calls the boss's wife. She reluctantly agrees to help but says she doesn't know the safe's password. If there's one thing Wu-chen knows, though, it's how to crack any safe. He gives her detailed instructions, how to turn the dial and when to input the code, which combines a sequence of movements and numbers. After following the steps, the safe finally opens. Holding the cash and USB drives from the safe, she asks what to do next. Wu-chen instructs her to take a photo of everything, plug in the USB drive somewhere to delete the backups, and then destroy the evidence. Shortly after, Wu-chen declares that everything is settled and Shang Yunlu can leave. Shang Yunlu nods, but Wu-chen informs him that they'll have another meeting tomorrow. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Menglin questions why her father, Huego, arrived so suddenly. Huego brushes off the question, demanding to know where this partner of hers is and instructing her to call Peng Wei as well. Menglin protests, reminding him that he promised not to interfere with her music career. Her father counters, saying the situation changed when he discovered 50% of the company's shares were transferred to someone else. Feeling cornered, Menglin nervously explains that the shares were given to support a genius. Huego orders her to bring this so-called genius to him immediately. She reluctantly calls Wu-chen, warning him that her father is furious and wants to meet him. Wu-chen calmly replies that he didn't expect Huego to be so impatient, but he's on his way. Half an hour later, Wu-chen enters the room and introduces himself as Wu-chen, her partner in music. Huego greets him sarcastically, referring to him as a genius. Wu-chen downplays the label, saying it's an exaggeration and that he's nothing special. Huego challenges him, asking if his reputation is fake. Menglin, watching nervously, notices that the conversation isn't going well. Wu-chen clarifies that his reputation isn't fake but tries to keep things humble. Huego presses him further, asking if he's implying he's exceptionally talented. Wu-chen smirks and boldly admits that he's talented enough to become famous whenever he wants. Huego stares at him for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying that among all the arrogant young men he's met, Wu-chen at least has courage. He then asks Wu-chen if his talent guarantees lasting popularity. Wu-chen calmly replies that he doesn't aspire to eternal fame as music is just a hobby for him. He emphasizes that he's not here to discuss his career. Turning to Menglin, Wu-chen gestures for her to come closer. Confused, Huego wonders why his daughter is suddenly acting so shy and obedient. Wu-chen takes her hand and declares that he and Menglin will be together for the rest of their lives. Huego nearly explodes, demanding an explanation. He confronts Wu-chen, saying he's heard rumors that Wu-chen is involved with another woman. Wu-chen candidly confirms, admitting that he's in a relationship with Leah Rubing, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Enraged, Huego scolds Menglin, asking what trick Wu-chen used to deceive her. Menglin tries to explain, but Huego silences her, vowing to deal with Wu-chen himself. Wu-chen steps forward, calmly announcing that he and Menglin are officially dating. He also mentions that he's about to marry Rubing, but Menglin doesn't mind. Huego clenches his fists, furious, and demands to know how Menglin could agree to be this man's mistress. Shockingly, Menglin admits it's true, saying Wu-chen treats her well and that they love each other. Huego lashes out, saying he never imagined his daughter could do something so foolish for love in 20 years. He declares that no matter how talented Wu Chen is, he won't allow the relationship to continue. Wu Chen, unfazed, warns Huego to tone down his aggression or he'll regret it. Huego laughs, calling Wu Chen crazy, saying there's no way he regrets stopping his daughter from becoming a mistress. Grabbing Menglin by the arm, Huego says they're going home and she'll never see Wu Chen again. As they leave, Wu Chen remarks that Huego's daughter will still be involved with him, and that's why he's prepared a special engagement gift. Huego pauses, demanding to know what Wu Chen means. Wu Chen cryptically mentions that the golden era of the Hong Kong market has come to an end. Huego's family was in crisis because the entertainment industry was no longer as strong as it used to be. In addition, they had lost a significant market share to the Hezhong Media Group, worsening their situation even further. Huego, impatient, asked Wu Chen to get straight to the point. Wu Chen then revealed that the engagement gift was 100 billion yuan. Huego laughed, saying that such an amount could only be amassed after 3 generations of success, so it was obvious Wu Chen was bluffing. Wu Chen, however, warned him to consider the capital associated with Hezhong Media. If the two groups united, they would likely monopolize the entire Chinese entertainment industry. On the other hand, if this union didn't happen, the groups would end up exposing each other's secrets, which would only devalue the market for everyone. Huego realized that Wu Chen had some scheme brewing behind the scenes. At that moment, Wu Chen snapped his fingers and called Peng Wei to enter. Peng Wei appeared, accompanied by Shang Yunlu, who walked in hesitantly. Wu Chen introduced Shang Yunlu as someone working for Hezhong, but now handling matters for him. Then Wu Chen handed some documents to Huego and asked him to take a look. As Huego examined the papers, he realized they contained detailed information about the entire entertainment industry. Huego commented that he appreciated the investigation, but that Wu Chen was naive if he thought Hezhong didn't already have these files. At that moment, Wu Chen revealed that he had already copied all the information and deleted the original sources, leaving Hezhong without access. He explained that when the advertising war began and Hezhong was defeated, the plan was to make Menglin the new leader of the entire industry. Huego, exhausted, stood up and began to leave the room, saying he was tired of the conversation and that everyone there was insane. He said he would give them one day to figure out whatever they needed to. Menglin, distraught, began to cry. Later that night, Menglin told Wu Chen that it would be their last night together. Before Wu Chen could respond, Menglin had already made her move, leaving him speechless. After playing all night, she wakes up in the morning crying, asking what they're going to do in the future. The argument between him and her father didn't end well, and he promised he'd only wait one day. However, the rascal says not to worry, that with him around, things only go wrong if the sky falls. In a tight hug, he says the argument was actually good since he presented a lot of evidence about the spy, and now her father knows very well what he's going to do. However, the poor girl is crying desperately, saying she doesn't think her father will see things from that perspective. But Wu Chen keeps thinking that he still has an entire day to convince him and someone's going to help with that. Shortly after, he's already putting on a stylish suit, saying he has something to take care of and will come back later to be with her. The kid thinks he's turned into Sherlock Holmes and asks her if he looks good in this outfit. The girl is cold and says she's not in the mood to comment on it, but he tells her that tonight they're going to watch the stars together. She tells him to stop being ridiculous and to come back soon. With that, our boy leaves. And exhausted after playing Fortnite all night, she says everything will end when this particular night arrives. She can send a message to our boy saying she'll love him forever. Half an hour later, the whole city is talking about how Queen Menglin confessed her feelings. They want to know who the lucky guy is that became her boyfriend. Rubing is already face-bombing, asking if she really wants to stoop so low. King Ying says Menglin is brave and Yurong finds it quite interesting, doesn't she? That one's already eager to toy with the next one. Meanwhile, Peng Wei is asking our boy if they're going to be affected by what she did. Our boy walks into the room saying not to worry about those old guys because they don't care about the entertainment industry. As soon as he enters, the head of the Li family says the 4 people sitting there aren't strangers, so no formalities. Our boy should get straight to the point. The guy sitting next to Tang Jingbin, who's Menglin's father, has no idea why he's there. Our boy pulls out some documents and says he wants to make Menglin the owner of Rozon Media. The Su family from Su Qingying is also involved, and since the head is sick, he wanted the uncles to take a look at the plan. He then turns to Menglin's father and asks if Mr. N has any questions. Mr. N wants to think Wu Chen is going crazy, but if he were really crazy, he wouldn't have managed to gather so many important people in this room. Rubing's father takes a look at the contract and sees it. It involves the families of Liu Rubing, our dear Tang Qingying, the lovely Gu Yurong, and Su Qingying. Basically, the 4 families of the women. I'm starting to think this sly guy only goes after women because of their companies. He's really a capitalist. Apparently, they're all going to get involved in this whole mess, and they can't do anything to sabotage the plans. They'll keep 7% of Rozon Media's profits. Wu Chen smiles and says he believes Mr. N won't refuse such a good contract and some new friends. The guy is there staying cool under pressure. With this contract, he gets 70% of Rozon Media, not to mention connections with several new families. Tang Jingbin says Wu Chen is such an interesting young man and always shows up with excellent contracts. The only thing that makes him sad is not having met the kid earlier. One of the uncles, I believe, says that's why he was eager to attend this meeting and meet him in person. Menglin's father is just thinking about how all these bigwigs are treating Wu Chen like some kind of treasure. He thinks the boy is crazy, but maybe it's him who's getting too old, especially since, with the support of this group, no one can stop him. The problem is he doesn't know how Wu Chen got involved with these people and what kind of mysterious relationship he has with them. Our boy puts a hand on his shoulder, says he seems a bit distracted, and asks if he has anything else to say. He replies no, his doubts have been cleared. Tang Jingbin stands up, saying if that's the case, they can start drinking. One of the older men at the table toasts with Menglin's father, saying that apparently he's the new Shanghai city and welcomes him. Rubing's father says all this is just an appetizer and he's looking forward to future collaborations. 2 hours pass and Menglin's father is leaning on him, saying he takes back everything he said yesterday. Our boy says he should apologize to his daughter. She cried all night and was scared. The father says not to get any ideas, he still doesn't want her to become the boy's lover. However, at the very least, you have to ensure she be happy. Our boy says, aside from the fact that she absolutely will be his lover, she'll definitely be very happy. Meanwhile, Rubing is wondering what the rascal is doing since he hasn't called in so long. Man, it's not just her. All the girls are mad, saying the bastard is a playboy and doesn't care about them. Kim Ying is trying to calm them down, saying not to act impulsively and make a big deal out of his brief absence. But Rubing stands up, saying she's had enough and is booking a flight to Shanghai right now. The scene shifts back to Menglin, who's already emotional, asking if her father has really changed his mind. Our boy tells her not to worry. Tonight is the night for stargazing. She comes over, all happy, and gives him a little hug. But then she suddenly remembers Rubing. Our boy, the king of reading expressions, says that now that she's no longer worried about her father, she must be thinking about Rubing. Menglin is about to say something, but man, he stops her by putting a finger on her lips, telling her not to overthink it again. The day has been long, he's worked hard, and now he just wants to have a good night of sleep with some Fortnite. But the next day, he wakes up under Rubing's shadow. What's this? She brought a 38? Run. But unstoppable. He just gets up and says she looks adorable today. Honestly, I agree. She tells him to shut up and be quiet. She slams the counter beside him and orders Menglin to wake up. Man, the threat here is brutal, and Menglin screams. Our boy grabs Rubing's arm and asks her to put away that extremely dangerous object. Meanwhile, Menglin apologizes, saying she didn't mean to provoke her yesterday. But Rubing simply says she was very clear about the rules before. However, now that Menglin is lying there with him, she must be thinking Rubing is a fool. Poor Menglin doesn't say anything, and Rubing asks if she's really going to stay silent and not respond at all. Wu Chen once again asks her to calm down, saying it's too early to start the day like this, while Menglin wishes he'd speak less as it only seems to provoke Rubing. But man, Rubing snatches the object from his hand and takes aim again. This time, though, the crazy girl throws herself in front of our boy to protect him. Our boy is surprised, while Rubing is impressed that Menglin is already risking her life for him. Rubing then says she didn't expect the girl's feelings for him to be so deep, just like hers. She tilts Menglin's chin, gives her a kiss on the forehead, and tells her to get along. The poor girl is all confused, wondering if she's supposed to kneel publicly or something. Rubing tells her to forget all that and says she's already been approved as one of the new sisters. Menglin is emotional, all happy, now officially part of the boys' group. At this moment, our boy says that because of Menglin's post on social media yesterday, there are a ton of paparazzi. He asks Rubing for help dealing with it. She's upset, saying the bastard always uses her to clean up the messes from his games. The rascal winks and says, unfortunately, there are some things she's the best at. 10 minutes later in a hotel lobby, everyone sees our boy walking with Rubing. People know that, in theory, she should be involved with the young master of the Ding family. But here she is, kind of flustered and queasy. The reporters are already saying that clearly in the morning bulletin the pregnancy is worth taking a picture of right now. Meanwhile, Jing is just thinking that, at least, this will ensure Menglin stays calm. Shortly after in the car, he says that since Rubing came to Shanghai, she might as well accompany him to Hong Kong in the coming days. He explains that before, Ding Rulong was trying to win over Menglin's family. But now that they've joined his group, their target will shift to the Bao family in Hong Kong, and of course he's going there to finish the guy off once again. It's hard to believe there's going to be yet another woman Ding Rulong likes, only for him to lose her again. Poor guy, I'm starting to feel bad for him. Our boy says he'd rather handle things alone, but this time he'd like Lura's sweetheart to come along. Rubing responds that obviously they're going together. 2 days pass, and there's already a cheerful girl greeting Wu Chen. He introduces her to Rubing as Sionio Yuzhao, an old friend of his from a long time ago. The girl thanks Rubing for the chance to meet her and asks if they can be friends. Rubing, however, says they're supposed to be there to deal with Ding Rulong. So what are they doing in this house of honest work? By the kind of letters exchanged among the women, you already know this workplace offers, let's say, bodywork and painting services. No doubt about it. As all the girls greet our boy, Rubing is shocked and demands to know what all this means. The scene shifts to a stage, and Yuzo says that the players they selected burned too much energy in bed, so today, they're going to perform poorly. My friend, they're manipulating the scoreboard, wrecking the guys, and look at them. Poor things. After an intense night, they can't even play a bit of soccer. 45 minutes later, the score is still 0-0. The third descendant of the Zhao family, Bug Zhenhui, asks why the score is like this and how they're supposed to make any money. Man, it's Ding Rulong's doing, who tells him to ask the coach what's going on. The poor coach stands there, saying that this year's been tough and all of his plans are falling apart. That's when he spots Rubing accompanied by our boy right ahead and wonders what the hell she's doing there. Zhenhui asks if there's anyone on the field he knows, and the coach replies that it's a piece of trash who makes everything go wrong wherever he is. Zhenhui figures that must be why things feel off. He starts imagining that something's gone wrong, especially since Wu Chen brought the boss of the stronghold herself, Ms. Yuzhao. He even stands up, saying the game's already lost. These guys won't even be able to run 10 meters on the field. Ding Rulong tries to say something, but the man just leaves, saying he has no idea what happened to the boys. But man, the guy already saved Wu Chen's name and swears this bastard must think his family is weak for coming to Hong Kong and stirring up trouble. After the game ends, in a room surrounded by the ladies, our boy thanks them for their hard work. He tells them to eat, have fun, and do whatever they want. He'll foot the bill for everything. One of the workshop girls winks and says he's welcome to come back anytime for some fun. At that moment, Yuzo glances at her phone and asks our boy if he has a moment for a private chat. He says not right now since the work isn't done, but she replies that it can't wait. She leans in close and whispers something in his ear, while Rubing wonders what's wrong with this woman. She gains nothing by doing this in front of her, so does that mean she and Wu Chen have something going on too? Later, as they're leaving, Rubing tells our boy that he and that woman seemed a bit too close, But Wu Chen tells her to stay behind because for now, they have more important things to deal with. Man, he's got some bodyguards, but there's also a gang coming straight at them. Our boy shields Rubing as a fight breaks out, and apparently he brought guys who work for Peng Wei. Rubing asks how long Peng's friends have been here. Wu Chen explains that the powerful people in Hong Kong were planning to start a gang fight against the Liu family to create a headline and ruin their name. That's why he brought Peng Wei, who's from Hong Kong, so if a headline does come out, it'll just be about local gang-on-gang violence and won't involve the Liu family. She asks if that's what the woman was talking about earlier. He says no, she was interested in exactly what Rubing is thinking, but he's not looking to get involved with her. Rubing replies that it's strange, it's the first time she's seen Wu Chen not want to get involved with a beautiful woman. He says the girl's smart, but since she's a foreigner, if there's ever a war between their countries, he'd have to stand against her. That's the most ridiculous excuse I've ever heard. Just admit it, Wu Chen. Not because she's a body shop worker. Rubing, surprised, says she was wrong to feel jealous and that she's learned a bit more about him. She gets closer, saying he deserves a reward and gives him a little kiss. The next day, they're already at the Bao family's place. At the reception, the woman asks if they have an appointment. Rubing just tells her to let them know Wu Chen is here to see him. The secretary calls the boss and says there's a young man named Wu Chen who wants a word. The boss simply tells her to send him up. Once inside the office, our boy apologizes for showing up uninvited. The boss replies that since Wu Chen won twice yesterday, this visit isn't a problem, but he wants to know the reason. Man, Ding Rulong is there. I'm seriously starting to feel bad for this guy. Wu Chen immediately says he wants to sever any relationship Shen Hui has with Ding Rulong. The loser in the back mutters that Rubing's boyfriend doesn't understand basic etiquette, so he won't survive in this circle. However, Wu Chen looks at him and says survival in this world doesn't come from etiquette, but from interests. Ding Rulong is ready to punch the boy when Zhen Hui interjects, saying he's listening. Our boy then states that Ding Rulong was foolish to bet on soccer, which has too many variables. That's why he prefers horse racing. Ding Rulong tries to shut him up, claiming he doesn't know anything, but Zhen Hui says he's curious to hear the offer. Wu Chen explains that all Zhen Hui needs to do is trust the bets he places, and the amount to wager is entirely up to him. Zhen Hui laughs and asks if it's really that simple. Meanwhile, Ding Rulong scoffs, saying Wu Chen's tricks to win women over won't work in this case. Wu Chen fires back, reminding him that he's already been defeated 8 times, whether it's about women or business, so maybe it's not just luck. Zhen Hui looks at him and says he'll give him a chance. They'll sign a contract, but if Wu Chen loses the bet, he'll owe 300 million. Wu Chen replies that this bet is too easy. If he loses, he'll become Zhen Hui's servant, but if he wins, Zhen Hui has to hit Ding Rulong every time he sees him and record it on video. Ding Rulong looks utterly defeated, but Zhen Hui agrees, saying it sounds entertaining. Wu Chen calls it a great decision, while Ding Rulong thinks these guys are acting like children. 2 hours later, the situation becomes clear. Our boy is the one riding the horse. With his years of practice, he knows how to ride. Zhen Hui observes and admits the kid seems to know a thing or two. As for Ding Rulong, poor guy might need a new villain. This one's taken enough of a beating. The gates open, the race starts, and our boy is in last place. Of course, Ding Rulong smirks, saying it's obvious Wu Chen knows nothing. But Rubing says the result is all that matters, so it's best not to be arrogant. Then Zhen Hui smiles, noting that the boy seems to be picking up speed. The king of riding is going full throttle now. Rubing cheers, declaring that he's won. And indeed he has. He's already celebrating, telling Master Zheng he must be satisfied with the results. Before Zhen Hui can respond, he slaps Ding Rulong across the face. He warns him that he better not return to Hong Kong, or he'll end up getting beaten again in the future. The poor guy leaves, admitting defeat for today, but promising he'll get revenge. Meanwhile, Zhen Hui approaches Wu Chen, saying that from now on, they're brothers. Meanwhile, in his car, Ding Rulong seems to be plotting something against one of Wu Chen's lovers. Man, don't do it. He'll destroy you. 2 days later, on a yacht, Zhen Hui tells Wu Chen he never expected him to be this good. He admits it's been worth working together. Our boy replies that it's all thanks to Zhen Hui's sponsorship and Hong Kong's money. Together, they'll earn a lot more. Suddenly, Wu Chen receives a call from Mao Hongsong informing him that Ms. Zhuang Xiaodi is having trouble filming some scenes and needs his help. Wu Chen tells Zhen Hui that, unfortunately, he has to return to his city but leaves the competitions in Zhen Hui's hands. Half a day passes and we see some men approaching someone's house. When Wu Chen arrives, he seems to recognize that this man is an outsider, meaning things could get complicated. From the background, someone calls for Wu Chen to come over. Mr. Mao tells our boy that they need him. He looks back and tells Zhuang to calm down, he's here now. She rushes into his arms, crying and apologizing for causing trouble again. He reassures her that it's fine but asks what's going on. One of the henchmen asks if he really doesn't know and tells him to talk to the boss right away. But Wu Chen warns him not to interrupt while he's speaking or things will get serious. The man looks frightened and Wu Chen asks Shadi to explain. She explains that they've been filming a series called The Reincarnated One about a doe in a tyrant's house. 3 episodes in, everything was going well, but now the locals are causing trouble. Since Wu Chen's house is a luxury villa, the neighbors are complaining that it's too dirty and filled with machines and equipment. She apologizes, but he tells her that if a house is his, it's also hers and they'll handle this calmly. He turns to the men and asks if they're looking for compensation. He says to bring their boss so they can talk. An older man arrives with a contract saying the villa hosted his grandson's wedding. The furniture belongs to the English royal family, and now it all needs replacing or it'll bring bad luck. The cost is 120 million. Wu Chen knows this could be resolved quickly through other means, but they even brought an invoice. He figures that since this is Xiaodi's first project, escalating things to a legal battle wouldn't be ideal, so maybe the easier route is best. He tells the old man that the series being filmed here is making a lot of money. Instead of 120 million, he could take a share of the profits, which would amount to far more in the end. The old man considers it, sees the series' success, and agrees. However, even though his granddaughter Shoei signed a contract, he wants her removed from the production. The young woman sitting nearby doesn't understand why she's being excluded, and Wu Chen asks who she is. Hyodi then explains that Shoei is the protagonist of the story and incredibly talented. Her acting skills are one of the reasons the show has been such a success. Additionally, one of the reasons they had to use Wu Chen's specific house is that Shoei can't travel far. Wu Chen starts to sense there's more to the situation but decides not to overthink it for now. He approaches the old man and says fine, the deal is done. At that moment, the old man adds there's one more detail. He also wants his grandson to be included in the series to gain some exposure and have a better future. Man, Wu Chen is savage, thinking this is a drama, not a nature documentary. However, he smiles and says sure, no problem. The old man, satisfied, waves goodbye and says that now everything's resolved, they should take a photo as a keepsake. Everyone gathers and our boy is there smiling. That same night, while working on his laptop, Wu Chen discovers these people aren't from the Wenzhou family. They're from the Li family in the capital. Now it makes sense why they have the support of everyone in the villa. But then he notices that one of the men used to work for Ding Rulong, and he wonders if that guy is involved in this once again. At that moment, there's a knock on his door and he sees it's Shoei. The girl shows up dressed for action, though to be fair, she might just be in costume for the series. It looks intense and she says she'd like to act alongside Xiaodi. Wu Chen laughs and asks if she's thinking about running away from this place. She explains she was adopted when she was young by the family of those men and taken in. But now that she's grown, they're trying to force her to marry that horrible chubby guy. She says she'd rather die even if it means paying back double the amount they spent on her. She then makes a request and now the drama becomes clear. You can already guess the offer. To fix his car, and she's willing to use all the tools. But our boy buttons up his shirt and says she's no mechanic, so it's best she leaves. He turns to her and says to stop calling him sir and just call him Wu Chen. He hands her a glass of water and asks how the filming has been affected since the changes. Wu Chen keeps roasting her. She says that ever since her fiancé joined the cast, a series title changed to the new king of the dynasty. Our boy realizes they've started something entirely different. He asks Mr. Mao why that happened. Mao hands him the papers, saying it was the screenwriter's proposal. He doesn't think it'll be a problem since it avoids ruining the reputation of the original series. Additionally, it's cost-effective. But Wu Chen, looking at this, feels something isn't adding up. The next day, he wakes up, looks out the window, and comments on how exhausting it is to work so much. He notices everyone on set and quickly spots a dust bomb being set up. Man, he doesn't even hear the bomb. He runs out, shouting that the girls are in danger. Meanwhile, the chubby fiancé is boasting about how spicy noodle sauce is his specialty. But just as the sauce is about to hit the pan, everything explodes into chaos. Wu Chen grabs the nearest girl by the waist and runs as everything detonates. However, he realizes it wasn't a perfect rescue, resets the scene, and springs into action again. He rushes into the courtyard, grabs water from the noodles, and says they'll shoot that scene later. The girls, startled, ask what's going on. He explains that the combination of factors on set could cause an accident, proving someone is trying to sabotage the production. He orders them to bring the screenwriter to his office because he has questions. The awkward screenwriter stumbles in, wondering why they want to speak with him. Wu Chen demands answers, asking if he wrote the script alone. The man explains that Mr. Mao requested a script so urgently that he had to hire some old friends from the crew. The pay was good, so it seemed worth it. Wu Chen tells him to calm down and just reveal who sold him the script. Shortly after, Wu Chen discovers that the person who provided the script received a huge sum of money right before. The funds were transferred by one of Ding Rulong's associates, proving the guy is meddling again. Wu Chen heads back to the set and demands to see the head of the family involved. An old man appears, claiming to be in charge, and asks Wu Chen to say what he wants. But Wu Chen states that the man's property was almost reduced to ashes, so he better call someone with real authority or things will get serious. The old man pauses and tells someone to return to the villa because there's a problem. A helicopter approaches, and if you had to bet $1 million, what kind of character do you think arrives? Of course, it's a healthy and charming woman, Kinger, the wife of the third master of the Li family. Everyone greets the third lady. She sits down and the old man explains that Wu Chen claimed there was an issue during filming and her brother nearly died. Lighting a stressed cigarette, she remarks that even after all this time, her brother can't manage simple matters. The man looks like he's about to wet himself and she orders them to bring over whoever wants to speak with her. Our boy steps up with his laptop and explains that someone is trying to create conflict between him and her family. With a stern look, she asks who he is. Man, our boy doesn't even say his name. He just says he's Rubing's boyfriend and knows she's the third lady of the Li family, meaning it would be wise to avoid any problems between their families. However, she doesn't seem too concerned and says many people like to cause problems for her family, so she doesn't bother with minor issues. Wu Chen realizes this woman has no direct conflict with Ding Rulong and doesn't want to get involved. He comments about the filming and says that since she's already here, she might as well help manage the villa. She responds that she knows he's doing this to avoid conflict between their families, but fine, she'll stay. A month passes and the Noodle King wraps up filming. Mao thanks our boy, saying everything worked out thanks to him. Wu Chen asks where the third lady is and Mao replies she's in her room celebrating alone. Wu Chen says he'll call her since they need to take a photo together for the newspaper tomorrow. However, as he walks down the hallway, he hears Xiaoyi's voice shouting for someone to stop. In front of a door, she keeps yelling. Wu Chen kicks it open and asks if the drunk fool has lost his mind. Of course, it's the Noodle King himself, who takes a flying kick to the face and is sent flying across the room. Xiaoyi is on the bed crying and suddenly an alarm sounds. Carrying her, Wu Chen remarks that security in this place is terrible. As he rushes through the halls, everyone starts shouting that there's a fire. Part of the building is ablaze and it's right in the third lady's room. He tells a staff member to take Shoei outside and hands the tied-up man to one of the security guards. Wu-Chen then sprints to the room wondering where the third lady is. Inside, Kainer is lying next to the bed, holding a small candle. Immediately, Wu-Chen sees the situation. She's both the perpetrator and the victim. He pulls the candle from her hand and she immediately begs him to give it back. Seeing him, she mutters under her breath, "It's you." Yeah, she's unhinged. Before she can do anything, he knocks her out with a swift Aikido move and apologizes. It seems the third lady is unwell, and he plans to help her recover later. Half an hour passes and she wakes up asking where she is. Our boy pulls up a chair, sits down, and says it seems someone is targeting her now. At first I thought she had been drunk and accidentally set her room on fire, but apparently, Wu-Chen already knows there's more to this. She asks about her condition and what happened. He replies that he would never take advantage of anyone and just save her from a burning room. Kinder says there aren't many people bold enough to try to kill her in broad daylight. She suspects the Ding family is just watching from the sidelines, so it must be the second lady's doing. Wu-Chen responds that now that they're working together, the accidents will stop, so what does she plan to do? The woman, clearly done with everything, asks for another cigarette. He lights it for her, and she says that since they now share the same goals, they'll have to work together. Wu-Chen agrees and suggests they start causing some trouble in Green Coast City. Apparently, that's a code name for the Liu family, the chubby guy and the old man's family. He shows her his phone, revealing that this family is working with Ding Rulong. When she sees the evidence, she moves closer, asking what she needs to do. She tells him to notify the Liu family that they need to back out of this project. That's the only way to avoid the humiliation they're about to face. The rest, Wu-Chen says, he'll handle. She agrees and says she'll wait for the response. Our boy says it's a deal, but that her troublesome brother shouldn't cause any more problems with the staff. She says it's fine as long as everything is cleared up. Outside, Wu-Chen calls Li Rubing's father, asking for the contact information of an old friend. Her father agrees without asking questions. Now motivated, Wu-Chen mutters that if Ding Rulong wants to play games, then he'll play. Shortly after, he instructs Scotty to bring the production crew to Modu City. He also tells Shoei to focus on learning etiquette and the formalities of ancient eras. If everything works out, they'll have a new film to shoot soon. She thanks him and tells him not to worry. He replies that her role is the most important. She needs to become an excellent director and producer while mastering the industry. The scene shifts to the next day in an office in Pinzhou. Wu-Chen tells Secretary Zhang that the tea was sent by Leah Rubing's father himself. Secretary Zhang thanks him and mentions that he and the old man are acquaintances, so if Wu-Chen needs anything, he should just ask. Wu-Chen explains that there are some construction projects in a part of the city that are doomed to fail if nothing is done. The secretary seems intrigued and Wu-Chen hands him the information. He adds that since the construction hasn't started yet, no one has been scammed. But if the sales begin, that area will turn into a ghost town. Of course, Wu-Chen knows how to ensure this doesn't happen, but he needs a little favor. The secretary immediately asks what the favor is. Wu-Chen says he needs him to expose the names of all the project developers publicly. Zhang says that's easy. He'll handle it however Wu-Chen wants. Half a day later, an employee informs Ding Rulong that a bunch of reporters has suddenly appeared at the construction sites. There are also excavators and other equipment being brought in. Ding Rulong has no idea what's happening. Wu-Chen then asks why there are excavators, and someone responds that there aren't any yet. Furious, he yells at them to find out immediately. The scene shifts to the construction site where Secretary Zhang tells Wu-Chen that all the excavators in Pinzhou have been brought there. Just then, a reporter approaches, asking what they're searching for. Our boy replies that when the time is right, everyone will know. 10 minutes later, someone shouts that they found something. Another person confirms it, and they start digging. The workers seem frightened, ordering everything to be removed. The reporters are shocked as Wu-Chen reveals that this supposedly green land was actually built over an old cemetery. They were planning to construct luxury mansions and homes as if it were a lush area, but in reality, it was full of graves. The reporters are furious, and of course, it makes the headlines. 20 minutes later, the internet is ablaze with the story, and Ding Rulong is left wondering where these rumors are coming from. He immediately orders his associate to issue refunds to everyone who had purchased the first lots, instructing them to hide the truth and claim they, too, were victims who had been deceived. Shortly after, Secretary Zhang thanks Wu-Chen, saying he acted incredibly quickly. Wu-Chen responds that the sooner, the better. The secretary, curious, asks how Wu-Chen knew about this, considering he doesn't even live in the city. Wu-Chen explains that this area was the site of a Qin dynasty war where millions died. The bodies remained, making it a famous cemetery for a long time. He learned about it during one of his many lives when he decided to study the dynasties and uncovered these details. The secretary nods, understanding the issue, and asks how they plan to rebuild and utilize the area. Wu-Chen suggests demolishing the garden and building a mountain temple to purify the spirits, and using the region as a filming set. Meanwhile, two members of the Liu family thank Kinger for warning them. She responds that they're family, so they should help each other. However, the second mistress is furious with her, muttering that she'll deal with her soon enough. Kinger knows that while she solved the Liu family's problem, she's now become a target. Her relationship with Wu-Chen can't end like this. Wu-Chen finishes his conversation with Secretary Zhang and immediately receives a message from Kinger, saying she needs to talk and continue their work together. Our boy already senses something interesting is about to happen. He asks when, and she says in 2 days. 2 days later, Wu-Chen is standing in the middle of the city, wondering what's going on. Kinger instructs him to follow someone. An elderly woman walks by, opens a taxi door, and tells him to get in. The scene shifts to a building in the area. Inside a room, the woman removes her disguise. It's Kinger herself. She explains that after what happened in the city, her family has been targeting her, leaving her no choice but to move in secret. It seems the Liu family has learned about Wu Chen's issues with Ding Rulong. However, they prefer Ding Rulong and are now causing problems for Kimur because of her involvement with Wu Chen. She reveals that to the elders of her family, Ding Rulong can do as he pleases, even without justification. This is because they are collaborating with him on a project to build a solar-powered city in southern Arabia. Things take a strange turn. Wu Chen, trying to piece it all together, comments that it looks like she's in trouble now that she's become the target. She confirms this, adding that her husband is in charge of the project. On top of that, he's gotten close to more than one prince in Arabia, as well as the prince's wife. Some paparazzi even snapped photos of them talking, creating some rather incriminating evidence. Wu Chen, just as confused as we are, tries to make sense of the story. Kinger explains that the Ding family is using this evidence to pressure her husband into reducing his shares in the project from 30% to 10%. Wu Chen asks if she wants him to make those photos disappear. She replies that her husband isn't capable of solving this problem, nor is she. That's why she wants to work with Wu Chen to ensure the shares remain at 30%. Our boy smirks and says that since it's a negotiation, he has his own conditions. He proposes a deal for world domination. The Liu family is one of the most influential in the entertainment industry. He wants her to ensure his series gets primetime commercial spots. Additionally, she must promote Rubing's company and Peng Wei's business. Everyone gets some exposure. Lighting another long-term HCK cigarette, she remarks that Wu Chen has a big appetite, but for her family, this is easy. He lays out grand strategy explaining that the Ding family must be excluded from the negotiations entirely. If Ding Rulong profits from this Arabian project, he'll gain significant influence and Wu Chen can't allow that. She hesitates, saying it will be difficult to remove Ding Rulong since he's a key collaborator. Wu Chen clarifies that he never said she needed to do it. Kinger asks if he can handle it himself. Wu Chen points out that once the photos disappear, the Ding family won't have any leverage to threaten them anymore. She moves closer and says it's all settled now, and it seems like he's going to handle both tasks. An hour later, whether they played Uno or not is unclear. Our boy is on the phone with someone. At a club in Jinza City, Dong Shenggang, the father of Dong Yuantao, the ex-husband of He Shixing, is enjoying himself. For context, this is the same guy Ding Rulong ordered to be killed so he could get the blue-haired woman with a daughter. Yeah, this plot demands notes to keep up. Nearby, Yuzhou, Wu Chen's informant from the workshop, is on the phone with him. He asks her to retrieve the project files Dong Shenggang has on the Middle Eastern Solar City project. Naturally, Shenggang is the guy chilling at the bar. Yuzhou, however, warns Wu Chen that if anything happens to this man, a lot of people will lose a great deal of money. She asks how he plans to compensate for that. Wu Chen says he's open to any requests, as long as she solves this problem. She agrees, saying she'll handle it right away, and he just needs to wait for the news. She approaches Shenggang, suggesting they move somewhere more private since the place is too crowded. Our boy really knows how to utilize resources, whether it's women, their fathers, or enemies' weaknesses. A true genius of heavy machinery management. The scene shifts to Shenggang making advances on poor Yuzhou, who complains that he should at least take a shower first. As soon as he steps out, the hacker whips out her laptop and starts copying all the files. 3 minutes later, he returns. She assures him there's no rush and pours him a glass of fine wine. An hour later, Shenggang is completely knocked out. She sends a photo to Wu Chen, letting him know she worked hard and you should come get the files. With this, Wu Chen successfully removes the Dong family from the project. The remaining problem is acquiring the incriminating photos of Kinger's husband. A day passes and Rubing is furious as Wu Chen finally returns. She scolds him for staying in Hong Kong for so long without calling to explain. He moves in closer, but she tells him it won't work. She's not forgiving him this time. One kiss and 3 minutes later, she demands he explain everything. Wu Chen details the situation with Ding Rulong and the construction project. Immediately, Rubing perks up, saying that if he made Ding Rulong lose a ton of money, then he's forgiven. But our boy isn't satisfied with such an easy pardon. He says he wants her to show her true feelings. I thought he was going to make a bold move, but instead he pulls out a romantic flower, saying he thought of her every day during the 6 days he was away. She thanks him, admitting she never expected him to be the kind of guy who gives flowers. But her expression changes as she accuses him of either planning to ask for something or trying to deceive her. Wu Chen, ever the charmer, tells her she's too smart and has figured it all out. That's why he loves her so much. The man's a genius, praising her, confessing, and still coming out on top. He explains the whole Middle Eastern project and how he needs to deal with Kinger's husband's photos, which are currently in Ding Rulong's possession. It won't be easy, but Wu Chen lays out his plan. First, he'll go to the Middle East and invite a girl to play Valorant. During the match, Rubing will catch the two together. Even if there's nothing suspicious about their relationship, this time she'll lose her temper and refuse to forgive him. A heated argument will ensue and Ding Rulong will undoubtedly see it as his chance to swoop in and save the damsel in the Orient. Rubing points out that even if they break up, she doubts Ding Rulong would fly all the way there just because of this. There'd need to be more at stake. Wu Chen counters, saying she doesn't understand Ding Rulong. The moment she's single, he'll come running. That's why she needs to ignore him as much as possible. The less Ding Rulong knows about her, the more desperate he'll get. Rubing, already overworked, agrees to the plan since it doesn't require much from her. However, she insists Wu Chen give her extra attention afterward. Our boy slyly says that's difficult since she's been on his mind every day for the past month. The next day, Ding Rulong slams his desk, demanding to know if it's true that Rubing broke up with that idiot. He celebrates, declaring that his long-awaited opportunity has arrived and it's time to rescue the damsel in the Orient. Half a day later, he's already chasing her down, flowers in hand. Even Wu Chen chuckles, saying Ding Rulong is faster than he expected. Wu Chen has hacked the city's systems, giving him access to surveillance across Arabia. As soon as Rubing ignores Ding Rulong, he sulks back to his hotel, the Ding family's base of operations in the Middle East. At 8:29 a.m. the next morning, Wu Chen is ready. It's almost time to set his plan into motion. Inside the hotel, staff rush to inform the manager that the entire sewage system has suddenly backed up. The manager orders them to cut the power to all electronics. A worker enters Ding Rulong's room, apologizing for the inconvenience and explaining that the power has been cut. Shortly after, Wu Chen gets access to Ding Rulong's computer. He notes that the man was cautious, setting up a complex facial recognition program to secure his files. But as soon as Ding Rulong sits in front of the PC, the program will activate and all the incriminating photos will be deleted. As Wu Chen stands outside the hotel, he reflects that even though all the files will disappear, Ding Rulong will never connect the blackout to what just happened. Frustrated and rejected by Rubing, once again, Ding Rulong is likely to head back to China. In the car, Wu Chen receives a call from Yurong, who says she desperately needs his help. Wu Chen knows that over the next 2 days, Rubing will have to keep playing her role, tricking Ding Rulong. In the meantime, he heads over to Yurong's place to discuss the Middle Eastern project. When he arrives, he greets her and tries to start the conversation, but she immediately cuts him off, covering his mouth. She tells him the sink has been clogged for a month and insists he fix it, pointing out all the tools conveniently laid out on the counter. Wu Chen hesitates, saying it's still early and that this might take too long so they could handle it later. But Yurong doesn't give him a choice, pushing him toward the sink and ordering him to get started. A short while later, the sink is back in working order and the water flows freely. She compliments him, saying he's truly amazing. He thanks her, and about half an hour later, she returns, saying they can finally sit down and talk. Walking through the house with him, she shows off some clothes she had custom-made for a company and asks him to try something on. Dressed like a European beggar, he jokingly asks if he looks good. Before she can mention more things around the house that need fixing, Wu Chen interrupts, saying it's time to discuss business. He then explains the entire Middle Eastern project and the situation with the Dong family. Yurong nods, saying she understands, but points out that her family specializes in apparel, so they can't operate like the Dong family. She also mentions that she's already spending half her resources to corner Ding Rulong. Wu Chen reassures her, explaining that his company is launching some projects they'll be part of. Additionally, he suggests she expand her business into the Middle East and even establish a jewelry brand with Qingyin, which would sell exceptionally well in that region. It seems Yurong doesn't really care whether the plan succeeds, commenting that Wu Chen has clearly been busy and thought a lot about it. And judging by his actions, he's already fixing his jacket. Another repair must have happened. Wu Chen then mentions that later he plans to meet Lei Shang to resolve some issues and will be leaving in a few days. Half an hour later, he's meeting with Lei Shang, saying he has a small favor to ask. Lei Shang replies that no matter what it is, he'll make it happen. Wu Chen brings up the film industry, saying he'd really like Tao Manning to join a project. However, since he's not very close to her, he feels awkward about making such a direct offer. Lei Shang reassures him, saying it's no problem since they're practically family. Wu Chen tries to emphasize that the series Tao Manning would join is bound to be a hit and would make her even more famous. But Lei Shang simply tells him not to worry, he's already guaranteed she'll be involved. Still, Wu Chen insists on maintaining professionalism, saying business is business. He also talks about Xiaodi's projects, mentioning his plans to translate them into English, and asks if Lei Shang wants to be part of the venture. Looking through Wu Chen's phone, Lei Shang sees the success of Xiaodi's series and realizes it's basically free money, thanking him for the opportunity. The deal is done, and half a day later in Shanghai, Xiaodi is practicing in a training room when Xiaodi enters, telling her to take a break. Xiaodi gets a call, asking her to come to the office because an important client wants to meet. She agrees and takes Xiaodi along. Later, they're introduced to a man named Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang says he's seen the series Xiaodi stars in and is impressed by her beauty and talent. He offers 2 billion yuan to transfer her to his company. Xiaodi, confused, asks Xiaodi if she's excited or scared. Judging by the older man's demeanor, it's clear he's up to no good. He argues that while the series is successful, it likely doesn't earn more than 1 million yuan per episode. Paying 2 billion for her transfer would be equivalent to giving her 5 years' worth of work upfront, making it an obvious choice. Xiaodi steps outside with Mr. Gu to discuss the matter, questioning if they should consult Wu Chen about this. Mr. Gu dismisses her concerns, saying they've only invested in Xiaodi for a month and will make a 1.9 billion profit by selling her. With that money, they can hire more experienced talent who will quickly reach Xiaodi's level. Poor Xiaodi thinks this will make Wu Chen happy, but I doubt that's the case. Meanwhile, Lin Zhang impatiently asks for their decision. Just as Xiaodi is about to agree, Xiaodi speaks up, accusing Lin Zhang of not caring about her development and only being interested in her body. She declares that since she was hired by Wu Chen, she's his woman and will only lead if he approves. Everyone is stunned, wondering when this crazy girl became Wu Chen's woman. Even Xiaodi is taken aback, having had no idea about this. Lin Zhang quickly runs off, saying he'll call Mr. Wu to confirm. Wu Chen answers the call and someone asks if Xiaodi is his woman. He pauses, knowing that she's critical to his long-term plans, and asks them to keep the negotiation open for now, as he'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. After hanging up, Wu Chen reflects on how challenging it will be to deal with a wealthy man trying to buy Xiaodi. The next day at Xiaodi's company dormitories, Wu Chen asks if she's finished packing and if she wants to join him at the meeting with Lin Zhang. Xiaodi apologizes for what happened the previous day, explaining that she had no choice. All she wanted was to make a little money from the company and live a relatively simple life, but it seemed impossible. She pulls her usual dramatic move, essentially daring Wu Chen by saying he can do whatever he wants. Wu Chen laughs and asks if she thinks she has to be his woman to continue acting, or if she believes that, like with her previous family, she'll be prevented from acting again. She replies that she doesn't want to stay with them because Wu Chen is 10 times better. She confesses she's admired him since the day they met and is willing to follow this path because of him. However, Wu Chen points out that her admiration is platonic. He notes that when she looks at him, there's no romantic or physical attraction. Xiaowei insists that despite this, she still wants to stay at the company. She's terrified of losing her chance to act and swears that if Wu Chen lets her stay, she'll work 5 or 10 times harder than everyone else. When he asks why she's so determined, she says her ultimate goal is to surpass Tao Manning. This catches Wu Chen off guard. He starts reflecting on how he struggles to deal with women who are both strong and beautiful. It's clear she's asking for a new identity, but Wu Chen knows it's risky, especially if she ends up ruining the new film. Handing her back the towel, he says that if she truly wants to pursue her dreams, they'll talk again after the film results come in. It's a subtle way of saying she can stay in the company for now, at least until the project is completed. But Xiaowei, ever relentless, quips that if she's going to pretend to be his woman, she'll need to be more convincing. Wu Chen resigns himself, realizing it's pointless to resist, and heads to the meeting with her. At the meeting, Lin Zhang skeptically asks if Xiaowei is really Wu Chen's woman. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu is panicking in the background, thinking about how he almost sold the boss's woman the day before. Wu Chen sits down, calls Xiaodi over, and with both women by his side, declares that his company exists solely to make them happy, so selling them would make no sense. It seems the Xiang family didn't do their homework. Confused, Lin Zhang asks why Wu Chen is suddenly bringing out the Xiang family. Wu Chen brushes it off, saying he doesn't need to explain, it's already clear enough. He suggests that Lin Zhang leave quietly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Without saying a word, Lin Zhang exits. The group then bombards Wu Chen with questions about why the Xiang family is involved. Wu Chen explains that Lin Zhang is controlled by the Xiang family. He adds that other people under the Xiang family's influence include the Qi brothers, whom he had previously crossed, possibly sparking their current meddling. Qiyobi realizes he's referring to the Qi brothers and asks if they're seeking revenge again. Wu Chen clarifies that the Lin family is one arm of the Xiang family. While the Lin family is deeply entrenched in politics, the Xiang family dominates the online entertainment industry. Tao Manning is incredibly famous, but she rarely appears in films since Lei Shang doesn't push her to work much. However, the Xiang family knows that if Tao Manning joins this project, things will get complicated for them. That's why they're trying to sabotage everything. Xiaobi remarks that this explains why they were willing to pay so much for Xiaowei. Xiaowei, still confused, mutters about how all these major families are causing trouble over something that hasn't even been released yet. With his hands behind his head, Wu Chen says they have no idea what's about to happen. The next day, rumors spread online, branding Xiaowei and Xiaodi as the witches of the city and heavily criticizing them. An associate informs Wu Chen that it's impossible to suppress all the negative news. Xiaobi vents her frustration, calling them disgusting. While Wu Chen asks Xiaowei if she's scared, she responds confidently that she's not. Wu Chen reassures her, saying that if that's the case, they have nothing to worry about. He reveals that he has a contact in the entertainment industry who can help. He calls Kinger, who remarks that he hasn't even fulfilled his end of their deal and is already asking for more favors. Wu Chen assures her that her part of the agreement will be completed by the end of the day. He explains that the Dong family will be removed from the project, the photos will be deleted, and they'll regain their 30% stake. Kinger replies that if all that happens, the favor he's requesting is an easy one. Wu Chen then contacts Peng Wen, asking him to help spread some information. Peng Wen, confident in his skills, promises to handle it perfectly. The next day, people online begin questioning the validity of the previous day's rumors. In a clever twist, Wu Chen's reverse marketing strategy works again, and the controversy only boosts interest in the series. Peng Wen is grinning in his office, saying everything went perfectly, and now everyone is talking about the shows. Mr. Gu shows a graph indicating that viewership numbers are skyrocketing by the hour. Wu Chen gathers Xiaowei and Xiaodi, telling them that thanks to this, they'll achieve at least 3 billion views. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. They're only at the beginning. Xiaowei thanks Wu Chen, promising to work even harder to ensure everything goes well. Meanwhile, Xiaodi jokes that no matter which family tries to meddle, they always manage to protect her. Wu Chen tells them to stay focused because Tao Manning will arrive in 2 days, and they'll start shooting the new films. Later in the car, Wu Chen calls Yuzhou, the owner of the tool shop, and invites her to spend a night in Shanghai. He knows Dong Chenggang, the man they tricked with the wine to steal files, has arrived in the city, and it's time to execute the final part of the plan. At the meeting with Dong Chenggang, the man asks why Wu Chen came alone and didn't bring Yuzhou. Wu Chen calmly reassures him, saying she's on her way, but advises Dong Chenggang to stop pursuing her. Dong Chenggang scoffs, demanding to know who Wu Chen thinks he is to make such demands. Wu Chen replies that he should care because Yuzhou likes him, and that he can't ignore that fact. Dong Chenggang mocks Wu Chen, calling him delusional, right when Yuzhou arrives. Surprise, Yuzhou didn't know Dong Chenggang would be there. Wu Chen stands, stating that he's not here to cause trouble. Yuzhou tells him to calm down, while Wu Chen insists they both get to the point. She sits, and Wu Chen explains that while Yuzhou likes him, it's more of a friendly or sibling-like affection, not romantic. Yuzhou admits she's in a difficult spot because both Dong Chenggang and Wu Chen have invested so much money into her, making it hard to refuse them. But Dong Chenggang reveals a message he received, implying Wu Chen isn't just a businessman. He has other exotic interests, and the money he's pouring into Yuzhou is part of some hidden agenda. The overweight man is furious, feeling threatened once again because of a woman. Wu Chen, unfazed, tells Dong not to be embarrassed, saying, "We're all adults here." Wu Chen shifts gears, saying that if Dong Chenggang wants to stop harassing Yuzhou, he's fine with that. However, Wu Chen says there's still a more important matter to address. Dong asks what it is, and Wu Chen brings up the film his company is producing with Tao Manning. He offers Dong a chance to collaborate and make significant money. But Dong Chenggang dismisses it, saying he's not interested in these games. Wu Chen insists, saying he's only trying to be friendly. Dong Chenggang scoffs, accusing Wu Chen of trying to buy his friendship after stealing Yao Xiai. Wu Chen responds with a smirk, saying, What kind of friend would I be if I didn't help you? He reveals that sensitive information about Dong's family's involvement in the Middle Eastern project has been hacked. If those details are leaked, the 4 major families involved will likely expel Dong's family from the project. Still skeptical, Dong Chenggang questions why someone he barely knows is offering him money and help. Wu Chen replies with a cryptic line. A wise man doesn't share his secrets, but your information is spreading in hacker circles. He mentions that he has a program to protect files, ensuring no further hacks can occur. Intrigued, Dong sits down and asks if Wu Chen is using this entire situation as an excuse to sell him a program. Wu Chen says Dong needs to be more cautious or situations like this will keep happening. Dong sarcastically comments that Wu Chen is probably planning to use Tao Manning's film to market the program as well. Wu Chen admits it's one way to look at it but insists he's just offering friendship. Reluctantly, Dong raises his glass, saying Wu Chen talks in circles, but that the deal is good enough to accept. From that moment, Dong Chenggang considers Wu Chen a friend. 3 hours later, after sending Dong Chenggang on his way, Yuso praises Wu Chen for dealing with him so cleverly. However, she points out that Dong has no idea it was Wu Chen who leaked the information in the first place, a true betrayal. Wu Chen asks her to hand over the files he needs to proceed with his plan. She reminds him of his earlier promise to do whatever she wanted in exchange for the files. Getting close, she whispers that she can't trust someone who doesn't keep their word. Wu Chen hugs her, saying he thought staying friends would be better. She then teases him, asking if he's afraid she gave him the wrong files. Wu Chen smirks, holding up the USB drive, and replies that he's not worried. He knows exactly where she hides things and can retrieve them easily. Impressed, she comments on how hard it is to resist him. Whatever happened next is unclear, but Wu Chen leaves shortly after, telling her to rest since the hotel room is under her name. As he exits the hotel, he receives a message from Sinbao, saying his uncle is furious. Wu Chen replies that it's fine and that he's heading over to speak with him personally. Half an hour later, Wu Chen arrives with a bag and some drinks, apologizing for not having time to prepare something better. Jubin, however, greets him in panic, asking if he's planning to start a war with the Li family. Wu Chen explains that a month ago, tensions began with the Li family, and he's been working with the third lady. The problem, he adds, is that the rivalry between the two women has grown more intense than he anticipated. He admits that the more the third lady helps him, the fiercer the conflict between the women becomes. Jimin warns Wu Chen that going against the Li family is madness, reminding him that everyone who opposed them over the last 20 years has been destroyed. Wu Chen calmly begins explaining the situation surrounding the Middle Eastern project. Wu Chen continues explaining the situation with the photos of Kinger's husband, emphasizing that the Ding Rulong family won't sit back and allow anyone to hold 30% of the shares. That's why, Wu Chen explains they need to exploit the rivalry between the two ladies and Ding Rulong's involvement. The elder agrees, saying that since the Tang family won't get directly involved, Wu Chen should feel free to ask for their help whenever needed. Wu Chen smiles and says he'll take them up on that offer, making a slightly larger request. He needs assistance from a construction company capable of building bridges, ports, and tunnels. Surprisingly, the elder agrees without hesitation, raising his glass in a toast. Meanwhile, at Rubing's house, Yi Xing wakes up looking refreshed. She heads to the kitchen and finds Wu Chen there. He asks if she's been doing well, considering that Ding Rulong has been hunting her again. She sighs, saying no, not when she and her daughter haven't even left the house. Wu Chen reassures her, handing her a prepared breakfast and telling her to take care of herself. Flustered, she blushes, thinking it's the first time a man has ever made her breakfast. She plants a small kiss on his cheek, thanking Mr. Wu. Rubin clears her throat from nearby, sarcastically commenting that she didn't know her husband had already arrived. Wu Chen chuckles, telling her not to get jealous because she already knows how things work. Outside, Rubing remarks that now that Ding Rulong has given up, life is returning to normal. She mentions they need to visit King Ying soon, and Wu Chen agrees. However, King Ying suddenly appears at the house, excitedly exclaiming that Wu Chen has finally returned. Even Wu Chen looks surprised, not knowing she had been living there. She explains that living far from him felt like being centuries apart, so she decided to move in before wrapping up her current matters. He pulls her into a hug, calling her silly. She tears up, saying she missed him so much and asking him not to ignore her for so long again. Wu Chen reassures her, but then Qian appears, chiming in that he should apologize because King Ying lost 6 kilograms out of worry. He pats Qian on the head, admitting he missed them all during his month-long absence for filming and travel. With everyone gathered, Wu Chen takes the opportunity to discuss his plans. He talks about Xiaobi's projects the clothing brand Kim Ying will co-create with Ms. Wu and the ongoing developments involving the families. Rubing doesn't seem thrilled, pointing out that she's already helping Yurong make money, and now Wu Chen wants Kim Ying to support that woman as well. Wu Chen explains that everything is for Kim Ying to help her break into the international market, but Kim Ying only cares if it means they'll see each other more often. He assures her it does, and she agrees immediately. Rubing, frustrated, tells her to stop being so gullible. At that moment, Wu Chen wraps his arms around both of them, saying he's been working tirelessly to prepare this gift for them. The highlight, he adds, is that all of this will lead to the collapse of Ding Rulong's family, something Rubing has always wanted. Rubing hesitates, torn about accepting the plan, but Qian reassures her, saying that as long as they can continue living as a family, it's all fine. It's then that Rubing starts to realize something. This family is a bit peculiar. Wu Chen leans in and whispers, "Doesn't our family deserve a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers? Activate the cheeky little bell." And I'm out.